After supper, it's fun to play a while before bed. But there's still something wrong, isn't there, Bill?
Tonight's the night we're going out. Let the good times roll, let the people know. It's a Saturday night and the feeling is right. And I have something that I want to show. If you come with me, I give you kicks for free. We put the pedal to the metal and go. Be sure to hold on to that feeling. There was something in the air tonight. We're going faster as we're leaving. We don't ever wanna stop. Tonight's the night we're going out. Let the good times roll, let the people know. Tonight's the night we don't want no fight. We just came to play some rock and roll. Tonight's the night we're going out. Let the good times roll, let the people know. Tonight's the night we don't want no fight. We just came to play some rock and roll.
Old Bill got to the table, and he ate his breakfast. Or rather, part of it. Orange juice, one big gulp of it. Milk for the cereal. Splash it on. No time to waste. Gobble down the cereal, a couple of big spoonfuls, one right after the other. But leave most of it. Now for the eggs. More good, healthful food. But what about Bill's eating habits? Into his mouth went some egg. Right away, a big bite of toast. And there was some bacon, so he stuffed in part of that. And then, just one big splash of milk. And Bill was off to school. Well, he caught up with his family, and he beat them through breakfast. But he ate so fast. And do you think he ate enough? At lunchtime, Bill had some fine sandwiches. He also had money to buy soup. But he didn't want to stand in line for soup. He was in a hurry to go out and play. So, how did Bill eat his lunch? Watch. After school, of course, Bill was hungry. He was hungry, and he had some money. So, but did Bill leave his pop and candy only half-eaten? No, sir. He emptied that pop bottle as fast as he could. He gobbled down all his candy. And, as if that wasn't enough, he ate some cookies, too. Then Bill didn't feel hungry anymore. No, sir. For once, he had eaten too much. At supper time, Bill still felt full. So he didn't hurry with his supper. He just poked at it. He was tired. And he just didn't have any appetite. Bill didn't know it, but he was already beginning to be sick. Well, Bill, now you know what might have caused your stomach ache. Why you feel so bad. Why you'll have to stay in bed until you feel better. You see, you hurried so all day long. You rushed through your meals and didn't eat enough good food. And then, in the afternoon, all those sweets. They filled your stomach and didn't leave room for any of the foods you need. In fact, Bill, you mistreated your stomach all day long. No wonder you have a stomach ache. How is it this morning, Bill? Feel better? Think you know now about good eating habits? Downstairs and time for breakfast. Give yourself time to eat a good breakfast. Let's see how well you can eat. That's right. Drink your juice a little at a time. Doesn't it taste good? You just never took time before to find how good food can taste. Mother's pleased and proud. We're off to a good start this morning. But will it last? Will you remember to eat the right way? Uh-oh, almost washed your food down. Before you take a drink, chew your food well and swallow it. Now you're eating pretty well. Will you do as well with the bacon and eggs and toast? Chew your toast thoroughly. That's the way. Chew and chew. Doesn't it taste extra good that way? What about that bacon? Well, maybe there are better ways to cut it. But when you eat it in small bits, you can chew it better. It tastes so good, you want to eat every bite. Breakfast is more fun this way, isn't it? Well, Bill, plenty of time to get to school today. And in class, studying seems easier. What? 11 o'clock? Usually you're mighty hungry by this time. Today, you feel fine. Lunchtime is another time to practice good eating habits. Eat slowly and chew thoroughly. Finish all your food. Later on, drink lots of water. After school, that's the idea, Bill. A good snack of crackers and milk at home. That's the good kind of food if you're hungry after school. And then play. Hard play. Plenty of pep now. Yesterday's stomach ache is forgotten. At supper time, you're hungry again. Everything tastes good, and you're eating well. See what good eating habits can do for you? Looking for seconds. After supper, you feel fine. No stomach ache, not too tired, not hungry. Just feeling fine. And that...
In my room, Don.
Joe called. He said he'd be a little late. Say, do you look smooth?
Why, thank you, sir. You look mighty elegant yourself, if I may say so.
Yes, indeed. Both Don and Sue look like the kind of people you'd like to know, don't they? Of course, right now, they're dressed for their Friday dates. But don't you have the feeling that they're always well-groomed?
Yes, and that's no accident. For Don and Sue, the question, how do I look, depends on good grooming habits. Health, posture, cleanliness, and neatness, plus a daily routine of little finishing touches. Take last night, for example. On weeknights when there are no dates, plenty of time to do little things that make for a well-groomed appearance.
Hey, sis, haven't you finished with that iron yet?
You can have it in just a minute. Haven't you got anything else to do? Don, what are you doing in my sewing box?
Well, there's a loose button here.
Oh, all right, I'll fix it for you. That is, if you polish my shoes.
Well, I guess it's a deal. I have to polish my own. I might as well.
Aw, thanks.
Clothes pressed and mended, shoes polished. These are a few of the habits with which Don and Sue keep neat. And neatness is one of the fundamentals of grooming. So here's part of your big question, how do I look? Are my clothes neat and clean? Whether you do your own or achieve it by cooperative efforts, keep your clothes looking neat and clean.
And cleanliness and neatness apply to you as well as to your clothes. So after a cleansing, relaxing bath, that's a good daily habit, Sue has a regular routine. And planned time, too, for the finishing touches, doing your nails, brushing your hair, and so on. Sue avoids red nail polish since it would call attention to her stubby hands. A clear polish keeps her nails sparkling. Once a week, Sue gives herself a complete manicure. Then daily care of her nails is easy. In the same way regular shampoos and daily brushing keep her hair clean and glossy. And these finishing touches that add so much to Sue's cleanliness and neatness all fit into a simple schedule of daily activity. And now for at least 8 hours of sleep. Good health is the rule, for health is one of the foundations of your appearance.
Leave some hot water for me. And hurry, I'll have to shave.
All right, Don.
What to wear? The weather has something to do with your choice of clothes. But Don also thinks of other things. Most of his clothes are clean and pressed, so he's not as limited in selection. How about these slacks and this shirt? What do you think? How will Don look in this combination?
Let's hope he'll pay a little attention to patterns and colors.
How about this combination?
That's better. Now a tie to go with the outfit and Don's all set.
Don is putting one more finishing touch to his appearance. A well-matched outfit of clothes. How will he look?
Good enough in that outfit.
And now another little habit of cleanliness and neatness. Dirt under your fingernails must be cleaned every day, and it's better in private.
All right, Don, you're next.
Now for a cleansing morning shower.
Meanwhile, Sue gives thought to the day. What will she wear? That depends on her activities, of course. For school, choose comfortable, not too dressy clothes. Perhaps a skirt and a blouse to go with it. But what about these two blouses? Which is more appropriate for school? Which goes with the skirt?
Fellows like to see girls dress up, but in general only for a special occasion.
Yes, choose clothes that are suitable to your needs and situation. But remember that any clothes look better with good posture. Now that her clothes are selected, Sue is ready to fix her hair. What to do with those curls she so carefully put in last night? It doesn't matter just what hairstyle you use, as long as it looks right on you. Upswept? Loosely over the shoulders. Just be sure your hairdo suits you and that your hair is neatly in place.
And here's something else for your appearance. Eat a hearty, balanced breakfast. There's nothing like wholesome food to help keep you in good health.
And that means a clearer complexion, shining eyes, glossy hair.
In short, that means a better appearance. Don's all set to look right at school, isn't he?
Mother, too, keeps a good appearance, even around the house, for that keeps up her spirits.
And Father dresses according to his work, relying on cleanliness and neatness as the foundations of his appearance. So, for each individual, the finishing touches of appearance may be his or hers alone, suited to individual needs, actions, ideas.
After breakfast, Sue goes back to her room for some finishing touches. Her makeup. Her powder is one that blends with her natural coloring. She pats it on lightly, then carefully smooths it over her face.
And be careful when it comes to lipstick.
Yes. Choose a shade that goes with your own coloring and sets off your clothes to advantage. Then, easy does it. Now smooth out gently and wipe off any excess to leave only a smooth film of color, following the lines of your own lips. And finally, a last-minute once-over in the mirror. Make sure your hemline is even. Don't let your slip show.
Come on, we'll be late. Oh, boy, at the mirror again.
Well, the mirror could help you check your clothes, too, and improve your posture.
Oh, trouser cuff. Thanks. And I could straighten up, couldn't I? Well, let's hurry, or we'll be late.
Cultivate such habits as cleanliness and neatness, so you'll be well groomed.
For all through the day, others are looking at you. Your mirror tells you what others see. How do you look? How does Sue look?
How does Don look?
Health, posture, cleanliness, neatness. These grooming habits form the basis of a good appearance and a well-planned outfit of clothes, well cared for hands and nails, light touches of makeup, a becoming hairdo.
Oh, Sue, where are you?
In my room, Don.
Joe called. He said he'd be a little late. Say, do you look smooth?
Well, thank you, sir. You look mighty elegant yourself.
Uh-oh, this is where we came in.
And this is where Don and Sue go out for a pleasant evening. Their good grooming habits help them in friendships and in business. For your success depends a great deal on how you look.
However, your committee will continue to investigate and hopes to present a definite recommendation at next month's meeting of the Civic Association.
Thank you, Mr. Hanson.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Willis.
I want to talk about, I think we need a playground here on the west side. We need it because we need a place for our boys and girls to play. A playground.
Mr. Willis has an important idea to express, but he lacks the vocabulary to express it. Finding the exact words to fit your ideas is one of the first steps in building your vocabulary. People can be interested in new ideas when those ideas are expressed in well-selected words. This use of exact words to communicate your ideas applies to written words as much as to spoken words.
Hi, Dad. Would you be interested in... Oh, what's the matter?
Oh, nothing.
Something go wrong at the meeting?
Yes. I sort of made a... What's on your mind, son?
I thought you might like to read my term paper before I hand it in tomorrow.
Well, yes, of course. Our public parks, monuments, or playgrounds. Huh? Much of the juvenile delinquency in our community can be traced to our lack of public playgrounds and our lack of a planned recreational program. We are not without our public parks, but they are landscape monuments rather than playgrounds planned for the direction of youthful energy into character-building channels. Why, Pete, you express your ideas very well. But this isn't the way you talk, is it?
Well, that depends. But you see, this is a term paper and, well, as I understand it, when you're talking or writing, you use words that fit the occasion.
But here, the words you use, they sound good, and they seem to be the right words to say what you mean.
Well, that's what I...
Where'd you learn all those words?
Well, you see, I keep a vocabulary notebook. It's a good way to learn new words to increase your vocabulary, so you can express your ideas better. Whenever I come across a new word, reading or listening to someone, I write it down. Later, I put it in this notebook.
Let's see.
I write down the pronunciation and the definitions of each word, and then some synonyms. But then, of course, I try using the word. Using the word correctly a few times is what really fixes it in your vocabulary. And a good working vocabulary helps you to be more explicit.
Well, you certainly surprised me with your vocabulary. Yes, indeed. Be more explicit.
So Mr. Willis began a vocabulary notebook in a business-like way. First, he considered the context in which the word was used.
Now, where did I hear that? From Mary. She was talking about redecorating this room.
Dear, I think we ought to put a valance over the window. It would make it more dramatic. Don't you think a valance would be effective?
Valance must be some kind of decoration. But do I have to bother with all these special words? Maybe I'd better. I certainly want to have a say in how the house is decorated. Ah, valance. Short curtain as the valance over the top of a window. A valance would look good up there. Maybe this will help me understand what Mary's talking about.
Valance had only a single meaning. Other words, like vacillate, have many meanings. The only way to tell which meaning is intended is from the context in which it is used.
Synonyms: fluctuate, waver, oscillate, Wait a minute. Too many words. Mean nearly the same thing, but still they're different. Nobody can learn all those words. I'm going to bed.
But next morning, Mr. Willis found he couldn't escape unfamiliar words when his wife called.
Oh, John,
Yes, dear.
will you stop at the library and get me that anthology of plays?
All right, dear. Anthology. Why does everybody in this family use these fancy words?
In the morning newspaper, he found words that looked familiar enough, yet when he studied them, their meanings weren't explicit. Even in his work, he began to be aware that he used words that he could not define precisely.
That it is not feasible to allocate necessary production facilities. Feasible. Allocate.
Excuse me, Mr. Willis. There's a gentleman here from the ABC Printing Company. He wants to discuss their new electrotyping process with variable type fonts. I'll tell him you're busy to come back later.
Feasible. Ultimatum.
Electrotyping.
Allocate.
Anthology.
Feasible. Ultimatum.
Electrotyping.
Allocate.
Anthology.
Feasible. Allocate. Feasible. Allocate. Feasible. Allocate. Feasible.
Explicit. You know, Dad, explicit. A good working vocabulary helps you to be more explicit.
Well, I guess I need this. Anthology. An anthology of modern plays. This is the book Mary wanted. Oh, so that's what an anthology is. A collection. Now, what else came of my trip to the library?
Each of us has certain interests which we need to share with others. If we know the special vocabulary, we will understand what people are talking about, and other people will understand us. This book will help Mr. Willis have a say in the decoration of his home. This book on the fundamentals of printing will help him in the conduct of his business. Books on special interest subjects help us build the vocabulary we need to talk the language of others.
And that's not the only language I'm going to talk. At the next meeting of the Civic Association, I'm going to sell my idea, or my name isn't Willis.
The chair recognizes Mr. Willis.
Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, for many years now, our city council has wavered between a policy of no parks and beautiful but useless parks. The time has come to present the council with an ultimatum. An ultimatum demanding for the West Side.
Yes, people can be interested in new ideas when those ideas are expressed clearly and effectively. Increased knowledge of words has enabled Mr. Willis to think through his ideas more logically and to present them more effectively to an appreciative audience.
We will show them that it is feasible, that the city budget is nothing more or less than a plan for spending our money. A plan which can and must be adapted to meet our needs.
Words that we choose carefully to say what we mean, choose for the audience and the occasion, help us gain support for our ideas. And not only in speaking. Effective use of words helps us think and write more forcefully and with more interest when we prepare term papers and other school assignments. Command of words helps us contribute to debates and discussions. We communicate more quickly and more effectively. Being skilled in the use of words aids us in selling ourselves when we look for jobs. Whenever we're around people, a good vocabulary helps us say what we mean and understand what others mean. Pete has developed his skill in communication through words, just as Mr. Willis has, just as you can, by being alert to words, by using words that say exactly what you mean, by building your vocabulary.
To see that program carried out, then we can achieve our goal by going before the council and making our demands explicit.
Report cards. That can be a time of emotional upset, can't it? But here's a boy who doesn't seem concerned. In fact, he doesn't look as though he could be upset by anything. His report card is getting better. He's got a B in history. But look, he is upset. Why? Why should anybody be upset about getting a better grade than he did before?
Hey, why you get off of that track? I'm a brain. Yo, hey.
Yes, even though he's shown some improvement, Howard is really upset about that report card. He isn't even going to take it home.
Quite a few of you still have your report cards out. Will you please return them tomorrow? The following, please return your report cards as soon as possible. Ann McCarthy, Howard Patterson, and Thomas. Howard Patterson, your report card is still missing. Howard Patterson, did you bring your report card? Howard Patterson, please report to the office. Mr. Edmonds would like to see you.
Come in.
Oh, come on in, Howard.
Howard, you've had your report card out for over 2 weeks. Will you please make it a point to have it signed and bring it in?
I can't. I'm not going to take it home. It isn't fair.
Your grades must have disappointed you quite a bit. Are they so bad? Your usual C's, but in history a B. That's an improvement.
I worked for an A, and I should have gotten one.
I see. Sit down, Howard. Howard, you can't expect other people to judge your work exactly as you judge it. This B is proof that you've been doing better in history. Why not accept it and work still harder next time?
Oh, what's the use of trying? All you get is grades like that.
Howard, there's a very familiar pattern of behavior there. Sometimes we expect great things, but things can't always work out the way we expect. And when we're severely disappointed, we become emotionally upset.
Well,
let me try to give you an example of this pattern of emotional upsets. But this happened just the other day in shop class. A boy, let's call him John, was working on a lamp, his first woodshop project. He worked long and hard at it, and he dreamed of the perfect, beautiful lamp it was going to be. Now, dreaming, together with realistic planning, can be very fruitful. But John's dream was not realistic. He expected perfection on his very first try. Naturally, he was disappointed. So disappointed that he suffered an emotional upset. He raged and stormed.
but that's childish.
Yes. It was an infantile reaction. And of course, you wouldn't react that way, would you?
Oh, no, that's silly.
But you might feel that way. Your emotional reaction's the important thing.
Oh, but there's such a difference. It was so unreasonable of him to expect a perfect lamp. But I had every right to expect an A.
Do you think it was reasonable of you to expect Miss Rogers to judge your work in the same way you did?
You mean I shouldn't try for an A?
No, that isn't what I mean. It's one thing to set high goals for yourself. It's quite another to be emotionally upset each time you miss your goal. You think it through, Howard. See if you can figure it out. And return the card to me when you've had it signed.
Yes, sir.
All right, Howard. Think about what Mr. Edmonds said. Look around you.
None of your business. I only asked a friendly question. Well, don't. I like this fighting.
Now, what's upset her? She's been that way lately. Ever since the operetta tryouts. This was the big chance of the year for her. She wanted the leading role. She was sure she could get it. And in her own mind, she could see herself as the star of the show. But she was expecting too much. When she was offered a smaller part, she was disappointed. Expecting too much, disappointment, emotional upset, lasting for days afterward. Now look some more. There's Bill, daydreaming. That's another sign of emotional upset. You remember how it was about the class party? You told Bill if he wanted to date Alice, he'd have to ask a month ahead of time. But he just waited around until it was pretty late. He was so sure she'd wait for him. And being a popular girl, she already had a date. Expecting too much, disappointment, emotional upset. Well, Howard, do you see the pattern? It fits you, doesn't it?
Oh, Mr. Edmonds, may I see you for a minute?
Why, yes, Howard. Come on down to my office.
I've been thinking, Mr. Edmonds. I think I understand now. Sometimes you expect things that can't possibly happen, so you're sure to be disappointed.
Mm-hmm. Sit down, Howard.
So the thing to do is to figure out what's possible or reasonable. And then you aim high, and you try for a lot, but you don't count on it.
Good. You do understand, Howard.
Only, even then you're going to be disappointed sometimes. Why, Mr. Edmonds, I'm still so upset about that grade that I haven't been able to study or do much of anything. If I go on like this, I won't even get C's next time.
Well, at least you're beginning to have some insight into your problem.
Well, thanks, but what can I do now? How do you handle disappointments when they come?
Well, let's see. You play basketball, don't you?
Well, yes, mostly from the bench.
Then you have plenty of chances to watch the others in action. Think, this happens fairly often. The fellow with the ball is eager to try for a goal. He expects to get his too quick. He bottles him up. Fellows blow up, get mad. Some give up and stop trying to play. Some become all the more alert, eager, and work at it until they make it.
That's right. And I guess I've done all of those at different times.
But it's plain which is most effective, isn't it? If your emotions are in balance, angry with yourself or with others, you don't withdraw, stifle your emotions. You don't go off in a daydream. No, you channel your emotional energy into a direct attack on your problem.
Yes. I think I see. Thanks, Mr. Edmonds.
Oh, Howard, your report card, do you have it?
No, sir. Not yet. Tomorrow, for sure.
Better be sure, Howard.
Well, Howard, what are you going to do about that report card? You've tried hiding, running away from it. You've tried blaming the teacher. Now, are you going to attack it directly?
Dad. My report card.
I thought it was about time. Grades not so good? Not bad. A B.
I thought you'd be disappointed.
Oh, maybe. A little. I was hoping for an A. But you're improving. Maybe next time.
I'll try. I'll really try. But we won't be too disappointed if I don't quite make it, will we?
If you try hard, what more can anyone expect?
Come in. What is it, Howard?
My report card is ready, Mr. Edmonds.
That's fine.
I hope to do still better next time.
Well, now, be careful.
Oh, yes, Mr. Edmonds. I'm not expecting miracles, but I am working hard, and I'm hoping. I don't want any more emotional upsets if I can help it.
Sounds good. Sounds as if you're learning to keep your emotions in balance.
Emotions in balance. That's it. Thanks, Mr. Edmonds.
Hello, Eileen. This is Jean. I just had a letter from my brother, and guess what? He's bringing his roommate home from college. Mother said we can have a party for him, so I was wondering if you could come over tonight and help me plan it. Yes, Nora's coming too. This is one party that just has to turn out right.
Well, the purpose of a party is to have fun together. And a successful party needs planning and skill. Whether it's a special carnival designed for gay entertainment, or a game party in a home, a birthday party, a holiday party, they all take planning, and they should all be fun. Now, the party Jean, Nora, and Eileen are planning. What of its purpose?
The main idea is to introduce Steve to the game. And show him a wonderful time.
Yeah, and show everyone a nice time.
Right. Now listen, this is what we have to plan. A guest list, invitations, refreshments, and entertainment. Now, a guest list. Who will we ask? There'll be the three of us and our dates, and I suppose we could have an extra couple and 2 extra girls for Jim and Steve. Now, who do you think, Nora?
Well, let's have Alice and Ted come. They're nice, and they're usually in our game.
Margie's lots of fun. The fellows would like her.
That's right, Eileen. And let's ask Dot. We certainly had a wonderful time at her party last month.
Oh, I'll say.
We all enjoy being together, but is anyone left out?
I don't think so.
Well, that's our guest list. Now, invitations. Should we write? Dear Alice, would you like to come to a party at my house Saturday, March 24th at 8 p.m. and so on?
Why bother to write? This is just an informal party. Let's just phone everyone. Sure.
Good. We'll phone tomorrow. Next business, refreshments.
Yeah. We have to feed the men.
And the girls, too, especially you.
Gee, thanks. Does it show? Well, we want something to eat and something to drink. Refreshments. How about hot chocolate and sandwiches? I'll fix the sandwiches.
Well, thanks, Eileen. Suppose I talk it over with Mother and get her suggestions.
All right.
All right, now next is entertainment.
We want to show Steve a good time, but, well, we don't know too much about what he likes. The best thing I know for breaking the ice and getting people acquainted is some good mixer games.
Oh, but they can be such a bore if you don't have good ones.
Well, let's go to the library and get some good magazines and books and find some really good games.
Oh, terrific.
I'll do that.
Oh, good. Then this party can just be an informal, get-acquainted sort of party, and we'll have games for entertainment.
Yeah.
Well, there are still many details to be planned, but the basic things are settled. Guest list, invitations, refreshments, entertainment. All these things should be planned to fit together well. It's the big night. The planning and preparation will help make a good party. But what else makes a good party? It's the skill of the hosts and the skill of the guests in making the party fun for everyone.
Here we are, gang. Step right in.
Hi,
How are you? I'm so glad you came.
Finally made it.
Wonderful.
First, getting everyone acquainted and into the spirit of the party. How's it done?
Come in here, Steve. We'll wait here for the girls to put their coats away.
Okay, Gene.
Well, Steve, what do you think of our game? What you've met of them, I mean.
Oh, they're swell. But what's this about me being the guest of honor?
Oh, that's Gene's way of keeping you quiet.
Oh, I see.
Margie and Dottie were just thrilled to think you college men would call for them.
Oh, a couple of campus bigwigs we are.
You bet your life. Oh, I think our guests are arriving. Excuse me.
I hope you like our friend, Steve.
Well, I hope they'll like me.
They will.
Oh, hello, Eileen.
Hello. Are we the first ones here? Oh, no, Margie and Dottie are here.
Oh. Hi, Gene. How you been?
Hello, Paul. I'm so glad you could come.
Oh, you can't keep me away.
Eileen, this is Steve.
Hello, Steve.
Hello, Eileen. Aren't you the party planner I've heard so much about?
Well, and this is Paul Johnson, our star tackle.
How you doing, Steve?
Glad to know you,
Let
Paul.
me take your coat.
Notice
Paul.
how Jean helps her
We're
guests
using
get
my
acquainted.
room. I'll go with you.
Oh, no, never
Well,
mind.
the party is off to a good start. Guests are on time. Everyone's out to have fun and to help others fun. And when all the guests have arrived and have been introduced, the games begin. Well-planned, well-chosen games. First, a simple get-together game. Each one may ask questions and try to guess his own identity. This mixes the group well, and besides, it provides a means of choosing partners for the next game. Having fun together makes a party. This means both hosts and guests. Whenever any of the guests begin to lose interest in a game, the host should start a new game, so fun together can continue. And, of course, the guests have a part in this, too. Each one should try to make the games fun. Each should take part in what the group is doing. And if some guests forget this, well, anyone, even another guest, can help get the entire group together again.
Oh, Nora, Jim started that hat-making contest that you like so much. Come on.
Take your girl and make a hat for her. And in the end, we're going to give the prize to the best hat. All right, now here are your materials.
A hat-making contest? Well, this will reveal some talent. The party is going well again. Have you noticed some of the skills of the guests that help keep the party fun for all? Let's look for others. And did you ever play rhythm?
1-4.
I keep thinking I'm
4-1.
free again. Not on rhythm.
1-3.
2-7.
7-2. Oh, no. You took out a turn.
Yeah, you're out. You're out, too, because you did
I was
that.
6. But you know, as long as you got 1 7.
Or how about charades?
Second.
I know. Turn going
We really have a good one.
And then, at just the right moment,
Is anybody hungry? Everything's ready.
is anybody hungry? Well, a little snack certainly is pleasant about this time of evening. Simple food, buffet style, an informal way to serve refreshments. Each one can serve himself and help the others too. And while everyone finishes eating, a little more spontaneous, unplanned fun.
Oh, do you play, Steve?
Does he play? Show him, Steve.
Oh. Come on in and tonight.
I used to wait on master and him his play, and pass the bottle when he got dry. And brush away blue tail pie, Jimmy crack corn and I don't care, Jimmy crack corn and I don't care, Jimmy crack corn and I don't care, the master's gone away.
And part of a good party is knowing when to go home, soon after refreshments have been served. Now, let's think back. What made this party such a good one? What do we want to do next time? If you are going to give a party, plan that party around a purpose. Choose your guests carefully. Plan invitations, plan for refreshments and entertainment. Then, practice to be a skillful host. Make sure the party is fun for everyone. And when you're invited to a party, practice the skills of a good guest. Be on time, ready for fun. Take part in the party. Help everyone around you to have a good time. Leave on time and courteously, too, thanking your host sincerely for the good time you've had. All these things help to make a good party, a party that's fun for all.
I don't care, Jimmy crack corn, I don't care, Jimmy crack corn, I don't care, the master's gone away.
Before men learned how to control fire and put it to work, it was man's greatest enemy. In much the same way, your emotions can be your own greatest enemy. Or under control, your emotions can make you healthier and happier and improve the lives of people around you. I think of fire in connection with emotions because when you become stirred up, when your emotions control your actions, it affects not only yourself, but the people around you. Psychologists find that control of emotions can be gained by understanding the stimulus-response pattern. When you have certain experiences, you respond with various emotions. Stimulus-response. Just as this sort of stimulus produces this sort of involuntary muscular response. Well, that's a rather simplified suggestion of a complex mental process, but you get the idea. Cause, effect. Nature endows us at birth with three general patterns of emotional response. Rage is the response to the primary stimulus of thwarting, something interfering with our behavior, our actions. Fear is the response to loud noises or loss of support. And the emotional response to love is usually the result of a show of affection or favors. And these seem to be the emotions with which we start life. Then as we grow up, many everyday things and social situations become associated with these primary stimuli, partly by a process called conditioning. And so many things and people cause us to respond emotionally. And in general, that's good. For there are many factors involved in a personality. And a balance of emotions is important to a well-rounded personality. But emotions out of control, well, let's take a look at a slice of everyday life to understand how some stimuli can bring about various emotional responses. What might happen to you, or to me, or to Jeffrey Moore? Jeff is an ordinary and healthy and well-balanced young fellow. He usually gets along well with people. And on this particular Friday afternoon, Jeff and his pals are discussing a big triple date tonight.
My dad's gonna let me have that car tonight.
Oh, the car? That's super.
That sounds swell, Jeff, but, well, I don't know if I'll be able to go. I got quite a headache. Got a headache, huh?
Yeah.
Well, how about letting Jeff, the old soda jerk, fix you up a snappy seltzer?
Okay.
Hey, what? Oh, no, you're going Some jerk.
Yeah.
Okay, Bob, I saw the whole Y stunt. Now, just suppose you clean it up.
Go on, wise guy, clean it up.
Yeah, it's right on the floor there. Wise guys, huh? Well, suppose I don't pick you up tonight. I got a darn good notion to let you guys walk to the park.
What got into him? Gee, I don't know.
Why is Jeff angry? What's the stimulus that brings on this sudden emotional response of anger or mild rage? Well, it might be that Jeff feels thwarted as he fails in the fancy trick to impress his pals. So he gets mad at his pals. And now it's later than he thought. He tries a shortcut, hurrying to get home.
Great Scott, who in the world left that there? What a time to water the lawn.
Shortcuts often lead to trouble, and thus loss of emotional control. You've heard, haste makes waste. Jeff is frustrated by the sprinkler, but he asked for it. Of course, Jeff's going to get the car ready for the party tonight. He wouldn't really miss a chance to impress the gang. But, starter won't work. Again, his behavior is thwarted, and a habit is being developed. A habit of allowing such things to annoy him. Jeff's losing control of himself. His thinking is becoming muddled, and he's careless in his actions. The madder he gets, the worse it becomes. Did you ever hear anyone say, "I was so mad I couldn't see straight"? Severe emotional stress often decreases efficiency. See what I mean? And of course, it's the fault of the wrench. This is called projection. He's projecting the blame to the wrench. Well, we've seen Jeff lose control of himself in rage. Let's see how the rest of the family is doing.
Mother! Oh, it's wonderful. I love the new dress you made.
Oh, thank you, Joan, dear.
See how the new dress tends to stimulate Joan's love for Mother? This makes both Mother and Joan happier. But how does it affect Jeff? And how does his anger affect the others?
Oh, you're the sweetest, bestest mother a girl ever had.
I'm glad you like the dress, Joan.
Oh, I'm so happy. I could be a model. Or a cover girl.
Hey, what's gotten into that crazy kid's sister?
Oh, Jeff, don't be that way.
Notice how Mother seems to become angry herself because of Jeff's anger. Perhaps she shouldn't, but anger is a violent emotion, and we often see an induction of behavior or spread of emotion to other persons, almost like a contagious disease.
Hi, Raj.
Hello, Jeff.
Say, what have you got? Well, that's my letter. Give me that.
Let me.
Why,
I got your
you
letter.
dirty little sneak. You gonna give me that letter? Are you gonna give it to me?
No.
Okay, I'll show you up.
Letter!
You dirty sneaking brother, you gonna give me my letter?
Stop it!
Will you give me that letter? I'll teach you not to open my mail,
I
kid.
didn't know about this! Stop it! Drop that coat hanger.
Sometimes rage, fear, and love are aroused together at the same time. Mother's love of her children and her fear for Roger's safety were mixed with anger, almost rage, at both boys for the part they played in the flare-up. Of course, Jeffrey's family didn't realize that he had been exposed to one irritating situation after another, an accumulation of stimuli which brought about an abnormally strong response. And what did this do to Jeff, this sort of uncontrolled emotional outburst? Well, he regrets some of the things he said, but he can't unsay them. He's tired. That feeling of fatigue may spoil a good time on his date tonight. And if this sort of flare-up is repeated often, it might lead to a permanently warped personality. What could Jeff do to keep better control? Well, we say he could, 1, eliminate the stimulus, 2, modify the stimulus, or 3, modify the response. With these 3 ideas in mind, let's examine Jeff's episode again. To control his emotions, Jeff eliminates the stimulus, the failure to impress his pals, by trying such fancy tricks only when he can do them successfully. But sometimes the trick fails. There are many times when you can't eliminate the stimulus. Try to modify the stimulus. Standing off and looking at himself, Jeff realizes that a slip like that won't really hurt his standing with the gang. Taking it all lightly as a good sport, Jeff impresses the gang a lot more than if he gets angry over such a little thing. It helps to recognize and understand the emotional patterns. Then it's easier to eliminate or modify the stimulus. And there's another, even more valuable way to control your emotions. Modify the response. Rather than get in the habit of getting angry, Jeff can substitute. He can modify his response by seeing the humor in the situation. What good does it do to get angry about this? When Jeff's in the habit of controlling his emotions, his thinking is straight. Push the button. No starter. Let's see. Pull the light switch. No light. That means something. Reason it out. No horn either. So, must be a dead battery. That's straight thinking, unmuddled by emotional disturbances. And it's a simple thing to call the garage or someone for a push and a recharge. No need to fly off the handle and take it out on the things and the people around. When he tries to understand his emotions and those of people around him, Jeff has less trouble controlling himself, and he and those around him are happier. The more he exercises control of his emotional behavior, the easier it becomes to meet the next situation without losing control.
Well, how about it? Either the plane or the letter.
And so it goes. A happier time all around when emotions are under control.
Hey, Raj, how about you help me get the car pushed out of the garage so we can get it started and fixed up for tonight? You know, if the car's running, I can drop you off the movies tonight before I go out.
Yes, by a better understanding of the emotional patterns of everyday life And by knowing how you respond to various stimuli, you can develop better control by eliminating the stimulus, or by modifying the stimulus, or by modifying the response. You can control the fire of your emotions. You can balance your emotions and use them so that your personality becomes more pleasant. And you and those around you are a great deal happier and healthier.
This is the office where This is Guy, our stenographer. And this Jane does filing and typing. I'm in Mr. Green's office. I'm his secretary. Mr. Green just finished dictating to me, and that leaves me with one of my most important secretarial duties, the job of transcribing. I'll put aside the work I was doing before I was called in for dictation. I have my shorthand notes to transcribe from. Also, this record from a dictating machine. I'll transcribe from that later. I'll show you the way I go about transcribing. First, my notes, and just the rush items. They're marked with red pencil, so they're easy to find. Here's a telegram. There's no address, but the 2 here leads me to the letter we're answering, which is also marked 2. And it has the information I need. In our office, we type 2 copies of telegrams, one for the correspondence file, and one for checking the monthly bill. After I type it, I'll show the telegram to Mr. Green, then call it in to Western Union. It didn't take long to get the telegram out. I have one other rush item, a special delivery letter. But I'll transcribe that after I take a few seconds to note on my calendar any special information or instructions that Mr. Green gave me. Now, back to the special. I've numbered it 6. I'll need the letter we're answering for the address. It also has the number 6. I'll skim through my notes for special instructions for this letter. Special delivery, enclosure. Just one enclosure, and I have it. Anything else? A price I have to check. I keep a price list and other important reference materials handy on my desk. Well, that price was wrong. Good thing I checked. There. Anything else? No. I'm ready to write, after making sure my hands are... The top right drawer is for my letter writing materials. They're organized for quick and efficient use, because I do use these materials quite often. As a rule, we only make one carbon copy of a letter, unless there are special instructions. The letters I type represent Mr. Green and our company. To make a good impression, they must be neat and attractive. I've had enough experience to know, from the length of my notes, about how wide the margins on a letter should be, so I can place the letter attractively on the page. In our office, we center the date at the top of a letter. Special delivery at the left margin. At the left margin. Then, the salutation. We indent paragraphs 5 spaces. My typing speed is good. I can do 75 words a minute if I'm just copying.
But when I transcribe from shorthand notes, about 50 words per minute is my top. That's 2/3 of my regular typing speed. Many secretaries and stenographers transcribe at half their regular typing speed, which is considered good. Errors can really reduce your speed. Now, I hope I don't make any errors. But suppose, instead of typing this line correctly, as I'm doing, suppose I had made a mistake, like this. To correct it, I must move the carriage to the side so erasure crumbs won't fall into the type basket. Put a card between the original and the carbon paper so I won't smudge the carbon copy. Put an eraser shield over the mistake so I erase only the mistake and nothing else. Erase carefully, getting off all the ink, but not tearing the paper. I might even have to smooth it a little. Then correct the mistake on the carbon copy with a soft pencil eraser. If there had been more than one copy, I would have had to follow through on each one, using the shield and the card each time. Then, finally get my paper lined up again and go on. But of course, I haven't made a mistake. And see how much I've done in the time I might have spent erasing? I know what a time waster a mistake is. I finish proofreading a letter before I take it out of the typewriter. If there's a mistake, it's easier to correct it neatly while the letter is still in the typewriter. This is the kind of letter Mr. Green likes. It's placed just right on the paper. Looks neat, doesn't it? I'll clip on the enclosure and check it off on the file copy. Now to type the address on the envelope and mark it Special Delivery. The address on the letter and the envelope should match. And this is the way I'll take the letter to Mr. Green to be signed. Cross out the letter in my notes, and I'll be ready to complete today's dictation as soon as I get this signed by Mr. Green. Since it's a rush, I want to be sure it's ready to go when the mail is picked up. I know from experience that my routine is efficient. I get my work done and I satisfy Mr. Green. The routine? Well, you saw me use it for this letter, and I follow it for all the dictation I transcribe. Skimming over my notes, following the special instructions, using my reference books to check anything I'm not sure of. Interruptions come. They always do as a part of my day's work. I expect them. When I've finished with an interruption, back to transcription. It may be letters, forms to fill out, or reports to do. And when I have to compose things myself, from just a few notes Mr. Green has given me, I follow the rules of good business letter writing, to type letters that read well and have an attractive appearance. When I transcribe from a machine instead of from notes, I follow a similar routine. I'm familiar with the machine, so it's easy for me to get it ready. Before I type, there are things to check. There are markings to help me estimate the length of each letter. And there are markings to show me where corrections occur. I listen to these before I type the letter, so I'll be sure to know in advance when the changes are coming. I get the instructions for each letter, too, and I follow them, just as I follow instructions in my shorthand notes. The main difference is that I have to depend on my hearing instead of my shorthand notes. I type as fast as I can, stopping the machine when I fall behind, replaying anything I'm not sure of, never typing anything that doesn't make sense. I've learned to type steadily. This has come with practice, though. Now I can start and stop the machine without pausing in my typing. And so my transcription work goes on. One by one, the jobs get done, until they are all ready to be read and signed by Mr. Green. I know that a good secretary must be dependable. I try to think ahead and do as much as I can on my own without disturbing Mr. Green. Transcript of a secretary's most important jobs. I want to do it well.
How to say no. That's the subject under discussion. And there are plenty of times in life when you have to say no. Fortunately, sometimes it's easy. Saying no to the time is simple as this.
No.
Thanks for asking me, but no. Yes, sometimes just plain no is best. But sometimes such a direct no would offend people, cause you to lose your friends, make you seem to disapprove of them.
And if you just take a subscription for only 1 year, I can get that bicycle.
Well, new suit, new hat, new gloves. Do you like them?
Well, we're through with that guy.
Yeah. Too chicken to pick up some dames with us.
You're coming, aren't you, Johnny?
Well, how can you say no and still keep your friends? Now, that's quite a problem sometimes. Well, let's sit in on a discussion of that problem. Come in. Here are some of my friends. I think you'll find they have helpful opinions. I'd like to present Marty and Lucy, Nora, and Howie.
Hi, gang.
Oh, and I'm Bill. Well, we're going to discuss saying no and still keeping your friends. But you'll see better what we mean if we get right to our examples. Marty, I believe you had an incident you wanted us to discuss.
Well,
Go ahead.
well, the fellows and I often stop somewhere for a snack after a game or after practice. It's usually just an ordinary place where you can get a good sandwich. But sometimes the fellows pick a tavern. And then...
No service here. Well, how about it? Let's have a drink.
A drink? Sure, swell idea.
Well, I dare you. What do you mean, dare? A drink never hurt anybody, eh, Marty?
Well,
Well, be, boy. I'll have a beer.
Me too.
Beer? Huh. Scotch and soda for us, eh, Marty?
well, that's the situation. What can I say? 'Cause, well, I want to get along well with those fellows on the team. I don't want them to think I'm a drip.
Well, couldn't you just tell them you're in training?
Well, those fellows are supposed to be in training, too.
Well, that makes it harder. No wonder we lost so many games.
I'll bet they really feel a little guilty themselves if they're in training. Why couldn't you just order something else?
Maybe. How? What would I say?
Well, just whatever you would say anyway, if you were ordering. Don't you think that he should be direct?
Sure. Yeah, I think so. Without making any fuss about it. Just order what you want.
Well, let's see. How would that go?
Scotch and soda for us, eh, Marty?
I'll take a double hamburger with French fries.
No drink?
No, I'm hungry. Yeah, I think that might work. You know, I'll try it next time.
I don't think it'll work at all. Not if the boys are at all insistent. Maybe they'll let it go at that, but there are a lot of kids who won't give in so easily. Let me tell you, happens all the time at pajama parties, for example. We get all settled down and the hostess mother's safely out of the way, and then...
Boy, I'm dying for a smoke. How about you girls? Mary?
Well, thanks.
Nora?
No, thanks. I've got some gum somewhere.
Light? Sure you won't, Nora?
No, thanks, really. I'd rather have the gum.
Oh, come on, Nora. Be a good sport. Yes, try it. Just this once. Here, take a puff on mine.
See what I mean? No just doesn't mean no to some people.
Well, I don't think she's very much of a hostess. If she forces things on you like that...
Well, there's some consolation in that. But seriously, I can't give up a friend just because of one little fault like that. How can I say no and really make it stick?
Why don't you try some parlor tricks? You can always distract attention with a good card trick. Here,
Oh,
take card,
Howie.
take card, take card. Come on.
You're the one that's distracting now.
No, wait. Distraction is an answer. Oh, I don't mean card tricks, but you can say no and change the subject. Bring up the latest gossip.
Sure, maybe.
Could be.
You see?
Oh, Howie. Well, let's see how that might work.
Here, take a puff on mine.
No, thanks, Rose.
Oh, go ahead.
Say, have you heard about Ted and Margaret breaking up?
No! Well, who's she out after now? Yes, what's the story?
Well, I guess that Ted is... That may be a pretty rosy version of what would happen. It might work, though.
Oh, see, distraction. Change the subject.
It takes more than changing the subject to... Well, what about the problem of boys? Their hands, you know.
Lucy, you promised not to tell.
Oh, I didn't mention any names. But seriously, I've run into problems like this a lot. You get home from a date, and it's still early enough to stay outside for a while to talk. Some talk. It's a funny thing. This boy has probably been good company on the date, but just give him half a chance alone, and there's just no stopping him.
Moral, don't spend time alone with him. Simply don't get into a situation like that.
Oh, it isn't quite as simple as that, is it? He has to take you home sometime.
So you ask him in. Your folks are up, and you have something to eat in the kitchen, and then you say goodnight.
That's a help, all right. But really, you can't help getting into situations where petting's likely to start. When you date in a car, at the movies, even in your own home, watching television.
You know, I never thought of that before.
Well, why don't we take some cases, starting with yours, Lucy, and show just how you can say no.
All right. We'll say that this time I didn't plan ahead. And here we are, on the front steps. Tell me, what are you going out for in the track meet next Saturday?
Oh, the relays, I guess.
Oh, how wonderful.
Or take the case of the girl who finds herself in this situation.
Say, is anybody else hungry? How about it, you two? Couldn't we go someplace for something to eat?
Just a minute. I'm not sure those are very good examples. That poor guy in the front seat of the car sure was mad. And the other
But,
guy...
Bill, it's not easy, you know. Why, you have to have a whole bag full of tricks to handle situations because each one is different.
That's right. And fellas react differently. Seriously,
You? Serious?
you girls seem to think it's always the boy who starts things.
Oh, naturally.
Oh, no, Lucy. Well, sometimes we're partly to blame. We invite a little attention. Goes on, and then it's hard to stop.
There are times when it's up to the boy to say no.
Some fellows seem to think that petting's, well, the thing to do.
And some girls think that they have to permit it for date insurance. Well, each of us has to set his own standards, I guess.
Yes, but those standards vary with a lot of things. If you really like a boy, you want to be close. You want to hold hands, maybe a goodnight kiss, and so on. It's the and so ons that are troublesome.
But, well, I think the important thing is to know yourself and your standards. Know when and how you're going to say no, but in advance.
Even then, it takes all the ingenuity you have.
Well, I think we've cleared the air a bit. And we've outlined some skills in saying no and still keeping your friends. I think we ought to list them again and review.
Yeah, we'll do it.
Lucy?
Try to avoid difficult situations.
Howie? Distraction. Change the subject. Nora?
Know exactly when you want to say no and be definite.
Marty?
And then say no. Friendly as possible, but still no.
But don't be too preachy. Well, I think there are some good ideas here. What do you think? How about talking this problem over? It's worth some effort to learn how to say no and still keep your friends.
Thoughtfulness? Everybody tells me to be more thoughtful. Well, I'd like to be more thoughtful. If I only knew what it meant.
Why should I worry about being thoughtful? What'll it get me? In this world, it's every man for himself.
How do you go about being thoughtful? What do you do? Every time I try, I only make things worse. Is there some particular method of being thoughtful that works every time?
Yes, everywhere you go, people talk about thoughtfulness. Well, just what does thoughtfulness mean? How does it fit into your everyday life? To discover some know-how about thoughtfulness, let's follow Jane Proctor into her home. For the Proctors are one family who have learned the art of thoughtfulness. If we watch carefully, we'll see just what thoughtfulness is, why the Proctors think it is worth the effort, and how they do it.
Mom! Oh, Mom!
She's not here, Jane.
Oh, hi, Eddie.
Mom's downtown.
Oh?
She left a note if you want to read it.
She always leaves a note. Dear Jane and Eddie, I've gone downtown to pay the insurance premium. Please take... Say, something's funny. Mom doesn't usually take care of the family business. Please take the ground beef out of the freezing compartment so it will be ready for supper.
Ground beef, I forgot.
I'll get it. Hello? Oh, hello, Amy. He's right here. I'll take care of the meat.
Thanks, Jane. Hi, Amy. All set for the party tomorrow night?
Well, that takes care of the... Eddie, what happened to you?
Amy's grandmother is sick. They have to visit her over the weekend.
Oh, I'm sorry. I hope she gets better right away. But tomorrow night, the party, you'll miss it.
That's what I mean. Too late to ask another girl now. Well, it'll be tough on Amy, too.
I wish I could help. But tomorrow night... Tomorrow night? I've got to do something about a dress.
You girls have one-track minds. I haven't a thing to wear. I thought Mom was going to fix up the blue dress. The one you used to say was a dream.
Used to say it's right. Now it's a nightmare.
Oh, well, it's a dress. You'll manage. Say, your things are all over the place. Why don't you pick up?
Oh, I forgot to straighten my room this morning. That was thoughtless of me.
Take your jacket along. Save a trip.
Yeah, and the books, too. Let's see. Jacket, book, scarf, upstairs. First straighten the sofa pillow.
That's the way. Better than wasting time flying from one thing to the next. I'll get your book.
Eddie, you know Mom will most likely be late. Let's get supper ready. What do you say?
Thought you had to straighten your room.
Oh, don't worry, I will.
Here's your jacket, too.
Listen, if you peel the potatoes and set the table, I'll do the rest.
Good deal.
I'll take your books, too.
Thanks.
Well, it's nice to see you working. Well, you better put an apron on, though.
All right. Say, what are we going to have to eat?
Let's see. Mashed potatoes, ground beef patty, salad.
Put lots of onion in my ground beef, will ya?
Uh-huh. You like lots of onions. But Dad doesn't like any.
No? How do you know that?
Oh, I don't know. I just seem to notice little things people like and dislike. It's kind of handy when you want to do something for someone you like.
I can see that. Yeah. But I don't think I could learn to do it, though.
Why, Eddie, you do. I'll bet when you meet a new girl, you notice everything she likes, so you can be nice to her. Well, you can do the same thing with your family. Marlene Davis.
Huh?
The new girl at school. She's in your English class, isn't she?
Oh, yeah. She is. What about her?
Well, they just moved into town the other day. She won't have a date for tomorrow night either. You two should get together.
Yeah. That's a swell idea. Aw, I can't ask a girl this late.
Why not? It's no reflection on her that she hasn't a date. It'd be the thoughtful thing to do. I bet she'd be glad for the chance to get acquainted.
Well, I guess it would be thoughtful to introduce her to the others. But, well, it just won't be easy to ask her. Well, I'll go out and set the table now. Information? I'd like the number of the Davis family, please. They just moved in. No, never mind.
Hi, Eddie.
Hi, Mom.
Here it is.
Hi, Eddie. Hi, Dad. Boy, I'm sure glad you got it. She's out in the kitchen now. You can take it upstairs.
Oh, Eddie, you got the best of this deal. Onions. Is the table all set?
Almost. Give a fella a chance, will ya? Boy, Dad, I'm sure glad Mom got it. Just wait till Jane sees it.
What's the matter, Eddie? You look worried.
Amy can't go to the party tomorrow night. There's another girl I could ask, but...
You think it'd be a bit late for asking anyone, eh?
Oh, that isn't it, Dad. I mean... Well, Marlene's just new in town, and I think she'd understand the late part of it all right, if I explained.
Well, then, how would you feel if you were in her place?
I guess I'd be glad to go.
That's a pretty good test, son. Put yourself in the other person's place.
Maybe you're right, Dad. Besides, she's kind of nice. I'd like to get acquainted.
Well, now, you tell her that. She won't feel like second choice at all. Marlene? Well, Marlene's folks will want to meet you. Why don't you run down there after supper and meet her folks and explain the whole thing?
Good idea, Dad. I'll do it.
Eddie, look and see if the folks are coming yet.
They're here now, Seth.
Here? Oh, come help me then. Mash the potatoes. Do something. Oh.
Well, here are the last of them.
Well, I guess Mother and I can do the dishes.
Yes, it's certainly our turn after that nice dinner you fixed. Goodness, what a wonderful surprise that was.
The most fun was watching your faces when you saw dinner on the table.
Oh, yes, that made everything worthwhile. In fact, that's what makes thoughtfulness worthwhile. Well, I'll go out and start on my homework now.
Where'd you put it, Mom?
On her bed. She'll find it in a minute.
It's the one she wanted, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Mom! Dad! Eddie!
She's found it. Come on.
Oh, Mom, Dad, it's beautiful. Oh, Eddie, look. Oh, so that's why you went downtown this afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
Insurance premium. Pooh.
Look at my little sister. Is Jimmy a lucky fella?
Mm-hmm.
But how did you know? I mean, it's the very one I wanted.
Eddie seemed to know what you wanted. He insisted we get that particular one.
Eddie, you knew all the time.
Well, I saw you ogling it in the store window. I couldn't help see you were crazy over it.
And you said you didn't know how to be thoughtful.
Here, wipe your face. You think you're still chopping onions.
Eddie, what if Jimmy and I double dated with you and Marlene?
Yeah. Be swell that way.
Well, why don't you go over there and ask her now?
Yes, right now.
Okay, see you later, folks.
But now I'm really going upstairs to do my homework.
And we've got dishes to do.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think we've got a pretty nice family.
A fine, thoughtful family.
Let's look in on a high school bookkeeping class.
Yeah. 150. That's a lot of different kinds of jobs.
850,000. That's a lot of people. And a lot of jobs. Jobs for us when we graduate.
Maybe for you kids. Me, I'm going into politics. I'm going to be a senator, maybe governor.
Listen to him.
You won't catch me voting for you.
The Honorable Henry Foster.
All right, you'll see.
Tell me, what's the governor doing in bookkeeping class?
I've got a reason.
Yes, Henry has a reason for being here. So have all the others. A little investigation into those reasons should be interesting and might answer some of your questions about bookkeeping and you. Howard Winslow, for instance, is studying bookkeeping because he's going into business. He's going to work in his father's grocery store and eventually take it over. He already works there after school and on Saturdays. Like any other business, a grocery store buys and sells. And it needs a record of every business transaction, such as the sale of groceries to a customer. Receipts from cash sales are recorded in the cash register. Meanwhile, Howard's father has been waiting on a customer who has a charge account. This transaction is recorded on a sales slip, which shows the customer's name, what he bought, and the amount. He'll pay for all his purchases at the end of the month. The day's work done, Howard's thoughts turn to another source of transaction. Money paid out by the store, paid to him for his work. Now, Mr. Winslow needs to know how much cash he has taken in and paid out during the day. So he rings up the totals of the day's cash transactions. Inside the cash register, this information is printed on a slip of paper. This slip shows the amount received on account from customers, amount of cash sales, and amount paid out. Watching his father wind up the day's business was what showed Howard how important it is for anyone to have a thorough understanding of bookkeeping before he steps out into the world of business.
Besides the slips from the charge sales and the paper from the cash register, I have a record of every other transaction. The stubs in my checkbook are records of payments made by check, while this invoice is a record of merchandise I've bought and must pay for.
And in addition to these immediate records, Mr. Winslow keeps a permanent record of all transactions for each day. In this book, he enters the amounts from the cash register slip, the check stubs, and the invoices. This is what we mean by keeping records. At the end of each month, he prepares 2 reports which help him, among other things, to make plans for the future and to figure his income tax. One of these reports shows income from the sale of groceries and his various costs for merchandise, rent, insurance, and utilities. The difference between income and costs is net profit. The other report shows the amount of cash on hand, how much his customers owe him, the value of the business and supplies, the debts he must pay, and how much the business is worth. So Howard has seen how important bookkeeping is in operating a business. His father has also explained that neglecting to keep adequate records is one of the most frequent causes of business failure. So that's why Howard is in bookkeeping class. And of course, bookkeeping is just as important for people going into any other line of business. For Stella, who wants to be a nurse in a doctor's office. For Mike, who plans to run a filling station. For Ruth, who hopes to own a beauty parlor. And for Bob, who's going to be a farmer. Like Howard, Bob is already learning his business, and he's learned that farming is a business. A farmer, like a storekeeper or a manufacturer, needs to keep accurate records in order to run his farm at a profit. These records and reports also contain the information he needs to figure out his income tax, which brings us from bookkeeping and business to bookkeeping and the family. For filling out income tax forms is one sort of bookkeeping which goes on in nearly every home.
You know, Ronald, a family is like a small business. We have our income and our expenses. Some things we buy for cash, others on open charge accounts, and some on the installment plan. Important transactions such as buying our home call for careful planning and the keeping of records to be sure our plan is being carried out. Your knowledge of bookkeeping will also help you understand such records as these. Stockholders' reports, which help guide the family in investing its savings. And bank statements, which are a periodic report of our main receipts and expenses. Like a business, a family which keeps regular accounts can plan better for the future, and it's less likely to go broke. Why, even your mother finds it helpful to understand bookkeeping.
Yes, as an officer of the Women's Club, Mrs. Thayer helps manage the club's business affairs and checks over the treasurer's report. For social clubs also have their receipts and expenses and must keep books like any business organization. Ronald has already learned that he must manage his own financial affairs and keep track of his expenses if he's going to stretch his allowance through the whole week. So he knows that when he becomes the head of a family and has to do this on a large scale, bookkeeping will be a mighty useful thing to know. He's studying it for personal use, regardless of the work he goes into. Nancy is in class because she has plans for becoming a stenographer and advancing to be a secretary. She knows that the dictation of a businessman often deals with problems involving bookkeeping principles, so her bookkeeping training will stand her in good stead. She may have to type various kinds of business reports. She won't need to know bookkeeping just to copy such reports. She will in order to check the accuracy of her work. There's another reason why a knowledge of bookkeeping helps a secretary to get ahead. She may be called upon to keep the personal bookkeeping records of her employer, and in a small office, possibly be the company's bookkeeper. Of course, bookkeepers and accountants are the people who use bookkeeping knowledge and skill most directly. Even among machine operators, it's those who have studied bookkeeping who are most valuable to the company, and who therefore stand a better chance for promotion. For many people, bookkeeping is the all-important first step toward achieving a place in the profession of accounting. Accounting not only entails maintaining all sorts of financial records, but also advising the management in planning financial and operating policies, and in matters of production control. Then, too, there are many opportunities in the field of public accounting, handling the accounting work of individuals and small concerns, and serving large companies as an impartial and trustworthy outsider. No matter where Nancy may work, an understanding of bookkeeping will help her to understand business in general. This brings us to Henry, who announced his intention of becoming a senator or maybe a governor. So why bookkeeping? Because government, too, is a business, a big business. Taxes are levied and collected to provide income. Equipment is bought and salaries are paid. All these transactions must be recorded and reported. This naturally creates many opportunities for bookkeepers and accountants in the federal, state, and municipal governments. And every person who holds public office must be able to understand and interpret such reports. Many of the issues in political campaigns involve business problems.
My opponent in this campaign tells you that he has operated our transportation system so efficiently that cash receipts have always exceeded cash disbursements. He neglects to tell you, however, that much of our transportation equipment is worn out and no reserves have been provided to buy new.
When issues like this arise, not only the candidates, but every voter needs to understand the principles of business and bookkeeping. The best way to learn such principles is to see how they work out in practice. And that's exactly what Henry and the others do in this bookkeeping class. Well, someone seems to be absent today. Or perhaps this vacant seat is for you. Some of the many different ways in which bookkeeping will help these students. Now, consider your own case. Can bookkeeping help you to get ahead in your chosen career? Can bookkeeping help you in your personal life?
Yes, Mom, I've got it. What's that? Oh, yes, the ticket he told me about. Well, let's see what he has to say. Here's the latest on my broken ankle. Doc says I'll be all right, only I have to stay off my feet for a week or so. Anyway, here's the ticket for the High Teen Carnival. It's too late to turn it in, so you have yourself a time and tell me all about it. One couple. That means a date. Not like just going around with a crowd. Just me and the girl. Well, that's all right. Only, what girl? Who?
How do you choose a date? Whose company would you enjoy? Well, one thing you can consider is looks. Woody thought of Janice and how good-looking she was. He'd really have to rate to date somebody like her. Yes, he'd enjoy that, except, well, it's too bad Janice always acts so superior and bored. She'd make a fellow feel awkward and inferior. Well, perhaps someone who doesn't feel superior. There's Betty, and yet it just doesn't seem as if she'd be much fun. What about Anne? She knows how to have a good time and how to make the fellow with her relax, have fun too. Yes, that's what a boy likes. He wants to know he's appreciated. Anne would be fun on a date. So Woody decided he'd ask Anne for this first date. But just how should he ask her? And what if she refused? No, it won't be easy asking for that first date.
Well, Woody.
Hi, Ed.
What you doing?
Just thinking.
Don't work too hard.
Ed, is this private?
No, stick around if you like.
Well, hello, Edward. I thought I heard you come in.
Hi, Mom. What's for supper?
Oh, Mom, is it all right with you if I have a date Saturday night?
Well, of course, you generally go out on Saturdays.
Hello. May I speak to Mary, please?
But, Mom, this is different. A date. Well, I haven't asked her yet, but I'd like to take Aunt Davis to the High Teen Carnival.
Oh, Anne's a nice girl, but a date? Well, you're rather young.
Oh, Mom, give him a break. I think he can swing it. We all have to start sometime.
Well, if you don't overdo on dating, Ed knows what I mean. Weekends only, and not too late.
Thanks,
Mary.
Mom. I just called up to check on tonight. I think I can get by a little earlier than usual. How's 7:30? All right, Mary. Bye now.
Boy, you sure make it sound easy. How do you do it?
Practice, my boy. Experience.
But I don't think I'll know what to say, what to talk about.
Now, don't worry about that. Just be your natural, talkative old self. Come on, let's see what's for supper.
Wait a second. Oh, Mom, is the floor dry yet?
Yes, you can come in.
Hello, Mrs. Davis. This is Woody. Alan Woodruff. May I speak to Anne?
How do you ask for a date? What about this?
Anne? Well, how about a date? Well,
really? No thanks, Woody.
Well, suppose he did it this way.
Hi, Anne. What you doing Saturday night?
Well, I guess I'm busy.
Oh, yeah? Any chance of giving him the brush off for me?
Well, of all the nerve.
Well, is there another way?
Anne? This is Woody. Well, I have a ticket for the High Teen Carnival Saturday, and, well, would you like to go?
Why, yes, Woody. I'll have to talk to my folks about it, but I think I can go. That'll be fun.
Yeah. Well, shall I pick you up about 8 o'clock?
That's fine, Woody. 8 o'clock Saturday. I think it'll be all right, but I'll let you know for sure. Bye. A date with Woody. Saturday. Come in. Hi, Anne. Hi, Judy. What are you doing? Why, aren't you the inquisitive little sister? I'm getting ready for my date tonight with Woody. Oh, he's nice. A date, huh? What'll you do? Go to some fancy place for dinner? No, silly. We're going to the High Teen Carnival. And then he'll bring me home. Oh, that doesn't sound like much. Why, we'd have fun at the carnival, you and I, wouldn't we? Oh, yes. Well, Woody and I are going to have fun in just that way. I think the important thing about a date is to have a good time. You don't need to spend a lot of money to do that. You just enjoy whatever you're doing, whether it's movies or parties or anything. And you leave your boyfriend enough money so he'll ask you again. My, you'll be out late. Why, not particularly late. Mom and Dad and I have an agreement about what time to come in. Look, will you be a honey and get my stockings from the bathroom? Sure.
Mom, do we have any cleaning fluid?
There's a some. Goodness, you know we have some. Oh, here, let me.
No, I'll do it.
That's it, son. Look your best. Your first date is mighty important.
Yeah. Dad, were you excited the night of your first date?
I sure was.
So was I. I took my date seriously. A date was a major event. Why, the night of my first date, my date had a flat tire and he was an hour late. And he didn't even bother to call me. Well, when he finally came, I had to run upstairs and do my face and my hair all over again. Oh, I was so upset.
That fella had a lot to learn about girls. Your mother lost all interest in him after she met me.
And the moral of that story is that I should be on time tonight, right?
You bet. And the same goes for Ann.
Any girl who can't be ready on time for a date isn't good enough for my boy. Well, what are you doing? Oh, go find a mirror so you can see yourself.
Hi, Woody.
Oh, hi.
Big night, eh? Yeah.
Flowers. Ann won't expect flowers, will she?
Huh? Oh, I hardly think so. I'm taking these to Mary because it's a special occasion. Of course, if you want to take flowers anyway, I guess there's no law against it.
But I don't have to, unless it's a ritzy affair.
That's the general idea. Flowers for a prom or a very special party. Otherwise, you don't need to. Say, I'll have to run.
Me too. See you later.
I'm going, folks.
All right, Ed. Have a nice time.
But when you're having so much fun, time goes all too fast. Well, it's the time Ann had set for getting home. And now, good night. The end of a perfect evening. But how do you say good night? Perhaps...
Don't, please.
But Ann...
Or it could go this way.
Well, so long.
Just like that. After all, a girl likes to know you've had a good time. So let's try saying goodnight again. One more way.
Well, it's getting late.
Yes, it is. I'd ask you in for a bite to eat if it weren't so late. Let's plan to get home in time for a sandwich or something next time.
Say, that sounds good. I'll call you next week.
Well, thanks so much. I had loads of fun.
So did I.
Good night, Woody.
Night, Ann.
Let's drop.
There. That's real balance and poise. The teamwork we're watching represents one of many ways to build balance and poise, along with skill, strength, and general physical fitness. And there are other things to be gained from this sort of activity. And to find out what they are, let's meet some of the members of this group. This is Ernie Allen. Note the well-developed body, no surplus of soft fat. Here's Hal Thompson. Notice his alertness, his bright interest. And meet Jean Taylor. She's a living example of poise and confidence. Anyone in the Acrobatics Club could tell us a story of how much he has gained from it. But we'll concentrate on these three: Ernie, and Jean, and Hal. First, Ernie. A year or so ago, Ernie was in a rundown condition. He always seemed to have a cold or sore throat. Any sickness that was going the rounds was bound to get Ernie. And sometimes there were more serious illnesses. Finally, as Ernie was recovering from this one, the doctor suggested a 3-point program for health. Sleep, regular rest, right eating, a sound, balanced diet, and exercise when Ernie felt stronger. Ernie's instructor gave him the cues. Don't overtire. And while Ernie built himself up for the time when he could actually play basketball, he was learning the skills of the game. As time passed and Ernie grew stronger, he increased his daily quota of activity. And it's important that it be regular. And Ernie tried some exercises to supplement his sports program. Here's one to build up those abdominal muscles. It wasn't long before Ernie began to feel the benefits of his regular exercise. A little exercise every day. Here's a trunk stretching exercise to strengthen the nut muscles. See how the hips act as a pivot. Ernie still has a cold now and then, but now that he's stronger, he can shake off illnesses more readily. Ernie found that he could build good health and enjoy it. And certainly everyone here has sound health. Exercise builds good health. What about Jean Taylor? What's her story? We've remarked on Jean's poise and self-confidence, but not so long ago, Jean felt lethargic and awkward. And feeling awkward, well, let's see what happens. Yes, Jean was pretty shy. Jean wondered if she could do something to make friends easier. A couple of days later, she was still wondering. And then she saw one way other people make friends. That's right, engage in sports. But no, Jean wouldn't dare. She'd be so clumsy and awkward. But the point is, of course, that you have to learn how to play. Jean thought she might try it. Maybe once she learned the skills of the game, she would gain poise and self-confidence. So Jean finally took the big first step and got started with some physical activity. Besides badminton, Jean used simple exercises to build control of her muscles for better posture. Here's a good exercise to develop poise and balance. It's called a tour jeté. Over a period of days, try to increase the number of times you can do this before getting tired. Jean's exercises improved her badminton and her poise. She had started out wanting to meet a few people, to make friends. So when Hal invited her to join the Acrobatics Club, don't think Jean wasn't pleased. Yes, Jean made social contacts and friends. That's another way exercise has helped. Jean's a happier girl, as well as a healthier one. Now, what got Hal started with the Acrobatics Club? He has plenty of social contacts, and he has enjoyed fairly good health. So what was his need for physical activity? Not long ago, Hal was all work and no play. He took his studies seriously, which is all right, except that he didn't give himself time for anything else. Study, study, study. And then, after school, a job, filing papers. And that work is no more active than studying. So it's not surprising that Hal began to make mistakes. He had a steady diet of thinking, and he had no release for nervous energy. He became tense and irritable. He needed some other activity as an outlet for his emotions. Some activity more strenuous than shutting file drawers and holding books. Hal had to find out for himself that he needed physical activity. Then one day he found this passage. Physical activity can provide excellent release for nervous tensions. Exercise increases the rates of respiration and circulation and serves as a stimulus as well as a release for nervous tension. The pleasing tiredness that follows exercise promotes complete relaxation. Well, to Hal, that meant just one thing. He determined to have a program of exercise. So, after talking it over with his physical education instructor, he learned a few exercises that led him to an interest in tumbling. Try this to stretch the muscle fibers and tendons at the back of your knees. Go easy at first, until you feel the stiffness leaving. Hal usually spends some time chinning to strengthen the muscles of his upper arms, shoulders, and back. By taking time for some exercise every day, Hal finds an outlet for his nervous tension and does even better work at his studies and on the job. What of the others of this group? Why are they here? Probably their reasons are similar to Ernie's and Jean's and Hal's reasons. Perhaps they want exercise to increase their strength and endurance and to improve their balance and flexibility. Perhaps they want to establish outlets for their emotional tensions. Perhaps they want to gain poise and self-confidence and meet new friends. Of course, tumbling is only one of the many ways to obtain exercise. Athletic sports involve team play and team competition, and so are especially good ways of building health and releasing emotional tension. These activities bring large groups of muscles into action and train groups of muscles to work together. And milder, less vigorous sports still have the advantage of outdoor activity. And although not everyone can take part in team athletics, almost anyone can find some source of exercise with little or no equipment. Talk it over with your physical education instructor or your doctor. It's up to you to see that your body gets the activity it needs for better physical and mental health.
Yes, Jim, what is it?
Well, Mr. Evans, Miss Black wanted me to bring this to you.
Oh? Won't you sit down, Jim? I understand you have an unusual pencil, Jim.
Yes, sir. That is, it's nothing special.
But you're rather proud of it.
It has my name on it. I won it in an essay contest.
May I see it? Personally, I think that something like this is better for carving.
I'll fix the desk, Mr. Edmonds. I'll sand it down and refinish it. You won't be able to tell where I scratched it at all.
That's a good idea, Jim.
I'll begin today after school.
That would be fine.
Well, what else do you want me to do, Mr. Edmonds?
Perhaps you can help me with a problem. I'd like your advice, Jim.
My advice?
Yes, I've got quite a serious problem. There are a great many young people in the school, Jim. Each is an individual, but in one important way, they're all alike. They're all growing up.
Is that the problem, Mr. Edmonds?
Yes, growing up is a problem. Because, well, I remember one time I watched some of the boys play ball. You've probably seen it, too. The boys were all about your age. In years, they're young men. But sometimes in their behavior...
They act like children?
That's it. A boy batting struck out, and what a fuss he made. He was a young man in years, but the way he behaved was more in keeping with a 5-year-old. When you see a child do the same thing, you think, oh, well, he'll grow up sometime. But at 15 or 16, this boy was still reacting the same way. He was still showing violent temper when little things went wrong for him. So the question is, why doesn't he grow up? Why does he still behave as a child? How can we help him get rid of these leftovers from childish behavior? That sort of behavior we call an infantile reaction.
Infant? Well, whatever it is, it spoils the game for others. Why can't he act his age? I guess scratching a desk spoils it for others, too. Why can't I act my age, eh?
That's what I'd like to know, Jim. Well, you know what to do about the desk. But now this pencil. If you were a first grader, I'd just keep it, wouldn't I?
Oh, but Mr. Edmonds, I'm not a first grader.
Oh, you're not. So suppose you start fixing that desk. Come back for your pencil when you feel you're ready for it.
Yes, sir.
Goodbye, Jim.
Why can't I act my age? That's a good one. Oh, well. Fix up the desk and forget about the whole thing. Pencil gone? Oh, yes. Maybe one of these pencils will do it. Hey, act your age. No use getting sore. That won't open the can.
Hello? Oh, Mr. Olson.
Need some help, son?
Why, yes. Do you have a knife or something to open this?
Yes, I guess so. I'm using yours to carve up a desk, I see.
No, a pencil.
A pencil? Bright crop of young fellows in this school. Every day think up a new way to act like babies. Never grow up. Still little boys playing with morals. Pencils, knives, pulling girls' hair. Well, there's no sense in cleaning up here until you're through. I'll come back later.
Still little boys. Playing with marbles, eh?
Huh. But maybe it's true. Remember what Bill did yesterday. He was sitting right there. I guess he thought no one was looking when he took Jean's notebook. Was he cheating? Probably. And that's a childish thing to do. That's a child's way out. Then there was Phyllis the other day. She seemed to be worrying about something, and when Miss Black called on her, and she wasn't ready with an answer, why, you'd have thought it was something terrible that had happened. She almost cried. Just like a little girl. Yeah, that's it. An infantile reaction. Why don't we act our age? I'm going to talk to Mr. Edmonds again. After school tomorrow.
I've given it a lot of thought, and, well, I'm not the only one, Mr. Edmonds. Everyone seems to act childish sometimes, but I don't understand just why.
Well, it's partly because of the way we grow up. Your body's growing up now, Jim. You're growing much taller these years. But it may be some years more before your shoulders really broaden out and you become fully grown. Growing up emotionally is much the same. Different parts of our personalities grow at different rates. Some of us never grow up entirely.
So one side of a fellow's personality could be grown up, and another still infantile. Is that right?
Yes. For example, you've seen the girl who always has to win an argument. Most of the time, she behaves like a young lady. But let someone disagree with her, well, she might just as well be 5 years old. We see reactions like this with young children. Then there's the fellow who can't take a joke. He laughs as hard as anyone at most jokes, but when the joke's on him, watch out. His 5-year-old brother would react the same way. There's the boy who constantly shows off to gain attention. There's the girl who cries over trifles. Then remember, there's the ball player who becomes violently angry when he loses out. Those are some of the many infantile reactions we see around us every day. They indicate that a part of one's personality isn't growing up with the rest. Now, what we need is some method of measuring our growth, comparing various parts of our personalities.
Say, I have an idea, Mr. Edmonds. I think I can figure out my age. Anyway, I'd like to try.
Just a minute. Don't you want your pencil?
No, sir. I'll wait until I know how old I am.
Let's see. How old am I? When someone disagrees with me? When someone pokes fun at me? When I want attention? When I am confused? When I don't get what I want? There. I guess those are pretty important times to watch out for infantile reactions. Now to rate my age today, and then see how well I can grow.
Oh, hello, Mr. Olson.
You again? Carved up another desk already?
No, I'm just trying to figure out how old I am.
Ask your mother.
No, I mean how old I am and the way I behave.
Oh, don't rate yourself too high. I won't bother you, will I?
No, this is too important. I thought of it 2 days ago, so I made several copies of this and had my parents rate my age in each of these points, and my best friend. My rating wasn't exactly high in some places.
But it looks like a good rating system. What do you do now?
Well, I'll have to work hard to bring my rating up. Here, for instance, where it says, how old am I when I don't get what I want? I rated myself 10 years old, and my dad put it even lower than that.
So I'm going to get in the habit of controlling my temper. And maybe next month I'll have a better rating. And by next year, I want to catch up with my real age.
That's something to look forward to.
I'll see. Well, I'm not going to tell you all my ratings, but I thought you might want a copy of this.
I certainly would. I think everyone here should rate himself and have his friends rate him this way, to make sure he grows up evenly.
And gets rid of those infantile reactions. I think I'd like my pencil back now.
It's there on the desk.
Oh, thanks. Thanks, Mr. Edmonds. Goodbye.
How old are you? Wouldn't you like to try rating yourself on a sheet like this?
In the afternoons, the store across the street from school does a rushing business. At least one customer buys those deluxe concoctions. Meet Jack Firth. And look at that. It's a peach super delight.
Boy, that sure is a swell-looking camera, Ralph. Wish my dad would get me one like that.
Well, my dad didn't buy the camera. I bought it myself.
You did? Well, how did you do that? How could you afford it? You don't earn any more than I do.
No, I just saved up for the camera.
Saved up? How can you save up? There's always something you have to buy.
I got Pete Super Delight, huh? Well, I just worked out a budget that allowed for savings.
A budget? Oh, no. I tried a budget once. Didn't work.
Well, I tried a couple budgets at first that didn't work either. Then Dad showed me a way that really can work.
How? How do you work your budget? Oh, no. It wouldn't work for me anyway.
Oh, it might, Jack. See? This is my camera graph. That's the way I kept track of my progress in saving for the camera.
Well, what does the graph mean?
Well, along this side over here, I have the savings marked off. And the weeks are marked along the bottom. I aimed at this dotted line to save $2 a week for 20 weeks. And then I'd have my camera. I almost made it, too. But then a couple of times I slipped and didn't save my $2 that week. But I finally made it. And now...
Oh, it looks like a good idea. What's this one here?
Well, that's for the tripod I want. I'm doing better on this graph. It's a lot easier now that I've done it once.
Yes, Ralph has a budget and a method of saving that shows results. If Jack were as determined to get a camera, if all of us were as determined to save for things we want, perhaps we could budget successfully and get some of them. What about it? Is it easy to make a budget work? Jack will have to prove that to himself. And if his taste is always as rich as it is this afternoon, it may not be easy. How do you make a budget? Is just a graph enough? A few days ago, Jack saw an example of a budget, the budget his family uses. Out of its total weekly income, Jack's family allows so much for food, household, clothing. Each part of their regular expenses is allowed for in the budget. And they try to make their expenses regular so as to follow the budget as closely as possible. Yes, even Jack's allowance for his work around the house is part of the family budget. And there's a provision for savings, even with all those other expenses. So the family has a budget which allows for savings. Are budgets just for parents? Can Jack do any saving out of his income? Well, let's see. Let's take a look at it. There's that work-at-home allowance of $2 a week. And Jack earns $6 a week working part-time in the library. Now combine these two,
And we have Jack's total income, $8 a week, for Jack's expenses and what he can save. Let's see. Regular, predictable expenses like lunch money, car fare, and then the expenses that aren't quite so easy to predict. Personal expenses, after-school snacks. Now let's try to hold that down to 50 cents and save more. Then school supplies. And entertainment, movies and dates. There. Does that handle Jack's expenses? Look, there's $3 left for savings. That's more than Jack expected. What did he do with all that money before? There's one type of thing that ate up his cash. If he'd do without extravagances, he could save every week. But he'll have to watch things, keep records of expenditures. He'd better write down a list of expenses to watch. Too many movies, too much candy. And maybe Jack can try Ralph's idea of a graph. When you save for a specific goal or purpose, it's easier to stick to the budget if you have a visual reminder. $3 a week for 14 weeks will do the trick. Jack got underway in fine style. The 4th week, this caught Jack's eye. $1, That'll knock a hole in the budget. Maybe not save so much this week. No. Want that camera. Budgets ought to allow for this sort of expense. Why, Jack's budget does allow for it. Entertainment, that's right. That's simple. Just don't go to any movies this week. But that show at the Strand. Wanted to see that. And it won't be on next week. Can't go to both that and the class mixer. Have to choose. More fun at the mixer. That's what it'll be. Well, you can't have everything you want. And Jack wants a camera.
Peach soup. No, a Coke, please. Make it 2.
Right.
Well, you must be on a budget. How's it working out?
Oh, pretty well, I guess, but it's hard sometimes. Oh, boy, I sure would like a peach super delight right now.
Well, Jack, you can't stick to your budget all of the time.
No, Jack doesn't have to follow his budget, but he has made his own rules to save for a camera. As long as he follows those rules and chooses to save, he'll find that the pennies certainly add up at the end of the week. But not all choices are so easily made. That'll be some football game, and Jack wants to go. Who wouldn't? Well, where can this fit into the budget? Perhaps the money for entertainment and... No, he's already used that for Dad's birthday next week. It's either no savings this week or no game. So, to go to the game and not save anything this week means setting his camera back 1 week. Jack decides the game is worth postponing the camera for 1 week. He notes the expense in his little book. But that pen, the one he's had so long, has to break now. Have to buy a new one. See, this budget business is no good. Jack doesn't see how anybody makes it work. But by the time he gets home, Jack has thought it out. And he knows that when you want something hard enough, you can find ways to save for it. One way to keep the budget going is to make things do. Jack knows how to fix that leaky pen with a little cement. Not as good as new, but it'll hold for a while. So Jack goes on, trying to stick to his revised schedule. But a few weeks later, his repair job gives out. He just has to buy a new pen. This one, which fits within his 50-cent school supplies budget, is not a good buy at any price. But to pay for this one, he'd have to take some out of his savings. He knows, however, that buying cheap, unsatisfactory products is never thrifty. So, even though this pen will make him draw money from his savings account, it is a better buy and a necessity. But Jack isn't going to let that setback stop him. He still wants that camera. By saying no to extravagance. By finding ways of entertainment that don't cost money. By fixing things and making them last. Jack keeps going toward that goal. Every week seems a little easier until finally Jack makes it, right on schedule. Isn't that a honey? It was really worth saving for. As Jack gets a better idea of what he can do, he reorganizes his figures to save better and spend better. He's making new plans. How about you? How will you do it?
The people who are most likely to succeed. What's the secret of their success? Let's see if Nick Baxter can help us find the answer.
Say, Nick, what are you doing?
Nothing.
Aren't you going to finish your table?
Not right now.
You mean to say you're going to stay after school to loaf again?
Uh-huh.
Well, what are you doing? Oh, reading that article I wrote for the paper. Pretty good, huh?
Why don't I ever get chosen for something like this? Most likely to succeed. Huh. What have these kids got that I haven't got anyway?
So that's it. Did you read the rest of the article? You know, I interviewed these kids and, well, it was really interesting what they had to tell me.
How do I get high grades? I work for them. I'm not going to school just to put in time. I want to be somebody.
How do I find time for so many activities? I plan for them. I like to make the most of my spare time.
Why do I have so many friends? Well, I like people. I want them to like me. I want to learn how to get along with them better. That'll always be important to me. Now, does that help answer your question?
I still don't exactly see why they were picked.
Well, it seems to me they're all saying pretty much the same thing. To succeed in something, you have to have a purpose and make plans for reaching it and work at it all the time.
Sounds crazy to me.
Well, what are you doing after graduation?
I'll think about that later.
Are you planning what you'll be doing next semester?
Good night, no. Why should I?
Well, what about next month or next week?
I don't know. What's the idea?
Well, what are you doing this afternoon?
Nothing. There's nothing to do. If I go home, there'll be homework or work to do around the house or something. I'm tired of it.
Brother, you do need a purpose and a plan. You should be working on your future right now. Well, have you ever figured out what you'll be like in a few years? Why don't you look ahead?
Don't preach at me. Purpose.
Plans. Looking ahead. As if you could tell what you'll be like in a few years. Or can you? What about Ed? He'll probably wind up as a scientist. That's what he's aiming for. And he studies hard. Maybe you can figure that Jean will be pretty active in clubs and things, because she's pretty active now. And, well, Terry would sure do all right in politics with that knack he has of making friends. Well, I suppose you can figure out where some people are headed for. But, say, Don. Yeah? Suppose you could look ahead like you said. Do you suppose you could figure what I'm going to be like in a few years?
That's not hard. Judging by the way you're going, I'd vote you least likely to succeed. A guy without any purpose or any plan. You're liable to end up just being a drifter. Maybe even a bum.
A bum? That could be me. Nothing but a bum. What am I saying? That won't happen to me. There's nothing to all that about purposes and plans and looking ahead. That's book stuff. Just trying to put the old scare in me. Forget about it. Now, what's the matter? Can't I even build a simple table? I have to figure out how I want it to look, and make a plan for building it. Let's see. There. That's the way I want it to look. Now I have to figure out just how to make it. Length, width, height. That's better. Now I've done something the way it ought to be done. It started to shape up as soon as I made these sketches. When I saw how I wanted it to look and made plans for building it. Plans. Sketches. Measurements. Wait a minute. That's what Don was talking about. That's what I have to do with my own future. I've got to look ahead and imagine, not what it will be like if I just keep drifting, but what I want it to be like. Hello? Oh, hello, Dad. Fine, thanks. How are you and Mother? Great. Say, Dad, you'll want to know. I've been elected chairman of the community club. That's right. Will you and Mother be my guests at the club dinner? Good. Mary and I will expect you. Yes, I want a future that's something like that. I want to be happy, be somebody, have a good job,
friends, a home, a wife and kids. But how do I get there? If that's my purpose, how do I reach it? How? Detailed plans of how to achieve my purpose. And I'd better be getting at it right now. I can write them down, add to them as I go along, change them even. But the important thing is having plans, plans to work with.
Yes, Nick is learning the importance of looking ahead. He's making some decisions about the kind of future he wants and some plans to reach it. Nick wants a happy home life in the future. So he is finding out how his own family works right now and why it gets along so well. Nick wants a successful vocational life. So he's getting some idea of the kind of work he wants to do. And he's studying harder to bring his grades up. And Nick wants a rich social life in the future. So he is learning how to get along with people better. Because now is the time to start working on the plans you have made to achieve happiness. Having a purpose or goal to plan for has given new meaning to everything that Nick does.
Hi, Nick. What you doing? Oh, hi, Don. Hey, that sure looks great. Thanks. It's fun to do things that come out right. How about playing some ball this afternoon? Boy, I'd like to, but I have a date with a guidance counselor. Want to talk over some different kinds of work in engineering. Then there's the math club meeting. After that, Bill and Ed and I are having a bull session on chemistry. Then I have a date... Okay. Boy, you sure have been going places lately. It's easy, my boy. You've just got to do a little looking ahead.
Eddie and Ray are friends. That's why Ray's walking his bike instead of riding home, so he can be with his friend Eddie. Now, Carl is not a friend. He lives in the same neighborhood, but he hasn't made friends with the others. Here's Jane. She's a friend. And guess what? She's going home to make some fudge. And she's inviting the fellows to come over later and sample it. Yes, sir, friendships are worth having, aren't they? Carl isn't in on the fun. He isn't in the gang. Maybe he's just not the friendly sort. What do you think? When it's so much fun to have a friend and be a friend, why is it some people are not friends? Wouldn't it be more fun to have more friends? We all have fun with our own friends. But what about other people? Mightn't they be fun? After all, we're all strangers till we make friends. Ray's brother, Phil, has lots of friends. Friends he can count on, help him have a good time.
I won't hurt your old bike. I said you can't ride it.
Let's double. There's something going on over there.
Don't be so stingy. I'm not stingy. You're so just because I won't let you ride my bike. Come on, let me. I won't hurt it.
Hey, whoa, hold it, Phyllis, hold it. It's a big trouble, Ray.
He's trying to take my bike. Yeah, you keep your old bike.
Phil has always tried to help Ray be friendly. And Ray has learned. But, well, sometimes he sort of forgets.
I thought you and Eddie were friends.
He's no friend of mine.
Why not?
Oh, he called me stingy.
Were you?
Just because I wouldn't let him ride my bike.
Mm-hmm.
I should say not. Wrecked his own bike. Broke the chain. Might wreck mine, too.
So you're not friends anymore, huh? Well, that's too bad.
Maybe so.
You two always seem to have good times together. Ray, give a guy a hand, huh? Has, Eddie ever loaned you his bike?
Sure.
Did you wreck it?
Of course not. Oh, you mean I'm more careful of his bike than I am of my own.
That's just what I mean.
Guess maybe I am.
You know, to keep your friends, you gotta be pretty considerate. Look for the good in people. Give them credit for being as straight as you are.
Yeah. It might work.
I don't think Eddie would have wrecked your bike, but even if he did, his friendship's worth more. After all the fun you guys have had together, why, you... Well, where are you going?
You know.
Attaboy, Ray. You know, it isn't easy to say, I'm sorry, I was wrong. But it makes friends, Ray. Makes friends. Hey, you surprised me.
Thought maybe you could use a little help.
I sure can.
Just being friendly.
Cut it out, will you?
Say, does Dad know you're fixing this?
No, I'm planning to surprise him.
Well, hello there.
Hi, Mr.
Martin. How are you?
About time I brought this letter back I borrowed from your father.
Are you sure that's our letter?
It sure is. Oh, well, there were a couple of steps broken, and I just happened to have a little spare time, and...
Well, it's as good as new. Thanks, Mr. Martin. Thanks a lot.
I'm glad you like it. Oh, I noticed that you're fixing that screen. Thought you might want to touch up the frame. Here, use what you need.
That's mighty nice of you, Mr. Martin.
You know, it's good to see you boys helping your father this way.
And if you need our ladder, you're sure welcome to it.
Why, thanks a million.
Mr. Martin, I'll bring back the paint. I mean, when we're through with it.
There's no hurry. Well, so long, boys.
So long, Mr. Martin.
Bye.
And thanks again.
Now, there's what I call a friendly guy.
Yeah, everybody likes Mr. Martin. He's okay. Hey, you're really thinking about this business of being friendly, aren't you?
Well, it sure would be a lot friendlier world if everybody were like that.
Most people are like that. But being friendly is a two-way proposition. Find out how friendly other people are, you have to practice being friendly yourself.
Yep. So in order to be friendly, I should look for the good in other people. And be courteous. And be generous.
Even when it hurts. There's one more thing, though.
What's that?
Well, you have to like people. Take Mother and Dad, for instance. They enjoy meeting new people, don't they?
Sure.
Yeah, it shows in their attitude. They're really interested in other people. Other people know it.
Is that why you have so many friends? Because you like people?
I guess so. At least I'm not timid or standoffish. So, people aren't standoffish with me. When you like somebody, you let them know about it. Well, the first thing you know, you've made a new friend.
But do they always turn out to be good friends?
Usually.
Oh, Ray! Where you want your bike? Hi, Eddie.
How's
Over
it going,
against
Ed?
the wall. Anyway. What you doing? Helping Phil surprise Dad.
Say, you know that rear reflector of yours?
You didn't wreck it. I smashed it up about a month ago.
I had an old one lying around. I put it on.
Boy, that sure is shiny for an old one.
Well, anyway, there it is.
Boy, thanks a lot, Eddie. How about that?
There's a real pal for you.
By the way, when I passed Janie's house, she said the fudge was ready. Come on.
Why didn't you say so? You need me anymore, Phil?
Go ahead, take off.
Thanks. Wait a second.
Hurry up, will ya?
I've been promising Jane I'd let her use my new skates.
That's all.
Yes, friendships are worth having. At home, at school, wherever we are, it's fun to be with our friends. And Ray has learned lots of ways to be friendly. But what about people who aren't in the gang? What about making new friends? What did Phil say about liking people and showing them that you like them? Would Carl make a good friend? It isn't hard to find out. Try saying something. Anything. Something to break the ice. No, it isn't hard to start a new friendship. And it isn't hard to be generous. That's one way to be friendly. See how it works? And it isn't hard to be courteous. That's another way to be friendly. And it isn't hard to be the one who introduces a new friend to old friends. And you never can tell just how much a new friendship is going to mean to you.
Hi, Phil.
Well, where you been, a wedding?
We've been down to the radio station, the whole gang.
Radio station? How come?
Well, you know, a couple weeks ago I met a new friend, Carl?
Yeah, I remember.
Well, it turns out he can play the piano. Really play it. I didn't know a kid could play like that. But somebody knew, and they had him do a whole radio program. He asked some of us to go with him. We went through the whole radio station. Then we sat right in the studio with him. Boy, did I get a kick out of it. You'd have thought he was my own brother or something. Of course, he is kind of my special friend. And you know, I think it meant a lot to him, having us there, having his friends sort of share it with him. Anyway, I guess it proves that you've been trying to tell me about being late. It makes everything, buddy, doesn't it?
$2.98. That's how much money it will take to buy a gallon of paint. It's Friday morning and Tom Havens is to buy the paint after school today. To make the purchase, his father gives him a $5 bill, a crisp, new $5 bill that he received at the bank yesterday. This particular piece of money is just starting in circulation. What will happen to it? What will it be used for? What can money be used for? What is money, anyway? After school, the $5 bill goes to a hardware store where Tom uses it to buy the paint. This is one of the most common ways in which we all use money, as a medium of exchange for goods. Tom exchanges a certain amount of money for a gallon of paint. The clerk naturally accepts the money, and he gives Tom a smaller amount of money in change. And so the $5 bill has found its way into this cash register. But it doesn't stay long. It's to be used to pay Mr. Kelly an electric work he has just done in the store. The store is not paying for wire or fixtures, special services. This is another use for money, as a medium of exchange for services as well as for good. The $5 bill is moving fast. That's because it's so convenient to use in business transactions. In fact, it's hard to imagine doing business without money. Yet for thousands of years, people did get along without money. In primitive days, living was simple and each family produced whatever it needed. The first kind of business was barter. A good stone cutter, for instance, might make a few extra tools and simply trade them for furs and other things he wanted. It was easy. There was no need for money. Even today, barter has its place. Not long ago, Tom Havens got a spotlight for his bike by trading a catcher's mitt for it.
Swapping like this works well between friends. But what would you trade in a hardware store for a gallon of paint? And how would the store owner get the paint and the other goods he sells? What could he trade with all the people who had a hand in transporting the goods to his store? What could he possibly swap with all the stockholders of the hundreds of factories that produced the goods? How could he barter with every individual workman who played a part in the manufacture of each article? No, life today is too complex. People are too dependent upon each other. Jobs are too highly specialized for us to do business by barter. And that's why we depend on money as a quick and easy medium of exchange. Thus, instead of doing a certain amount of electrical work in exchange for gasoline, Mr. Kelly pays for the gas with, yes, the same $5 bill he received at the hardware store. This convenience of modern money has evolved from an age-old search for a satisfactory medium of exchange. Out of the simple barter of primitive people, spearheads became one of the first articles used as money. Shells have also served as money. Wampum was used by the American Indians. And hundreds of other articles have been money to various people at various times. But none of these met all the requirements of good money. Money should be something of value. Yet who but a huntsman has any use for spearheads? The value should be obvious and uniform. Who but an expert knows what this fur pelt is worth? Money should be easy to carry about. Metal rods certainly aren't. Money should be divisible. How do you make change when the price is half a cow? Money should be durable. Too much salt money got caught in the rain. Out of such trying experiences, gold and silver emerged as the most durable, most convenient, most satisfactory money. For greater convenience, men started stamping out gold and silver coins with values imprinted on them. Later, governments took over the exclusive function of coining money, because unscrupulous men began to cover cheap metal discs with gold and silver plating. So today in the United States, any money is counterfeit and so worthless unless issued by the federal government. And anyone who knowingly tries to spend counterfeit money may be fined a large amount and sent to jail. The coins we use are made in one of the 3 mints of the United States Treasury, located in San Francisco, Denver, and Philadelphia. And from the Bureau of Engraving and Printing in Washington comes our paper money, including, of course, the $5 bill of this story. This represents the final stage in the evolution of modern money. For while metal coins are handy for dealing in small amounts of money, when transactions require larger amounts, paper money is far more practical. A $5 bill, for example, is much easier to handle than, say, $5 in dimes. And just imagine buying something that costs $100 and paying for it with 10,000 cents. So the values of the money we use every day are the values fixed by the government. The paper bills and even the coins are not in themselves actually worth the amounts they represent. Their face values, however, are guaranteed not only by huge reserves of gold and silver, but by the stability of the government, which fixed those values. As long as people remain confident that our government is strong and secure, they will continue freely to accept and spend its money without questioning the value, as they have done with our $5 bill, which is now about to move again, because Mrs. Moore has come in to cash a check. A check is not money. It is one kind of substitute for money. Its value is guaranteed not by the government, but by the person who signs it. Since the man at the filling station knows Mrs. Moore, he is willing to take her word that she has enough money in the bank to make the check good. So he cashes it for her. Saturday morning finds the $5 bill still in Mrs. Moore's purse. How will she use it?
Good morning. May I help you?
Yes. Can you tell me the price of those bookends in the window?
Yes, that pair is $8.75, and most attractive.
I'm afraid that's more than I care to spend. Do you have a cheaper pair?
I do have one pair left that's an exceptional value. It's really worth $6.50, but it's on sale at just $5.
I'll take them, please. They're very good looking and certainly worth $5.
Worth $5. Yes, since the value of our money is fixed by the government, we use it as a standard for measuring other values. So money is not only a medium of exchange, but also a standard of value. At 1 o'clock Saturday afternoon, the $5 bill is transferred from the cash register in the gift shop to the pay envelope of Virginia Height, the clerk who sold Mrs. Moore the bookends. And when Miss Height goes to spend the bill, she learns how money serves still another purpose.
Hello. Do you want to make another payment on your radio?
Well, yes. But I see the price has gone up since I bought it.
Oh, don't worry about that. You have to pay over the original price of $30.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that.
Your balance is just $15.
I was so sure the price when I bought it was only $30.
So we see how money serves as a standard for future payments, a yardstick by which we measure the value of anything bought or sold to be paid for in the future. But what of the $5 bill? Soon its adventures take a strange turn. This radio shop is where Tom Havens works after school and on Saturdays. When he's finished his work for the week, he gets a $5 bill. As we have seen, it could be the same $5 bill his father gave him to buy the paint. And where did his father get it? From the bank, and it's going back there. Tom deposits the $5 bill in his savings account. He deposits his money every week, storing it up for his future needs. This way, he's using money as a storehouse of value. Thus, our $5 bill has completed one round trip from the bank and back. Tom first used it as a medium of exchange for goods. Mr. Kelly received it as a medium of exchange for services. It was convenient for him to carry around and use for any business transaction. And no one ever questioned that it was worth $5 because its value has been fixed and guaranteed by the government. When Mrs. Moore made her purchase, she used money as a standard of value. And Miss Height found that money is also a standard of future payments. When the bill returned to Tom, he used it as a storehouse of value. Now it's back in the bank, but it will pass through many, many more hands before it is worn out and withdrawn from circulation. It may even go along with some world traveler who will soon exchange it for an equal value of money of some other nation. For modern money, convenient to use, easy to recognize, and universally accepted for the value fixed by a stable government, it is money which makes possible our complex international society of business, trade, and travel.
This is the day of tryouts for our annual swimming meet at the Lawndale Community Club. And it's a special day for one of the boys because he's proving something that happens all the time. He's proving that you can overcome a handicap so completely that you climb right to the top. Oh, Bill hasn't won yet, but he has qualified to swim in the finals. So it is a special day for him. It's rather a special day for me, too. You see, I've been coaching Bill, and I feel I had a part in making him one of our best swimmers. But I said something about a handicap, didn't I? Well, there was a time when Bill was severely handicapped as far as swimming goes. He used to visit the pool once in a while, but it was the same story every time. He really wanted to learn to swim. But one thing was certain. He'd never learn that way. Yes, Bill had a handicap. That handicap was fear. At first, Bill's friends used to ask him to join in the fun.
Hey, Bill, come on in.
But no, there was no use. They forgot Bill was there. But Bill couldn't forget himself. He kept thinking and worrying.
Think I'm a coward, do they? Well, maybe I am. If only I weren't so afraid. I could learn to swim. I could have fun like that. Sure. I'm a coward. Afraid of the water. Afraid to jump in and help somebody. Well, they're not cowards. Ed or Jim. Or Janet either. They say if you fall off a horse, you should get right back on as soon as you can, so you won't be afraid of horses. I guess she's not going to let this thing worry her. Well, I'll never get over being afraid in the water, no matter how often I get in the pool. What's the use? Just wasting my time trying to swim. I'll never learn. I'll never get over being afraid. Huh.
Giving up?
Yeah, giving up, that's right.
You're Bill Brent, aren't you? My name's Barker. I'm the swimming instructor around here. I've noticed you out there. You really want to swim, don't you?
Oh, it's no use, Mr. Barker. I'm afraid. I'm a coward.
You're the first coward I've ever known that had courage enough to admit it. Huh? Look, I'll agree you're afraid of the water. But does that make you a coward? Most people are afraid of something. Most folks are afraid of wild animals. A lot of people are afraid of speeding cars. I am. I always get out of the way when I see one coming toward me. I guess that makes me a coward, too.
That's different. That makes sense. But being afraid of water, it's silly.
It's easy to say a fear is silly, but that doesn't necessarily help. You know, you're letting yourself get in the habit of being afraid.
In the habit?
Yes. Hey, maybe you know my kid sister. She used to be afraid of dogs. She's getting over it now, but once it was quite serious. We don't really know how that fear started, but it might well have happened this way. When my sister was very small, the people next door had a large dog. He was a rough, noisy dog, too. Kept fenced in the yard all the time. Perhaps sometime in her play, Sis came up quite close to the fence. When the dog came running toward her, she was naturally startled. And, well, if that happened several times, you can see how she might have gotten the habit of being afraid of dogs. And that habit stayed with her long after she forgot all about the first dog that frightened her. You said she was getting over it. How did she? Well, she knew it was an unreasonable fear. And she wanted to overcome it. So she and I worked together. We figured she should know dogs. We felt she should make friends with dogs. It wasn't easy for her. We took it very slow. My knowing that a dog wouldn't hurt her wasn't enough. She had to know. She had to have experience in handling dogs, caring for them. There was a cute little puppy. How could she be afraid of him? How could she help loving the little fellow? Who wouldn't come closer to a big dog for a chance to play with a puppy a little longer? Who could remain afraid of the pup's mother very long? Certainly not my sister. It takes experience, knowledge, determination, and insight to overcome fears that are not rational. But it can be done.
Maybe some people can do it, but I'm too much of a coward.
If you keep calling yourself a coward, you're apt to start acting like one. Say, didn't I see your picture in the paper the other day? Something about a bicycle ordinance, wasn't it?
Yes, I just happen to have a copy right here.
One copy. Oh, yes, here we are. You deserve to be proud of yourself. Student defends bicycle ordinance. The paper doesn't give many details. Tell me about this.
Well, you know about the new ordinance to keep bicycles off the sidewalks.
Mm-hmm.
It's really an important safety measure. But a lot of the kids didn't like it, and they held this protest meeting. Some of us thought it was a good ordinance, and I went to the meeting and said so. It seems to me, in the interest of safety, we ought to accept this rule. The least we can do is give it a fair trial.
Ah, pipe down.
Do you have a bicycle? Yes, I have a bike. But when I'm walking on a sidewalk, I like to feel safe. So I'm willing to ride my bike in the street.
Good going, Bill. You told him.
Do you agree with me?
Sure.
Oh, get up and say so.
No.
Go ahead.
No.
Come on. I tried to get Ed to speak up, but he wouldn't. And the kids are still all steamed up. I don't know.
The courage of your convictions.
Huh?
About Ed. You said he wouldn't speak up even though he agreed with you. Would you say he was afraid?
Afraid? Well, I guess. But that can't be. Ed helped Janet today when she stumbled into the water. He's no coward.
The other day you stood up for what you thought right against opposition, so you're no coward. You showed what we call moral courage.
Well, maybe. Maybe I'm just a part-time coward in the water.
That's where I'd like to help. You want to learn how to swim?
Well,
Come on, then. Let's get started. That day, Bill started overcoming his fear. He was in the habit of being afraid. So the important thing was to get him in the habit of not being afraid. Bill learned gradually, over a period of several weeks, some of the skills he would need for swimming. As he became more skillful in the water, he also became more confident. He was ready to try actions that would have frightened him before, because now he knew he could always right himself in the water, and so needn't fear drowning. Then, as he learned more, Bill gradually eased into deeper water. If he could swim across the shallow end of the pool, he could swim across the deep end. And, of course, the better he could swim, the less Bill feared the water. And he overcame his habit of fear. He became confident. And so today is a special day for Bill. He did overcome his handicap, and very well, too. Whether or not he wins in the swimming meet, he has proved to himself and to others that he is not a coward. Well, we all have little fears which hamper us. We should take a tip from Bill. Our lives can be richer, happier, if we overcome our fears.
The policeman on the corner is a good symbol for law. Like the policeman, law directs us in doing the right things to live together in harmony. And law forbids us from doing the wrong things that tend to destroy that social harmony. But law is more than the policeman on the corner, more than the courthouse where our laws are enforced, more than the jail where lawbreakers are punished. Law is one of three forms of social control which regulate our daily lives. Custom, what we usually do. Moral code, what we should do. And law, what we must do. Now, just how do these social controls affect us? Well, in the teen canteen in our town, we'll find part of the answer to that question. You see, the canteen is always busy early in the evening, but on weeknights the crowd thins out gradually. So when the clock approaches closing time, things quiet down in a hurry. The club has its own laws about closing and the members obey them. After closing time, you won't find anyone there, except for the three members whose turn it is to clean up. But did I say three?
Just us, Betty? Aren't there always three on the cleanup committee? Yes. I wonder who's missing. If it's that Jack McGregor again. It is. I've heard he always ducks out early. It's bad enough with three to clean out, but only two. And he's supposed to be business manager of the canteen. You know, Betty, I'm going to bring this up at the business meeting tomorrow. I'll show that Jack McGregor.
I meant to tell you and Betty, honest, Jane. My dad insisted that I be in the house by 11 o'clock.
Can't you explain to him? He wouldn't want you to run out on your responsibility, would he?
Take it easy. We're not getting anywhere this way. Staying to clean up is a problem with a lot of us. Even though I'm the chairman of the canteen, I've had to skip cleanup duty to keep from being out too late. Say, maybe weeknights we ought to close the canteen earlier.
You'll never get anyone to agree to that.
I don't know. Maybe that is the answer.
Tell you what, let's meet again when we can have our advisors in to help us work this thing out.
As you know, our civic association has been with you from the start. I believe I can speak for the association and as your advisor in recommending that it would be very wise for you to close the canteen on weeknights at 10:30 instead of 11. After all, that's customary in our town. The drugstores, ice cream stores, most of the places of business are closed by that time, and, well, it seems to me that you might close, too.
The theater stays open later than 11.
But we're not a theater. Some people may question our behavior when we keep the canteen open till 11. I don't think it's right for us to stay out so late.
Who's to say what's right? We know what's good for us. Nobody has to stay here till 11 just because the canteen is still open. There's no law that says you have to stay or you have to go. You're a lawyer, Mr. Parks. There's no law, is there?
No, Jack, I don't think there is. Now. But I have heard people talking about your late hours here. You'd better realize that the town could pass a law.
which would compel you to close at 10:30, or 10, or even 9. You see, whatever the community decides is best for itself usually becomes law.
The community? Well, aren't we part of the community?
Oh, of course you are, Jack. But thinking of the community as a whole, well, I wouldn't like to see our town pass a curfew law, as some other towns have. Don't you think it would be better for the community and for you if the canteen were to pass its own law to close weeknights at 10:30?
And so Jack is learning about social controls. It's customary, said Mrs. Brown. It's right, said Jane. It's the law, said Mr. Parks. Yes, they can all see how these social controls, custom, moral code, and law have always played a part in the activities of the teen canteen. Here, as in our general society, there are a great many customs, and we accept them. Customs of dressing, we're neat and clean. Customs of courtesy, we're thoughtful of others. What happens if we violate a custom? It isn't serious. Perhaps we simply lose a little prestige. Nevertheless, customs do control us. We make a habit of following them. And then there are moral codes, sometimes called the mores. These are society's standards about what we should and should not do. They are more deeply ingrained in us. We simply don't cheat in games. We in the society in which we live think that's the proper way. In the canteen, there's no drinking or gambling. That's in line with the moral code of this group. And what happens if we break the moral code? Well, anyone who breaks these loses social status. He no longer belongs. He's an outcast. And then there's law. Let's return to that business meeting where a new law or rule has been under consideration.
It seems we have 4 good reasons for setting the closing time of the canteen at 10:30 on weeknights. For the convenience of the cleanup committee, we need an earlier closing hour. Then there's the custom in the town, and some feel that it's not right for us to stay out late. Finally, we want to be sure that we stay within the laws of the town so that we can continue to govern ourselves without outside interference. With all these reasons, I'm sure the majority of canteen members will vote for 10:30 closing. What do you say?
I think it's the only thing to do.
I'll agree.
Well, we're only advisors. You make your own laws. But I think you'll find that your new law is a good law.
Law is a whole body of rules for our conduct made by representatives of the people and enforced by established means. We all know that there are many don'ts in the laws we make. Law prohibits what the majority decide is wrong. Law directs what is agreed to be right. Laws require you to go to school so that you and society will benefit, and laws provide the schools for you to attend. Thus, every day you come in contact with social controls, with custom, with moral code, and with law. Suppose this were you. What social controls affect you? Well, in your family, and your school, and your church. In your whole community, there are customs and moral codes which guide your actions. Many of these customs and mores are enacted into formal laws. The town or city in which you live has laws which control you. There are state laws passed and enforced by state governments. And the federal government in your name makes laws which affect you. And we are hopefully working toward a still higher level of law, the law of nations united for world peace. You are guided by all these laws and controls. The new law for closing at 10:30 was agreed upon by a majority of the members of the teen canteen. The good law because it agrees with the customs, the moral codes, and the laws of this group and of this community. In a democracy, such laws and social controls belong to the people who live under them. These laws are yours, to make wisely, to change intelligently, to understand and live by.
This is a story about a chemistry that Herb bought for himself. His brother Billy. Let's all watch Billy and Herb and the chemistry set, and perhaps we'll learn some things about fair play. As you see this story, we want you to think about questions. Questions such as, what is fair play? Perhaps when the story is over, you'll want to talk about the... Now let's see what Herb's doing. He starts with two clear legs. It would be fun to do experiments like that, but Herb isn't going to let Billy try. Billy wants his dad to make Herb let him do it. He says Herb's not fair. And Dad thinks perhaps he'd better explain to Billy. Herb shares most of his things with Billy, but maybe it is fair for Herb to keep his own chemistry set and not let Billy play with it. After all, Billy is rather young, and he doesn't know how to use the chemistry things safely. He might break something or hurt himself. And Herb earned the set for himself, so he has a right to it. Do you think that's fair? What about it? To play fair, should Herb share the chemistry set? Well, Herb didn't share the set. He used it alone all evening. On Saturday morning, the boys usually help by doing the dishes, but what's this tug of war? It seems they want to dry them because neither wants to wash. Well, whose turn is it to wash the dishes? Herb's turn. Billy's turn. Taking turns is always fair, but here's another question to think about. How can Herb and Billy decide whose turn it is? Mother thinks it's fair to make a rule and follow it. She'll mark the turns on the calendar. Herb is older, so he will wash today while Billy dries, and next time it will be Billy's turn to wash the dishes. So Herb and Billy can play fair by taking turns and by obeying the rules. That's one way to play fair. Oh, Herb's cut his hand. Must have been on a sharp knife in the sink. Mother will have to clean the cut. And Billy has an idea. How about a bandage to keep the dirt out of the cut? Another way to play fair is to be helpful. Well, Billy has the bandages from the bathroom now, and... Herb's chemistry set. Herb said not to touch it, but... Oh, he's downstairs. He'll never find out. What do you think? Should Billy use Herb's chemistry set? Remember your answer to that question. Well, let's see how Billy makes out. My, those things look strange to Billy. Well, try this one. There. There. Now. Oh. No, Billy isn't hurt. Just stained with harmless chemical ink. But Herb's chemistry set. Ooh, Herb's waiting for the bandages. Here they are, to fix Herb's hand. But what about Billy's stained hand? Well, a little bandage like this will keep dirt out of Herb's cut. Herb's all right now. But Billy offers to wash and dry the dishes, to do both. Herb thinks he could help. But don't you suppose Billy sort of wants to do something for Herb, to make up for the chemistry accident? Herb says, all right, it's a good chance to work with the chemistry set. Uh-oh. Herb will find out about the broken test tube. But Mother thinks the cut heals a bit, and she goes back to finish her work. Now Herb remembers that it's time for Billy's favorite program, and he offers to get the station for Billy. After all, Herb wants to play fair.
I know, David.
With lots of fresh milk and fruit so you'll grow big and strong. And now, back to the adventures of Mary and Eddie. When we last saw our young friends, the captain had just landed the rocket plane. But Billy isn't really listening to the radio, is he? He has too much to think about. Herb has been playing fair with Billy, and Billy ought to play fair, too. He ought to tell Herb about the chemistry set. And that won't be easy. Besides, maybe Billy ought to buy a new test tube for Herb. But Billy has only a little money saved. He'd been planning to buy some marbles, and if he buys the test tube for Herb, he won't have enough left to buy his marbles. What should Billy do? To play fair, should Billy buy the marbles or the test tube? Well, Billy decides he will play fair. And after he tells Herb, Billy will go up and clean up the mess he's left in Herb's room. So Billy buys a new test tube, and there's Herb's chemistry set, just as good as new. Herb is pleased that Billy played fair. Of course, Billy will have to wait for his new marbles, but he feels better this way. And do you know what Herb decides? He's going to let Billy use the chemistry set some of the time, and he'll teach Billy how to do it safely. That is, if Father and Mother agree. Why, of course, they're glad that Herb and Billy have learned to play fair. Herb and Billy are glad, too. And what have we learned about fair play? To play fair, when should we share things? How do we decide whose turn it is? Should we respect the property of other people? What should we do to make up for our mistakes? What is fair play?
Okay, Dad?
All right, Howard. Here goes another strip. Careful.
Okay. Put her on straight, Dad.
How is it down there?
Could you turn it just a little bit? There, that's it.
All right, now we'll brush it on. Howard, hand me that brush, will you?
Okay, but hold still. There you are.
Thanks.
Hi. That's gorgeous. Pop! We eat.
Oh, Martha, you're an angel.
Well, it's to be expected, isn't it? Say, aren't you going to wash your hands?
All right. All right. Why, how lovely.
Glad you like it. Hold on just a minute. I'm nearly through with this strip.
Who would have thought we'd ever manage to redecorate this room and do all the work ourselves?
I'll get it. Hello? Oh, yes, Mrs. Burton. Just a minute. Mother, it's Mrs. Burton about the neighborhood club meeting.
Thank you. Hello, Mrs. Burton. You go ahead and eat. I've been wanting to talk to you. Couldn't the club meet here next month? Oh, you wouldn't know our place. What a difference.
Yes, what a difference. That's a theme song at the Taylor home these days. And there is a big difference. Not only in the home, but in the family, too. To see how the Taylors came to change their home and their home life together, let's go back to another time Mrs. Burton called, some months ago.
Hello? Oh, Mrs. Burton. Well, Mother isn't well. Oh, no, just run down. Tired out, I guess. The neighborhood club? Well, I'll ask her if she wants to join. I know she'd like to, but she never seems to have time for clubs or anything, even when she's well. But I can see why now. We're having simply a terrible time. Very disorganized and trying to do all the work, Dad, Howard, and I. But I'm getting some good ideas from my home ec book. Did you know it says... Oh, certainly, Mrs. Burton. I'll tell her you called. Goodbye. Now, let's see. General cleaning is made much easier if each person picks up after himself. Cleaning. Pick up after yourself. Yes. If Dad put his coat away, or if Howard didn't leave dirty glasses sitting around, or if Martha put the newspaper away when she was through with it, yes, then it might be possible to keep the room clean. But jobs such as vacuuming, dusting, and scrubbing must be done. They sure must. No wonder Mother's all worn out and sick. I don't know how she does it all. Uh-oh. More work to be done. Repairing, cleaning, cooking. Now, home is a lot of work. Just plain work.
What a bunch of trouble trying to do all this work around the house. I was never cut out to be a cook.
Here, let me.
Oh, gee, thanks, sis.
When Mom's sick, we're going to have to help each other. Now, take a look at what I've been reading.
What? When work at home is planned and organized for cooperation, there can usually be more time for leisure. Hey, sis, maybe we should get organized.
Good idea.
Let's try it. You can take some jobs, and Dad will help, and I'll take some jobs. Then maybe we can get our work done.
Good. Cooking.
Cooking. That's what we've been doing. And now you're well, Mom. But we're going to keep right on helping you around the house. It'll make a big difference to you, too. And we've been learning to do all sorts of things around the house. Why, do you know that Dad can fry bacon without burning it now?
Right.
And here, it's all organized. I don't clean house anymore,
That's women's work.
Well, now, Howard, Mother's illness was an emergency, and we all had to pitch in and help. But now, and for the future, don't you think we better assign jobs on a better basis, who has the time and the ability, rather than whether it's a man's job or a woman's job?
What am I to do under this new plan now that we're organized?
You sit and rest.
You just take it easy.
Martha, may I borrow your home ec book for a moment?
Certainly, Mom.
I've been doing some reading, too. Now, let's see, page 231. Father's main work is away from home. This is true also of the children, who must spend most of their day in school. So, much of the housework falls on Mother. So let's include Mother. Now, suppose I break down the big regular jobs on a new list. Of course, some of our work at home is pretty obvious. Each one of us ought to pick up after himself.
We should clean our own rooms.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree. Since I've been taking care of my room myself, I can find things.
I'll clean up the bathroom after I shave.
Where there won't be too many stockings hanging around. That's the idea. Each of us picks up after himself. And in addition, has regular jobs, family jobs. That will help me a great deal.
We'll do it. I'll help with the cooking and house cleaning and that sort of thing, too. But there are a lot of odd jobs that don't seem ever to get done. Mm-hmm. Like fixing the lampshade or polishing the silver. Who's going to do those?
We all have spare time. Let's make a list of all the odd jobs around the house. Then, when anyone has any spare time, he can just go to the list and take on a project.
I like that.
Well, let's begin.
What's first on the list?
So that's how the Taylors organized their work-at-home plan. Their ideas helped their family. See how many would help your family. Each one looked after his own room and helped more with his own clothes. And the Taylors had individual responsibilities for family jobs. And there were the odd jobs, which anyone could do in spare time. So the Taylors organized and did the many jobs which are part of running a home. But there was a bigger lesson they were learning, unconsciously learning. A lesson in planning and working together.
Does anybody want to make a new cover for this shade?
I guess I could make a lampshade.
I'm taking the frame to school tomorrow to solder.
School! I'm glad you mentioned that. Look, I have a major sewing project to work up for home ec, and I want to do something big this time. Maybe a slipcover for the Davenport. Do you think I could?
Oh, well, that's a wonderful idea, Martha. And we'll find money for the materials somewhere in the budget.
We cover the Davenport and fix up that lamp. It's going to show these walls up pretty badly.
Maybe you're right. It is kind of dirty. It's time we redecorated this room.
Ouch. I don't think the family budget can pay for a decorator.
Does it have to? The Millers papered their own dining room and painted the woodwork. I bet we could do that, too.
Why not?
We could borrow the tools from Ed Miller. Then we'd only have to pay for the paper and paint.
You know, I'm glad I joined the neighborhood club. Mrs. Burton knows a lot about interior decorating, and I think she could give me some ideas.
And we could pick out our wallpaper and slipcover material and everything.
You know, this is beginning to be quite a family project.
It certainly is.
Of course, this is more than a story of wallpaper and slipcovers. It's a story of improvements in the Taylors themselves, for they are a far happier and better family since they learned to share the work at home.
Leisure time. Did you ever stop to think how much leisure time you really have? Some of us put our leisure time to good use. And some of us, Ken Michaels, for example, spend most of our leisure time just moping.
Moping? He thinks I'm moping. Well, who wouldn't mope? There's nothing to do, nobody's around. You know how it is. I went down to the bowling alley, went over to the drugstore. None of the gang was there. All my friends are busy, so what's for me to do?
Do you suppose Ken has more leisure time than his friends do?
Huh? Well, no, I don't have more time. We all spend about the same amount of time in school, and the rest is leisure time. I've got nothing to do but wait for supper. My friends have more things to do. They're lucky.
Ken's pretty lucky, too.
Listen to that. All right, I'll bite. Why am I lucky?
Because you have so much leisure time. Time in which you can do things you enjoy. Time in which you don't have to work.
Like this, huh? Is that good?
Let me show you a few things. Suppose you had lived 100 years ago. What would you have been like? Take a look.
Where? Oh, is that me? Is that what I would have looked like 100 years ago?
Well, perhaps. But now, well, let's look back 100 years again and see someone else.
Who? Hey, that's my dad.
Young man, you get off that bed and get to work. After you clean out the stable, you can build some new steps for the back porch. While I work 72 hours a week, no son of mine is going to loaf.
72 hours?
12 hours a day, 6 days a week. Tomorrow morning, young men, you're going out to get a regular job. You can work too, and earn your keep.
Not so good, Ken? Well, let's try another picture. Say about 50 years ago.
Oh, hello, son. Well, say, I've got some new pictures for the stereoscope. We'll look at them tonight. Don't forget about your chores. Have them all done by the time I'm through work. And keep the wood box full.
Boy, how long will you work, Dad?
Why, 10 hours. 10 hours a day, every day except Sunday.
60 hours a week? Boy.
Well, Ken, let's take a look at your father's time as it really is today.
Hi, Dad. You sure don't work as long hours as they used to.
That's right, Ken. It's a wonderful thing to be able to do so much work in so little time. This 40-hour-a-week suits me fine. And some people even work shorter hours nowadays. Oh, by the way, Ken, how'd you like to play a quick round of golf before supper? I think we can work it in. And then later, I'd like to shellac that new bookcase I'm making.
Well, Ken?
Yes, Dad does enjoy his leisure time. And to think that a few years ago, people didn't have nearly so much time to themselves.
Yes, we've gained a lot of leisure time in the last century or so. All of us.
Wait a minute. All of us? Mother should hear you say that. She's always complaining that she doesn't have enough time.
Well, let's see about that. Can you picture your mother as she might have been 50 years ago?
I guess so.
My, that's hard work. It takes so much time, too. But that's woman's lot in life. Scrub clothes, carry water, bake bread, feed the chickens, till time to go to bed and then get up again to start all over again.
You see, Ken? Now, how about today?
My, this new washer certainly is a time saver. And I do need some extra time. Now, let's see, I want to do some shopping, but this first.
Wait a minute. This may be easier work, but it still looks like work.
Oh, well, I have to plan the program for the Women's Club next month. That's one of my favorite activities, you know. It does keep me busy, but, well, that's not work.
What do you think, Ken?
Well, Mother does have more leisure time now. But still, she's always busy. How does she find so many things to do? How can I find something to do with my extra time? Or for that matter, what about you? I don't know. It seems as if leisure time is a problem.
Well, let's see how your friends have met that problem.
I told him once my friends were all busy. Oh, busy. They have something to do with their time. Let's see. Last I saw of Dave, he was headed that-a-way.
You mean this way? Yes. Dave has a hobby of identifying birds. It's a pleasant way of spending his time, and besides, it helps him with some of his schoolwork. You can learn quite a bit from hobbies. Here's Bill. Some of his leisure time is spent doing part-time work at the bookstore. Along with earning some spending money, he's getting experience that will help him later on. And Alice is devoting some of her leisure to learning to sew. That's something she'll be glad she did when she's older. And right now, she gets a big kick out of it. Here's the way Marge spends some of her leisure time. She's learning to play the piano. She's getting a lot of pleasure from her own accomplishment, and she's acquiring a skill that will help her socially. And some of the fellows spend their time in group activities that are building them up physically, as well as providing them with a lot of fun.
So that's what they're all doing. No wonder I couldn't find them. I'll bet you think I should figure out something to do with my time. The question is, how will I know it's the right kind of thing? How will I know I'm using my time well?
Your father mentioned a bookcase he was making, didn't he? Remember how he worked at it last night? Mr. Michaels, you gain 3 important things from your hobby, don't you?
Do I? All I know is this is a pleasant change from my work, and I'm learning a few things. Someday, when I get more time, I'm going to make new furniture for the whole house.
Well, there you are. Do you see now, Ken?
I think so. A good use of leisure time should give you a change. It should help you learn things, and, well, I'm not sure about the third.
It's a good idea to have a long-range goal for your leisure time activities. But it isn't always easy to find a single occupation that will give you all 3 values.
Then you should have more than one activity?
It does help. Of course, even one thing to do is better than just moping. For instance, swimming is a pleasant change, a lot of fun, and a chance to build yourself up physically. And what about reading? There's a leisure time activity that will help you learn things you'd like to know about many subjects. And this hobby could have a long-range goal, perhaps a job in the air.
I get it. You know, I took some pictures once. Yeah, I got a camera for Christmas. Now, let's see, what did I do with that camera? It's around here somewhere. I gotta straighten this place up, too. Oh, here it is. You know, photography ought to make a good hobby for me. Yeah, might even want to make a business out of it someday. Thanks.
Well, what about it? Will photography give Ken a change? Can he learn while doing it and perhaps prepare himself for better living? Will he have a long-range goal to give him satisfaction? And what might be some good uses for your leisure time? Will you let time slip away from you? Or will you use it well?
how he learned all about the things his mother and father do for him. This is Tommy's room, and he's thinking about his room. Can you guess what he's thinking? Look how neatly all of Tommy's clothes are hung in the closet. Yes, that's what Tommy's thinking about, how neat and straight his whole room is. Tommy's thinking hard, because he hasn't done a thing to his room since he left for school this morning. And when he left, the room didn't look like this at all, with toys on the shelves, bed neatly made, clothes put away. No, this morning it looked like this. Clothes scattered about, bed not made, toys on the floor. Yes, when Tommy went to school this morning, he left his room a mess. But now, everything is neat and straight. Now, how do you suppose that happens? And that's not all. Yesterday, Tommy tore the sleeve of his favorite cowboy shirt, and now it's mended as good as new. And this jacket had a button off. Now there's a new button. And you know, things of that sort don't happen just in Tommy's room. They happen all over the house. After breakfast this morning, the kitchen looked like this. Then, do you know what happened while Tommy was in school? Yes, the table was cleared, the dishes were washed and put away, and the whole kitchen was cleaned up. The same thing happens with the dirty clothes. They get washed and ironed and put away just like magic. And the groceries that come from the stores. Well, see that chicken? Here's the way it looks when Tommy sits down to supper. Things certainly do happen while Tommy's in school. Now what does Tommy see? Where's he going? Oh, here's Tommy's father, home from work. And here comes Mother to say hello. Tommy likes to be with his parents. And this evening is a little special, for it's the day for Tommy to receive his allowance. Every week, Father comes home with money for Tommy and for Mother. Money Father earns by going out and working for his family. After supper, the kitchen looks very much as it did after breakfast. Do you know who will clean it up? Tommy knows that when he gets up tomorrow morning, everything will be done. So, good night, Father. Good night, Mother. Good night. Forgot something very important. He'd allowance money in his bank before he forgets. But say, that's not very much money. And there are shows to go to. And that superatomic airplane to send for. And, well, there are so many things a boy likes to have money for. Tommy's going downstairs. He's going to ask Father if he can't have a little more money every week. Tommy will get to see what Mother... Oh, they're doing those dirty dishes. And Mother is telling Father all about the things she did while he was at work. Just what did Mother do today? The first thing she did this morning was to fix up the kitchen. She cleared the table and washed the dishes and put the food away and made everything spick and span. Then she went up to Tommy's room to straighten it. There were train tracks and other toys to be picked up and put away. There was the bed to be made. There were clothes to be hung up, and some would need washing or mending. After that, Mother started on the ironing. Doing the family washing and ironing is a pretty hard job, but Mother does it regularly every week. And the cooking. Mother has to find time for good, nourishing meals for the whole family every day. She knows Tommy's appetite is getting bigger and bigger. Later, she did the mending. Well, there's Tommy's cowboy shirt and his jacket. Tommy could be more careful with his clothes. Those are just some of the things that Mother has to do. No wonder she's often tired at the end of the day. It seems Mother never stops working for the family. And what about Father? What does he do all day? Well, he had a particularly hard job today. One to do. But he did it anyway, because that's the way Father earns money, by doing the job. You see, it is the time he gives, the work he does, that he gets money for. And this is the money the family has to pay for the home and food, and give Tommy his allowance, too. In a way, the money is Father's work. At home, before supper, Father worked on the family budget. It isn't easy to figure out how best to spend the money, because there are always so many bills to pay, and so many things the family wants to buy. After supper, Father repaired a broken chair. Fixing things instead of buying new ones is a good way to save money. Yes, sir, Father and Mother do a good job of working together, like a team. They do so many things for the whole family. And that's something Tommy hadn't thought about before. A team. That's what a family is. A family is a team that works together. And Tommy would like to be on that team. Something like a football team. Yes, Tommy likes to play on a team. And he knows that to have a good game, you must all work together. And every member of the team must do his share. Now, Tommy wants to do his share for the family team. One thing, he can save his money, not ask Father for more, and so help the family buy more things they all want. And starting right now, he can help Mother by putting things away. Yes, from now on, things are going to be different with Tommy. After a week or so of trying, Tommy was really working on the team. When a piece of train track was broken, Tommy fixed it himself. So Father didn't have to fix it, or spend money buying new track. That's a good way to help your father, and show him how much you appreciate all he does for you. And see how neat Tommy's room is. Tommy's gotten in the habit of picking things up and putting them away. And it makes him proud when Mother doesn't have to do any work in his room. Isn't that a good way to help your mother and show her how much you appreciate all she does for you? And Tommy has thought of other things he can do for his parents. It's really more fun than work when you know you're helping your mother and father. Wouldn't you like to do things for parents the way Tommy does? Then help to keep your room clean and neat. Keep your clothes on hangers. Try not to tear them or get them too dirty. Put things where they belong. Don't leave them on the floor when you're not using them. Help save money. Remember, someone has to work to earn it. Help your parents around the house. There are many jobs you can do that will make things easier for Father and Mother. Try to think up new ways you can help your family, and ask your Mother and Father about them. They'll be glad that you want to do something that proves how much you love them and appreciate all the things they do for you. Your parents will appreciate your help, just as Tommy's father and mother do. And what's more, because Tommy has helped to save money, Mother and Father agree that he has earned a share of the money saved. A bigger allowance. That's nice. But what's better, Tommy knows he's a real member of his family team.
You might say our ideals are like headlights. They light the way ahead. Without them, we are lost, unable to make decisions. With them, we have a good chance of success. We need clear, strong ideals. Let's consider popularity, the ideal of Jeffrey Moore.
If I only had a car like that, I'd really be popular. Everybody would want to be friends with me then. What? I'd be the most popular guy at school. Nothing like a flashy car to make a big impression. How about that, Stu? I know one thing. June would sure look good driving with me in a car like that. June knows how to dress. Not the best-looking girl in town, but, well, everybody likes her. And going around with her is bound to make me popular, too. Oh, good old Mother and Dad. Now, if Dad keeps his promise about letting me have the car tonight... Oh, but he will. Dad never breaks a promise. Yes, sir? Folks you can be proud of. That's one sure thing you need to become popular, huh, Stu? I'll bet Ed Anderson's proud of his folks. Gee, I wish I had his popularity. If people would only crowd around me like that. Maybe if I kept his photo there and I tried to imitate him, well, then I'd be popular, too. The only difference between us is that, well, he's captain of the football team. Well, someday I'm going to be just as popular. Pretty snappy stuff. Well, so's mine. Let's see. Shirt right, tie right, and coat right. Well, you can't be popular unless you know how to dress. Boy, with this new sport coat in June, I'll be the hit of the class party. Well, Dad, I'm ready. How about the car keys?
Oh, Jeff, Grandma fell and hurt herself. Now we'll have to go and stay with her a few days. Are you ready, Mother?
Here I am, ready to go.
Well, Dad, you promised that I could have the car.
I'm sorry, Jeff. This is an emergency. You'll just have to use the bus tonight.
It'll take a couple of hours to drive down. Dad won't be back in time.
Dad, you're not going back on the promise, are you?
Jeff, you can't have the car, and that's final.
Well, how can I take Julie out in the bus? What do my friends say?
I'm sorry, Jeff.
Don't stay out too late. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Yeah, but you promised not. They just don't want me to be popular, that's all. How can you take a girl out without a car? You'd keep your word, wouldn't you, Stu? Oh, I'll never be popular, I guess. Well, there's only one thing to do.
Hello?
Hello, June. This is Jeff.
Oh, hi, Jeff. I'm almost ready.
Listen, June, we can't go tonight. I don't feel well. I'm sick, see, and it happened all of a sudden, and I've got to go to bed.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jeff. Of course we won't go if you're not feeling well. I hope you feel better soon. Goodbye.
If ideals are weak or poor or vague, difficulties become frustrations. Judgments are hard. The road ahead is lost. Too bad when it seems your parents let you down, interfere with an ideal. But what about an ideal like popularity?
Oh, well. But isn't the freshman having a night out? Stag. Hey, don't you guys ever have dates? Maybe if we had fancy clothes like you, we could go out. Yeah, that's a pretty sharp jacket he's wearing. You're right. The trouble with you guys is you don't know how to dress. If you wore the right clothes, you'd be popular, too. You were popular? You didn't know?
Tell me, if you're so popular, how come you're not at your class party tonight?
Tell us.
A new bow tie or something, huh? Oh,
that's
shame.
That's really bad.
Oh, poor boy.
Oh,
isn't he?
A quart of vanilla, please. You're quite ill, I see.
Now listen, June, I can explain about that.
With another lie, I suppose.
Well, I had to come down here to get some medicine.
What medicine?
Well,
I can't understand the way you're acting, Jeff.
all right, June, it was this way. I couldn't get the car for tonight, and, well, I didn't want to take you on the bus. What would people think?
Really, Jeff? We could perfectly well have gone on the bus. Lots of people did. You're not making yourself very popular.
Popular? Well, that's just it. How can you be popular without a car?
You don't know what the word popular means.
Sick? Now you really will be sick. She sure told you off. Boy, you're washed up.
This is a pretty nice looking coat to be left on the stairs.
Clothes don't make you popular.
You didn't go to the party? I wanted to explain about breaking my promise. It was an emergency.
Cars don't make you popular either.
I see. You know, son, I've always looked on keeping promises as a sort of an ideal. But I've begun to realize that it isn't possible all the time. I figured you knew that sometimes even promises can't be kept.
Oh, what difference does it make?
It seemed to make a lot of difference.
Well, if you can't be popular with the right clothes and a car, how can you be popular?
If you can't keep your promises to your own son, can you be an honest man?
Dad, I'm all mixed up. What can I do now?
Yes, I was mixed up tonight, too. When I was driving your mother, I kept thinking about you and about the promise you thought I would keep. I wondered how I could face you. I wondered what you would think of me. You see what happens when we have ideals that aren't clear and sound?
But why?
Well, Jeff, think about some other ideals. Some big ideals that all men share. What about freedom? Isn't that an ideal we can all agree on? But what does it mean? Are you free to rob or free to kill? No. We need a clearly defined ideal, such as freedom of speech, freedom of the press, freedom of religion. Even these may need to be clearer, for ideals must be clear, and when they are, how much they can lead us to achieve. Men with clear ideals have looked at prairies, and transform them into great cities. Clear ideals have seen energy in rivers and put that energy to work. Only clear ideals could lift science from simple, crude experiments to the knowledge that serves mankind. And clear, compelling religious ideals have lifted men from primitive tribes to great, rich, full living. So you see, when ideals are sound and clear, they can help us to do some wonderful things. Even simple ideals, such as keeping promises or being popular, help us in the tremendously important business of getting along with other people. They help put things in the right perspective, and they serve as a challenge for us always to do better.
I think I see. About the car, it's okay. How's Grandma?
Grandmother's going to be all right.
Dad, don't worry about me. I'll work out my ideal.
Good night, Jeff.
You know something, Stu? I wanted to be popular. But I never asked myself what it means. No, I've got to be clear about it. I've got to figure it out. Just what do I mean by popularity? And why is Ed Anderson so popular? Let's see. I've never thought about it, but he doesn't wear fancy clothes. Maybe it's because he's captain of the team. No, it isn't that alone. And he hasn't got a car either. He uses the bus. No, it's something else that makes Ed popular. And Mom and Dad, why are they popular? Loyalty, sincerity, and good sportsmanship. Now I'm beginning to understand. To be popular, I've got to have ideals like honesty and good sportsmanship and sincerity and loyalty. Those are ideals that I've really got to work for. How about that, Stu, old boy? To be honest and sincere, I've got to write June an apology. It won't be easy, but, well, I know what to do now. She was right. I did know what popularity meant.
Jeff is on the right track now. He has found the road. Yes, the way out of our difficulties is easier to find if our ideals, like headlights, are strong and clear. They lead us to a rich, full, and happy life. Can you depend on your ideals for the road that lies ahead?
He likes, but you can always see him looking up. Why do you suppose he does that? Doesn't he have any friends? Is it a good idea to have friends? Would it be more fun to have friends to play with? Well, Barney and Betty seem to be having a lot of fun, don't they? Maybe having friends would be a good idea. Maybe it would be fun to have friends to play with. But who? How can you find friends, Joey wondered. Why, look. There's someone. Susie. Could she be a friend? Maybe. Oh, she's just a little girl. She's too young. But she sees someone. It's Mr. Alexander. He's an old man. He's too old for a friend. At least that's what Joey thinks. But wait. Why, the little girl and Mr. Alexander are friends. What is in the sack? Look at that. Well, well, if they can be friends, why, maybe just about any person can be a friend. Yet how can you make friends, Joey wonders. Joey doesn't know, does he? He goes back to his toys, playing by himself. But all the time, he keeps wondering how to make friends. Why, here's Ginger. Ginger is Joey's friend. And here comes Mother. She's a friend, too. Maybe Mother knows how to make friends. Joey asks her. And Mother does have some suggestions. Can you guess what they are? Do you know the secrets of making friends? They are so simple and easy, and Joey wants to remember them. He decides to spell them out with his printing set. Mother thinks that's a good idea. And Ginger wonders what it's all about. And here are Mother's suggestions. Can you read them? Smile and talk to people. Find good things in people. Do this all the time. Well, that looks easy enough. And Joey is going to try it out. Next day at school is his first chance. Joey smiles and talks to the others. Say, this doesn't look like the same Joey, does it? Look, Barney and Betty are smiling right back. And the teacher, too. Boy, it's fun to make friends. Maybe Mother knew what she was talking about. Smile and talk to people. That's the first step. But what is the second? Find good things in people. Let's see. What about Fred? What can Joey find that's good about him? Well, that's a hard question for a fellow like Joey, who hasn't watched other people much. Can you find something good about Fred? See how busy he is? He really likes to draw, doesn't he? And he does a good job. That's a fine drawing. Joey thinks so, too. Now he knows something good about Fred. What should Joey do now? Do you remember the third rule? Tell them the good things. But how can Joey do that? He can't just up and say, Fred, that's a good drawing. It's hard to do that. Maybe you don't need that rule to make friends. But wait a minute. Joey wants to make friends with Fred, and he hasn't done it yet. Better try it, Joey. Say, Fred, that's a swell picture. How do you make your horse look so good? Would you show me? And Fred feels good about that. Of course he'll show Joey. He'll be glad to. It looks as though Joey has made a new friend. All day, things have been going better for Joey. He's still smiling and talking to people, finding good things about people, and telling them about the good things. It works. Look, Barney and Betty are waiting to walk home with Joey. That's good. Going home isn't going to be lonely this time. And do you know what they decided on the way home? In a little while, Barney and Betty are coming over to play at Joey's house. Then they'll become even better friends.
Now Joey sees someone coming up the walk. Susie, the little girl. She's just a little girl, Joey thinks. No need to be friends with her. But what else did Mother say? Do this all the time. That's right. Smile and talk to her. Well, well, this isn't going to be easy. Better try again. Look for something good about her, Joey. Try to find something nice. Look, Joey, aren't those pretty mittens? And see, she is very proud of them, isn't she? Well, tell her what pretty mittens they are. That makes her smile. Wouldn't it be fun if she could come in Joey's house and play? Would she like to? Of course she would. But first she must ask her mother. She'll come back right away. Joey has certainly learned a lot about the fun of making friends, hasn't he? Remember? Do you remember how Joey took the first step by smiling and talking to other people? How he used the second step and found good things about Fred? How he told Fred about these good things and made friends with him? And remember, Joey did this all the time. Yes, this is the house where Joey lives. Now that Joey has made friends, you don't see him looking out the window anymore. For Joey has found how much fun it is to have friends to play with. Good friends. Joey has also found that our new friends often come to like our old friends. Just as Joey's new friends like Ginger. It is fun to be with your friends. And look, Barney is helping Susie work the toy. And she likes that. She's going to be his friend. Helping others is another way to make friends, isn't it? Can you think of other things you can do to make friends?
Just before lunch one day, a puppet show was put on at school. It was called Mr. Bungle Goes to Lunch. It was fun to watch. In the puppet show, Mr. Bungle came to the boys' room on his way to lunch. He looked at his hands. His hands were dirty, and his hair was messy. But Mr. Bungle didn't stop to wash his hands or comb his hair. He went right to lunch. Then, instead of getting into line at the lunchroom, Mr. Bungle pushed everyone aside and went right to the front. Even though this made the children laugh, no one thought that was a fair thing to do. Then, in the lunchroom, Mr. Bungle was so clumsy and impolite that he knocked over everything, and no one wanted to sit next to him. And when he finally knocked his own tray off the table, that was the end of the puppet show. The children knew that even though Mr. Bungle was funny to watch, he wouldn't be much fun to eat with. Phil knew that a Mr. Bungle wouldn't have many friends. He wouldn't want to be like Mr. Bungle. Later, Miss Brown said it was time for the children who ate in the cafeteria to go to lunch. She hoped there weren't any Mr. Bungles in this room. Phil stopped to return a book to Miss Brown while his friends went on to the lunchroom. He would have to catch up with them later. On his way to catch up with his friends, Phil almost walked past the boys' room, but he stopped and thought. Were his hands clean? No, they were a little dirty. Phil remembered that Mr. Bungle didn't wash his hands. Mr. Bungle's hair was messy, too. Phil didn't want to be like Mr. Bungle. Inside the boys' room, Phil was surprised to see some of his friends washing their hands, too. Phil washed his hands well, with lots of soap. Then he rinsed the soap off. Phil dried his hands well, too. When he was finished, he threw the paper towel in the basket where it belonged. And then he made sure that his hair looked neat. Now, Phil and his friends were ready for lunch. There was a line of children waiting to get into the lunchroom when Phil got there. He saw some boys he knew at the front of the line. They waved for him to go up to the front with them. But Phil didn't want to break into line as Mr. Bungle did. So Phil went to the end. That was the fair thing to do. He would see his other friends inside the lunchroom. The line moved very fast, and soon Phil was inside. First, he picked up his tray. Then he got his silverware. He put his knife, fork, and spoon neatly on the tray. And then he slid his tray along. He always enjoyed looking at it. It tasted good, and was good for him, too. Instead of having a sandwich today, Phil decided to take the hot lunch. Phil took some bread and butter, too, and he knew what else he wanted, milk. But Alice took the last carton on the tray. Maybe there was more milk, so he said, "May I please have some milk?" Phil remembered to say, "May I?" and "please." That was very polite. Yes, there was more milk. Phil remembered to say, "Thank you," when he took the carton of milk. Phil had good manners. He didn't want to be like Mr. Bungle in the lunchroom. Phil didn't want to forget his dessert. The cake looked delicious. At the end of the line, the lunchroom supervisor said she had noticed how polite Phil was, and she smiled at him. She wouldn't smile at a Mr. Bungle. Phil went to the table where his friends were. He put his tray down carefully, pulled out his chair quietly, and sat down. He knew his friends wouldn't like a noisy Mr. Bungle at their table. There was someone Phil liked, Freddie. He always brought his lunch from home. It looked good. Freddie had a sandwich, an apple, a cookie, and milk. Before Phil began to eat, he always put a napkin on his lap. So did Freddie. Everyone liked Freddie. He was very polite. For example, if he had food in his mouth when someone talked to him, he always took time to chew the food with his mouth closed and swallow before he answered. Phil noticed how straight and tall Freddie usually sat. Freddie kept his feet on the floor, too. Phil would rather be like Freddie than like Mr. Bungle. Another polite person everyone liked was Alice. For example, when Alice sneezed, she covered her mouth and nose. This protected her friends at the table from any germs. While Phil and his friends ate, a boy ran past their table. You shouldn't run in the lunchroom. Only Mr. Bungle would do that. Phil and his friends wouldn't like to have a Mr. Bungle at their table. Then lunchtime wouldn't be as much fun as it is. Phil ate slowly and enjoyed his lunch. Finally, he had eaten everything except his dessert. He saved his cake for last. Only a Mr. Bungle would eat his dessert before he'd finished the rest of his lunch. And Phil wasn't a Mr. Bungle. The cake was good. Phil drank his milk carefully. Some children are messy when they drink milk, but not Phil. As each of Phil's friends finished, they didn't leave the table, but waited for all the others to finish eating too. Phil was the last one done. He wiped his mouth and hands carefully with his napkin. Then he cleaned the table where he sat. He didn't want to leave his place at the table dirty. Everyone at the table cleaned his own place well. But look at that table. It was left very messy. Phil thought a Mr. Bungle must have sat there. But Phil didn't want to be like Mr. Bungle, so he put his chair neatly into place. And his table looked fine. Not a piece of paper or scrap of food was left on it. No Mr. Bungle sat here. Phil's friends were careful to put their waste papers and empty milk cartons where they belonged. In this way, they helped keep the lunchroom clean. Phil was certain that Mr. Bungle wouldn't put his paper in the waste basket and his empty carton on the milk tray. Mr. Bungle probably wouldn't bother to put his lunch tray in the right place either, but Phil and his friends did. Lunch was good today. And then Miss Brown told Phil and his friends how proud she was of them. They had left their table the neatest in the lunchroom. No one here was a Mr. Bungle, and no one wanted to be. Are you like Mr. Bungle? Mr. Bungle is a shame because he spoils lunchtime. Don't be like Mr. Bungle. Have good lunchtime manners, and lunch will be more fun for everyone.
Watch this scene. Watch it carefully. Keep your eye on Bob. He's number 8. What did you see? Do you think Bob's action was honest or dishonest? If you saw such an incident, what would you do about it? That incident came to involve each of us in this room. And it caused us to consider the subject of honesty from many angles.
It sure did. That's why Mr. Barker, he's athletic director of our school, suggested that we talk it over with you because, well, maybe it'll help you to know just what we found out about honesty.
And we found out plenty. To be honest may sound easy. Some of the time it is. But it can be a real problem.
Especially when wanting to be honest conflicts with other things you want to do.
Now, getting back to that scene in the locker room, it happens that Jim was a witness. Let's see again exactly what Jim saw. Well, what would you have done?
I wanted to do the right thing, the honest thing. But what was it? Question Bob about it? Tell Ben that Bob was in his locker? Report it to Mr. Barker? I didn't know what to do. So, I put off doing anything. That night I didn't get much sleep. The next day at school was awful. I just had to do something, tell somebody. Then, after school, well, I guess when you're in a state like that, it doesn't take much to set you off.
Say, it's Bob.
Looks like he's buying himself a present.
Sure does.
Let's ask him over.
Let's not. How come? That money he's spending, I know where he got it. In the locker room yesterday, after he thought everybody had gone, I saw Bob take something from Ben's pants pocket. I was late dressing, I saw it. I guess it doesn't take a detective to figure out where he got the money to buy that pen.
But, Bob, I can't believe it. Did you ask Ben if he was missing any money?
Not yet.
Have you reported it?
Not yet.
But you have to. You ought to tell Mr. Barker about it right away.
No, you don't. You tell Mr. Barker, and whatever else happens, he'll kick Bob off the team. Where'll we be with our star center gone and half the schedule left to play?
Gee, Nick, when you put it that way, I didn't know what I was going to do. But I'd realized I shouldn't have blurted it out in public that way. So I asked the kids to promise me not to say a word.
And did they?
Yes, we promised, but then...
This one's on me, Terry. Here's what happened. After Jim and Nick left the drugstore, Terry and I talked about what Jim had told us until, Terry, there's nothing for you to do but tell Mr. Barker about Bob.
But we promised Jim.
A promise to tell a lie doesn't count.
I didn't promise to tell a lie.
It's the same thing. I can't understand your being so calm about having a thief on your team. It's your duty to tell Mr. Barker, and if you don't, I will.
Well, there I was, wanting to be square with Jim, but, well, I didn't want Rose mad at me, and it did seem dishonest to conceal a thing like that. So at practice the next day, I'd made up my mind to speak to Mr. Barker. I don't know just how I was going to say it, but Nick and Jim had seen me. They moved in fast to keep me from talking. Well, I didn't get to speak to Mr. Barker that day. I'm not sure I wanted to. Anyway,
when I found out what happened, I marched right into his office the next day and told Mr. Barker. Now, you've seen what actually happened, what Jim saw. Well, here's the picture I described to Mr. Barker. That's the picture I gave Mr. Barker. At the time, I really thought I was telling the truth. But, of course...
We'll come back to you, Rose. But now let's have a little skull practice. Of course, after Rose made a report, I did what was the obvious thing for me to do. I questioned Bob and Ben. And I found... But that can wait. Right now, let's see what pointers we can pick up about honesty.
Well, one thing I learned, to be honest, you have to find the truth. That's not always easy. I saw Bob take something from Ben's locker, and then I saw him buy an expensive pen. It seemed he had stolen some money.
But you didn't know I'd stolen it.
That's right.
And you didn't even give me the benefit of the doubt.
No.
You should have asked yourself some questions, Jim. Is it logical to think that Bob would steal? Does it jive with your past experience of the way Bob operates?
Jim, your physics teacher might say that you formed your hypothesis and jumped to your conclusion. You skipped that all-important part of testing your hypothesis. Sometimes it takes a lot of testing to find the truth. But now can we draw up another general principle about honesty?
I'd say the next step is pretty obvious. Tell the truth.
Is it that simple?
No, I don't think it is simple. And certainly the way I described Bob slinking in and taking the money, that wasn't the truth. At least, not the way Jim told me the story.
Maybe it was my fault. I wasn't careful to tell you exactly what I saw.
Let's call it express the truth. We mean being careful that what you say is the truth. And also being careful when you talk about a thing, being sure that people understand what you mean.
But there's something more to being honest than just telling the truth. When I promised Jim not to say anything, and then went to you intending to talk, wasn't that dishonest?
And what about me? Maybe I wasn't honest when I broke it up and wouldn't let him tell.
We said at the start that honesty often involves conflicts. Let's think back. It seems to me, Terry, that your intentions were honorable. Your conflict was between your pledge to Jim and your own sense of doing what was right. You believed you were doing the right thing, but Nick stopped you. There's a good deal to be said for his intentions, too. He was thinking of the good of the team. Not that I'm saying he was right. If it ever came about that we had to harbor a known thief on our team in order to win games.
I guess I wasn't thinking very deep, but I could just see the whole season blowing up in our faces. Maybe inside, I didn't really believe Bob was a thief.
Inside. I think that's the clue to this bigger thing we're seeking. How's this? Know yourself. Examine your motives. Know what you're doing and why you're doing it. If your intentions aren't honest, then your deed can't be completely honest.
I guess this is the time for me to explain my hypocrisy. When I came in to tell Mr. Barker about Bob, I started by saying certain things. What I said and what I was really thinking were two different things. It was something like this. Mr. Barker, there's something you ought to know about one of your boys. There's something I want you to know about one of your boys. The boys won't say anything, so I feel I must be honest and tell you. I wish I didn't have to be the one to tell, but I want to be sure that you find out about Bob Foreman. And when you do, I can just see it. You'll kick Bob off the team, and Terry will become the regular center. My Terry. All he needs is a chance. He'll be the star of the team, and I'll be sitting on top of the world. That, Mr. Barker, is the real reason why I had to tell you. Whether or not I thought I was telling the truth, my motive being what it was, I was not being honest.
Thanks, Rose. This hasn't been easy, I know. But you've learned a lesson in honesty. Honesty to yourself and honesty to others. That lesson will stand you in good stead all your life.
I think we've all learned a good lesson. I've always heard that honesty is the best policy. Now I'm catching on to why that's so.
It isn't always easy to be honest. But when you have a problem involving your own honesty, it'll help you to remember these 3 pointers. Know yourself. Be sure of your intentions, the motives behind what you're doing and saying. Find the truth. Test it in the light of past experience, and by checking in every way you can. And express the truth. Make sure you say what you mean to say. And make sure your meaning is clear to your listeners. Now, Bob, tell us the truth. What really happened?
Well, as for that fancy pen, I'd wanted just such a pen for a long time. And I bought it with money my aunt gave me for my birthday. And as for what happened in the locker room, well, it was this way. As soon as I finished dressing, I headed out into the gym. Then I remembered something and came back. I looked around for Ben, but he wasn't there. So I went to his locker. You see, Ben had been doing sound effects for the school radio program that morning. And he had borrowed something we'd need in practice. That's all. Honest.
In class, it's not so bad. But when school's out and the others go off to enjoy themselves, well, if you're what they call a shy guy, that's when you really feel it. The loneliness of being new in town. You don't know how to make people like you, and you find yourself holding a grudge against them. You're standing on the outside looking in. You might have something to contribute to their conversation, but nobody cares whether you do or not. There's a barrier, and you don't know how to begin breaking it down. You imagine they keep watching the way you look, the way you act. They think you're different. So you head for home. What else? But still, you can't forget that you're alone, an outsider.
Hello, Phil. How's everything?
Oh, okay, I guess, Dad.
Your record transmitter and microphone coming.
Oh, all right, I guess. I know it isn't either. I can't figure out where to connect in the oscillator. I know I have to connect it into the amplifier, but where? It just doesn't fit in.
Why not a store and get more information? And by the way, how are things going in school?
Oh, okay, Dad. But school here isn't like it was back in Morristown.
Well, you know, son, maybe school is like your radio. This oscillator will do its work well. But as you said, you still have to fit it in so it can work with all the other parts.
I know what you're driving at, Dad, but I don't think I ever will fit in, not here. I'm different from the guys in this town.
Well, as far as that goes, Phil, everybody's different. That's what makes people interesting.
Maybe.
You know, when we moved here this summer, I had quite a time making friends in a new office where everybody else knew each other.
What'd you do, Dad?
Well, that's beside the point, son. What works for one doesn't necessarily work for another.
But I bet the other men didn't look at your clothes all the time.
Well, what makes you think they look at your clothes?
Oh, because the other fellas wear sweaters or just shirts, not a regular suit like mine.
Well, wear a sweater then. But clothes alone won't... Phil, what about the other fellows? What do they do? What do they like?
Gosh, Dad, I don't know. I never noticed. Only I know it's not radios.
Perhaps that's the reason you don't know. You don't notice what the others are interested in. Why not try to find out?
How, Dad?
Well, you might try watching, listening. Pick out the most popular boys and girls in school and keep an eye on them. Try to figure out why people like them. Not that you'll ever be just like any of them, but you might learn something. Well, see you at dinner.
Well, there's an idea. Maybe a good idea. Worth a try, anyway. And tomorrow's not too soon to start. Pick out the most popular boys and girls in school and keep an eye on them. Who are they now? Some of them are right here in this class. Andy McIntyre, for instance. People like him, all right. Chick Gallagher rates high in popularity, too. There's Jane Davenport. She's popular with boys and girls. And Jack Gilbert. What's he got that makes people like him so much? Andy's got something to say, and Jack's listening. He really seems interested. Come to think of it, Jack's always interested in what people are talking about. Maybe that's why he hits it off so well with everybody. Anyhow, Andy thinks he's a great guy. No, that's too easy. Just listening. For what's this? Sounds like Jane's caught on to the same thing. She's listening. Hearing about Helen's collection of menus and liking it. That makes her kingpin with Helen. Maybe there is something in this business of being a good listener. But still, there must be more to getting along with people than just wearing a sweater and listening. What's the matter, Bob? Handle stuck?
Yeah, I can't get it open.
Oh, here, let me try. There's a trick to some of these. There.
Gee, thanks a lot, Chick.
Now, why didn't you think of that? Chick's always doing things for people. And it pays off in friends. Boy, that sure is one tough history assignment we have for Friday. Wish I could find some good outside reading material.
I found a 12th book that covers everything Miss Carson wants us to know. It's called The Last Days of Monarchism by Henry Darrow. You can get it at the library.
I'm sure glad you told me about it. I'll get it this afternoon. Thanks a lot, Bob.
It's okay, Chick.
You dope. You knew about that book. You could have been the guy that helped a guy. There it is again. Even when you bump into people, they hardly know you're alive. You're alone, Bud. Alone in the crowd. But keep looking around. Try to find out what the score is. Look at Jack and Beezy over there. Girls seem to like them. Why? What's the angle? They do act kind of polite. At least they seat the girls and give their orders to the waiter. They aren't loud like some of the guys.
Cherry Coke, chocolate Coke, milkshake, and wallet. Double chocolate wallet. Okay, I do. Whoa, jeez.
Excuse me, please. I've got the orders from my table. Just help me out during rush hour, Bob.
Gee, thanks a lot, Chick. That's swelling.
Okay, Bob. Hey, girl. There's Chick being helpful again.
I can't quite decide. I thought you would have blue white striped dresses, Jane. I love the way it stays.
Hey, don't tell me you two are still talking clothes. Was this a plot to squelch all males present? Phil, sit down. Make yourself at home. It's your car here. Pretty good. Come on, sit down. Hello, everybody. Okay. We men need some support to run down this girlish chatter. Hey, you want them all, don't you? Yo, Bob. The topic under discussion is the mixer next Friday night at school. You're going, aren't you? I don't know, Chick. I haven't got a date yet. Well, grab yourself a girl and come along. It's not going to be a real party. Just the class getting together for some fun. I'd like to, Chick. Yeah, I sure would. Oh. Yeah, sure would be something to take Mary Lou to the mixer. Wonder if she already has a date.
Well, how's the oscillator coming along?
Hi, Dad. Oh, I haven't quite got it working yet. But, you know that other business we were talking about? Well, I've been following your advice.
How about it? Find out anything?
Yeah, Dad, I think I did. It looks like people who get along best with other people are, well, the people who think about the other guy. They make a point of listening to what others have to say and watching for ways to do things for them, being polite toward them. Do you suppose it's sort of a case of thinking so much about other people that you don't have much time to yourself?
Well, perhaps that's right. Maybe the best way to find out is to try it the next chance you get.
You know, Dad, there's a mixer Friday night. I wasn't going to go, but in the drugstore the other day, Chick said I ought to come.
Good idea, Phil.
Well, Dad, there is a girl I'd like to take, Mary Lou Wright, but I'm not sure she'd go with me. Never even talked to her. I'd probably fall all over myself. Besides, she's popular. She's probably got a date by now.
Well, it is pretty late to ask a girl. Why don't you just go stag? You needn't worry about doing anything wrong, Phil. You act all right. Just do and say whatever seems most natural.
Well, Dad, maybe it will be easier after I've had a chance to talk to her at the mixer. You know what? I kind of think this is going to fit in after all. Well, this is it. Sink or swim. Oh, there's Mary Lou. She did come with another guy. Beezy Barnes. What now? They're breaking up the piano game. Look at Beezy, listening first to one boy, then another. It's funny the way people flock around a good listener. Well, what's this? They're talking about radios. That's right down your alley. They're asking Beezy about penny stock. You know the answer to that one. You could tell him. But she just to butt in. Beezy's still stuck. He really needs help. Help? That's it.
An offer of help. That's welcome anywhere. It's not hard to fit yourself into a conversation. A mention of a similar problem in connection with the record player. They're interested in that record player. They are interested in that shy guy. They know he's alive now. And, strangely enough, he's just discovered that they're alive. Of course they'd like to see the record player. Of course they'll come over. Tomorrow afternoon.
I just have to do a little more soldering and connect the oscillator into the amplifier and everything will fit in.
Oh, Phil, could you have it ready by next week and bring it over to my house?
I guess so.
Some of the gang's coming over Thursday night, and we could have a lot of fun with it. You will come, won't you?
Well, one shy guy is on his way. Not that his worries are over. He'll still have his moments of doubt, of hesitation, of fear that he might do something wrong. But he can face these problems now because he knows that he's not really different. And while he's discovered only a few of many ways to overcome shyness, he's discovered that it can be done. And that's the main thing, isn't it?
you got something good to eat tonight. Hi, Mom. The coach really gave us a workout. And, oh, boy, ham. I'm so hungry I could eat a mutual and see what he gave us to do.
Chuck.
Huh?
Could you serve yourself in a less athletic manner?
Oh. Is this better?
Chuck, at least you could manage to be on time after your mother goes to all the trouble to prepare a fine meal. It's only common courtesy, Chuck.
I know, but I couldn't help it. I was late home from school.
Never mind. He did wash up and brush his hair. By the way, Chuck, I saw Barbara's mother downtown. That's quite a supper party she's planning.
Is it this Friday?
I'm not going.
Why not?
Do I have to have a reason?
But all your friends will be there.
Come on, not.
Chuck, don't talk with your mouth full.
Good night, Chuck.
Good night. Have a good time.
Thank you, Chuck.
Night,
Good night.
Dad. Oh, who wants to go to a supper party?
You do, Chuck.
Huh? Who are you?
We're looking into the future, Chuck. I am the young man you are going to be in a few short years.
Well, if you say so.
And take it from me, when we're my age, we won't be turning down invitations.
Maybe not.
Tell me, why aren't you going?
I don't know.
I do. You're worried about not doing the right thing. Your table manners.
Now you're talking like Mom and Dad.
Look, you may not care much about table manners now, but when you grow up to be me, then you'll care.
But why? Why does it matter?
For several reasons. Look, maybe I can show you. Let's imagine the family at dinner with nobody minding his manners. Not very pretty, is it? Each person busy feeding his face, showing no consideration for the others. People become irritated, angry. No one can enjoy a meal like this. No. Mealtime is a time for pleasure and relaxation. It's the best opportunity the family has to talk together, exchange bits of news, make plans. When everybody eats properly, the meal goes better, and everybody has more fun. What's more, when we relax and enjoy ourselves, we digest our food better. And ask your doctor if that isn't important to your health. But there's more.
What's that?
How long now before you'll be going out to make your own way in the world?
Not very long, I guess.
And whatever you do, wherever you go, you'll want to put your best foot forward. Here, let's try another trick. Let's change that to a table in a restaurant. You're taking a girl out to dinner. To make a good impression, you must know what to do. Who seats the girl? When you sit? How to order your meal? Of course, the girl wants to know these things too, in order to show herself at her best. Then you must know how to eat your meal. And the only way to have good table manners when you want them is to practice them regularly at home. Get in a habit of eating properly, so it just comes naturally. Or take another case. Say you're having lunch with your boss. Say he's thinking about somebody to fill a good position that's opening up. Well, put yourself in the boss's place. Would you give the job to a fellow like this? Or to a fellow who thinks that table manners are silly? You see what I mean about putting your best foot forward? Table manners are important because people judge many things about you just by the way you eat.
All right, maybe so, but it's also complicated.
Is it? Look, there's nobody here. Let's try it out.
What do you mean?
Come on. Besides, that supper party sounds good. If we know what to do, I think we'll want to go.
Well...
Look sharp now. There. There is a place setting properly arranged.
It looks all right, but what am I supposed to do? That's the question.
Well, What would you do if you sat down to dinner and found 3 forks, like this?
I'd probably end up with one left over and wonder what I did wrong.
Not if you remember one simple rule. Always use silverware from the outside in. So, starting from the outside, use this for your salad, this for your main course, and this...
Why, that one must be for the dessert.
You see? It's easy.
But there's something funny here. Doesn't the butter knife belong here?
Well, the book says either place. And speaking of the book, it wouldn't hurt you to use one sometime and check up on any points that you're not sure of.
Sure, we have some books in school, but I'll have to be careful who sees me reading it.
Don't worry, you can manage that. And now to use these things. Let's have some food. Say, it's too bad you've just eaten.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Things will be easier if you'll remember that in eating, there are 3 kinds of food. Finger foods, fork foods, and spoon foods. Now, clean, dry foods, bread is one of them, are finger foods. But when you have something that's messy or sticky, you better use a fork.
Yeah, like a cream puff?
That's the idea. Now, fork foods include meats, potatoes, vegetables, salads, and many others. There's a right way to hold them, and this is it. Don't put onto your fork any more than 1 mouthful of food. Oh yes, after you've placed food on your fork, if you decide to talk, lay it down until you're ready to eat. It looks better. And this is the way to park a fork, after you've used it.
Not propped up on the edge of the plate, huh?
That's the idea. Here, now you try it.
Okay.
Now with some fork foods, we need a knife. Let's see how you use it.
The folks say I do it wrong.
Hey, that's not only the wrong way, it's the hard way. Here, try this. Put the ends of both the handles in the palms of your hands, like that. Hold the meat with your fork and cut the meat. Don't tear it apart.
Say, this is better.
You see? Good table manners are just common sense.
Is that right?
Yes, that's the way most people in America handle their knife and fork. We don't have to worry with the European method. But now, after you've finished eating...
I have.
You place your knife and fork this way, to show that you have finished.
But what about spoon foods?
Oh, yes. All right. How do you manage soup?
Hi, you don't fool me on this one. You never tip the bowl, and you dip the soup away from you. Not too much in the spoon, and you eat from the side of the spoon.
Precisely. And now, would you care for some turnips?
Oh, turnips. You know I can't bear... no thank you.
That's the idea, Chuck. Courtesy, consideration for others, common sense. That's what table manners are.
You mean that's all there is to table manners, just what we've talked about?
Oh, no. But you already know a great deal. And you can learn still more by watching Mother and Dad and other people who have good manners. But the main thing is...
The main thing is to practice at home so that table manners will come naturally and I won't have to think about them when I'm out.
You can't miss. Oh, let's do the dishes.
Mother should see that.
Well, Chuck, are we going to that party?
Sure we are. We are?
That's right, Chuck. We are going to the party. You can't see me any longer, but remember, I'm the fellow you're going to be. So I'm interested in seeing that you always make a good impression. This really isn't hard, is it? You know what to do. That's right. Ladies first into the dining room. And now what? Right again. Find your place and remain standing.
Were you in science when the white mice got loose? Oh, I remember that.
You see, Chuck, it's easy to do the right thing if you remember courtesy, consideration of others, and common sense. And also remember, you're here not to see how much or how fast you can eat, but to have a good time. Well, our boy is doing all right. Don't you think so? Don't you think you can do the same?
you are, George.
Thanks, Barry. It's sure swell of you to lend me all this stuff.
Well, that's right. Anything for a friend. I won't eat it for 2 weeks.
Oh, your friends are sure going to miss you, especially Lorraine. Say, that's some party she's planning for Saturday.
Don't tell me. But I've been going on these camping trips with a family ever since I was a kid, and you know how it is.
Yeah, I know. Well, I'll see you in 2 weeks. Don't forget to send a postcard. So long.
See ya.
Haven't you dressed yet? You know we want to leave right away.
Oh, I had to wash the car. Nobody here had helped me. It's a lucky thing George came along and helped. It's a good thing I have friends.
Now, Barry, every member of the family's been doing his share. Diana's been with me, and Dick's with your father.
Besides, Mother had to pack your suitcase because you and George took up so much time.
That's my shirt. My best cat.
Oh, Barry, now look what you've done.
Barry! My tennis racket. You, Dad, look what Barry did.
I see, Dick. Well, never mind. Barry will let you use his racket instead.
Well, I can't. I just lent it to George.
I declare, Barry, I do wish you'd show as much consideration for the members of your own family as you do for your outside friends.
At least as much as you do for Lorraine.
You leave her out of this.
No.
Maybe I would. If my family'd show me as much consideration as my friends do.
That's enough, Barry.
You see, everybody's always picking on me.
Change your clothes, Barry. We're waiting to leave.
Well, you don't have to wait any longer. I'm not going.
Not going?
No.
Oh, Barry!
I'd rather stay here with my friends.
Do your outside friends really mean more to you than we do?
Don't you consider your family your friends?
Well, how can a guy be friends with his family?
Oh, well, maybe he can't be. In any case, we're going away to have fun. We don't want anyone along who doesn't want to come. You'd rather stay here alone.
Oh, I won't be alone. I've got my friends.
Barry.
Never mind. You'll be all right. Here, son. You can charge your food at the grocer's.
Oh, gee, thanks, Dad.
Goodbye, Barry. Take care of yourself.
I will, Mother.
I'll leave your fishing tackle and suitcase.
Okay, swell, Dad. Thanks. See you, Dick.
Goodbye, Barry.
Bye.
Goodbye, Barry.
Bye, Mother. Hello? Lorraine? This is Barry. Yeah. Say, I'll be able to come to your party after all. This is the life. Get up when you're good and ready. What day is it? Who knows? What did I do all day yesterday? Who cares? And the day before? Must be one of my friends. Hello? Oh, Freddie? No, Diane isn't here. She's gone away with the family. About 10 more days. All right, Freddie. What does he see in Diana? Running around with her shirt tail hanging out? Wonder what she's doing now. Getting in somebody's hair. And Dick. He's probably splashing around in the water, making a pest of himself. That's an idea. Get a gang and go swimming. Just my friends. No kids hanging around. And no parents telling us to be careful. Huh. Nobody home. I'll call Jack. Oh, no. He's gone away on vacation. Why haven't any of my friends called me? I'll call George. Want my tennis racket anyway. That's no good. He's taken a job. Wanted me to go to work, too. Wish I had the car. Well, might as well eat breakfast and go out and see what I can stir up. Must be somebody around. Come on in, George.
Just for a minute. I promised the folks I'd come straight home from the movie.
I forgot you're not a free man.
It must be great.
Let's have some dinner.
Dinner? Haven't you eaten yet?
No. Eating's like everything else now. I eat when and what I please.
Doesn't look like you're going to eat much tonight.
Oh, we'll rustle up something. That's the fun of it.
No, thanks. I had plenty to eat. Mom's a mighty good cook, you know.
Yeah, I know. By the way, I've got some time, and I could use my tennis racket.
Oh. Well, I do have a date to play Saturday, and my racket is broken. But of course, if you...
I'll have it back to you Saturday.
Okay, fair enough. I'll come around with it in the morning.
That's all right. I'll pick it up at your house. I've got lots of time.
Okay, thanks, Perry. You're a real pal. So long.
So long. Real pal, am I? Huh. Real pal to lend him my racket so he can go off and play with somebody else. Wouldn't you think a friend would ask you to come along? Huh. And wouldn't you think he'd invite a guy to dinner? What are friends for, anyway? If his folks went away, my mother would be quick enough to ask him for dinner. Yeah, she sure would. Mom's mighty good about things like that. Bet the family enjoyed their dinner tonight. Lively conversation. Not much fun eating alone. Not much fun spending the day alone. Where is everybody? Well, at least there's Lorraine's party Saturday night. Nah, this is no good. Beans, beans, beans. I'll have to start eating in restaurants. With what? I should have asked Dad for more money. Nah, he wouldn't have given me any. I'll bet he would. Funny thing about Dad, he always comes through if you give him a chance. Hello? Hi, Lorraine. How's the party shaping up? Oh. I'm sorry to hear you're sick. What's the matter? The party's off. I'm out of money. Nobody to do things with. Why not take that job? Keep me busy during the day. Give me a little money. Yeah. Ask George about it. Tired. 4 days at the garage and I'm tired. What's the matter with me? But Mr. Simpson says I'm a born mechanic. Ought to stick with it. Maybe I should forget about going to college. Maybe. Wish Dad were here so we could talk it over. Wish Dad were here, period. Or if I were with Dad. He's having the time of his life. He's a good fisherman, too. And a good sport. Always have a good time with Dad. He has a good time with me, too. I probably took away some of his fun by staying home. That's a selfish thing to do. But then, he has Dick. Good old Dick.
Say, Barry, how about a game of checkers? You aren't doing anything. I've got a surefire system. I guarantee I'll beat you, if you give me 2 men. How about it, Barry? You aren't doing anything.
Not doing anything. Boy, how I'd like to play checkers with you right now. It's lonely. I never before listened to an empty house.
Barry, Diane's bringing home a few friends this afternoon, and I'd like to surprise them. Will you slip down to the drugstore and get some ice cream?
Oh, let her get her own ice cream. Why should I bother? What's she ever done for me?
Barry.
Barry, guess what? You forgot to have your suit pressed to wear to the school play tonight, so I took it down and waited for it. What would Lorraine think?
They're swell people. All of them. They do the kind of things you expect of your friends. Friends. That's it. They're the most dependable friends I have. Yeah, they sure are. But what kind of a friend have I been to them? Hi there. Gee, I've missed you folks.
Have you? Oh, well, we certainly missed you.
And you should see the way they fixed up the old pavilion.
You mean the roof doesn't leak?
Have you been all right, Barry?
Yeah, I've been swell, only I'm looking forward to one of those terrific...
Well, I'll get it.
You know, Mother, you never really appreciate your family until they're not around. Hi, fella.
You know, it sort of spoils things for Dick. You're not being there.
Oh, I'm sorry. You know, I gotta help Dad unload the car.
Hi, Barry.
Dad. Here, let me take these.
How'd you make out?
Swell.
Good.
Look, Barry got me a new tennis racket. To Dick from your clumsy brother.
That's very thoughtful of you, Barry.
Well, why not? I broke it, didn't I?
Gee, Barry, you're swell.
Diana, what's the matter? What happened, dear?
Oh, it was Freddie. He can't take me to the party tonight.
Oh, that's too bad. But I think your father could drive you over.
But I'll be the only girl without a date.
Hey, wait a minute, sis. I got an idea how we can fix that. What do you think of this? I can get the car in top shape if you'll let me drop you at the office and take the car to the garage. Mr. Simpson says I can work on it whenever there's any slack time. And, of course, there's Saturdays. What do you think?
Well, I think that's a good idea.
Well, gentlemen, how do we look?
Mother.
Wow. Is that my sister? Well, no wonder all those fellas telephoned while you were away.
Barry, are you sure you don't mind taking me to the party?
Well, look, it was my idea, wasn't it? I only hope I can show you a good time. Come on.
Sure, have a good time.
Bye, Dad.
Bye, dear.
Okay.
Don't worry, madam. I'll bring your daughter home early. Goodbye.
Go on.
Go on, Barry.
See you there.
Bye, Dick. Gee, it's fun to be with people you like, isn't it?
Yes, Dick, it's always good to be with your friends. Your friends at school and your friends at work.
and your friends at home.
Group of boys, Jack, Dick, and Paul. He wanted to belong to that particular gang, to speak their language.
Hiya, fellas. Quiz today, but I don't think it'll be too rough. You know, I'd like to get a
Make mine a donut.
Mike felt left out. But worse than that, Mike worried so much about the gang that he missed many chances to make other friends.
Oh, Mike.
Hi.
Oh, here's the book I borrowed from you. It helped a lot. Thanks.
Okay.
Now, Eddie, for example. Eddie took his friends as he found them. He knew that particular gang, too, but our story is about Mike, and Mike felt left out. Now, Mike wasn't one to give up easily. He took every opportunity to try to get into the gang.
That's pretty good. The French gang. I like the other one. Oh, that's not bad. No. The little boy. Oh, that's the little boy. That's one I still think when they're going along, the bullets are going by.
But it was no use. It seemed the gang was always around, at the soda fountain with their dates, sharing some special private fun.
I had to rough pressure. He used to put the class in uproar.
Mike kept on thinking of the gang and forgetting anyone else who might be his friend. After a time, the others gave up with Mike.
We got to invite Jack and Dick and Paul and their dates. Oh, hi, Mike.
Hiya, fellas.
And Bill and, of course, Gene and Helen Moore.
Yes, Mike really was left out. Well, that day in gym class, Mike made one more attempt to get in the gang.
Hey, let's see the ball. Hey, toss it here, huh? Come on, let's see the ball. Come on, give me a turn. Hey, come on, toss it here one. Come on. Come on, get it in there.
Pretty close friends, aren't they?
Too close. Those guys don't want anybody except themselves. Well, what a conceited bunch.
You know, Mike, it isn't just Dick and Jack and Paul. A lot of folks do the same thing. A lot of teenagers especially. Because this is the age when it's most important to feel that you belong, have friends. And folks are sometimes so afraid of being left out that they get together in little cliques and shut the door. It's rather an immature reaction, but it's typical.
Yeah, but it's roughing the guys that are left out.
Yes, it is. People do feel left out.
Well, what can they do? What can I do?
You're a level-headed boy, Mike. Half your problem is solved when you ask that question.
But what? How can I...
You're going to do something about it. You're going to take the responsibility. That's good. Now, let's think about what people do when they feel left out. You can think of a lot of examples. One person may simply force his way into the group. As far as he's concerned, that is. He's in for a horrible snubbing, though, if the group won't accept him.
Well, that doesn't work, busting in. I know that.
Another left out may form a group of his own. and try to make it still more exclusive, still more snobbish than the first. Someone else may feel that she's a social failure and give up trying to have friends at all. Still another may try to attract the notice of others by exaggerated dress or manner. And still another may simply forget about the group. He'll make friends with individuals as he finds them, whether they're in the group or not. And I suppose there are a lot of other ways of reacting when you feel left out.
Well, I can see which one you think is best, though.
But which one do you think is best? Think it over, Mike. Come to some decisions about what you're going to do. If you let that left-out feeling throw you, you'll pick the wrong answers.
Well, there's good advice. If you feel left out, forget about the gang. Wake up to your opportunities of making friends with individuals. It isn't easy to change your whole attitude, especially when you can't help running into the clique from time to time. There they are, and here you are. Well, say, who's that, sitting alone? No harm going over, getting acquainted.
Hi, I'm Mike Hanlon. Jerry Mortensen. Say, I've seen you around. You own a motorbike, don't you?
Yeah, but it isn't running.
What's the matter, ignition trouble?
Well, I don't know. Say, do you know anything about, can you fix,
I like to tinker around with them.
Well, say, that's swell. How's about coming over, say, Saturday?
Sure. Afternoon?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Well, perhaps it isn't always quite so easy to make a new friend. But just a little effort can bring you friends. And then you begin to forget about feeling left out. But one friend isn't enough. Yes, you can make friends without joining a clique.
Hi, Grace. Can I have a ticket, please? One? Yes, just one. All right. Thank you. Oh, Mike, will you come here, please?
Hiya, Grace. How's business?
Oh, pretty good. I've got to go to lunch. Could you take over the ticket sales for me?
Oh, sure. Wait till I get the fellas. I'll be right back.
The fellas? Could that mean a new clique?
Thanks, Alan. Okay. Hi, Mike.
Oh, hi, Coach. Hey, fellas, come here a minute.
How are things going?
Swell, great. Everything's just wonderful.
So I see.
And I tried her out last night, this new carburetor. Found my bike light. Boy, I revved her up and zoom around the corner. I set the carburetor just right for that extra pickup. You don't know the half of it. Spark plugs I got in that generator, I'll race you from a dead start anytime. You're on. Get a load of them, Mike.
Just a minute. How many, Paul?
2, please.
Thanks.
That's right. Don't lock yourself up in a new clique. Make friends with individuals. There will be many if you look for them. Well, Mike is no longer the loneliest boy in school. But has he really gotten over feeling left out of the clique?
Wasn't the play wonderful, though? Artie sure is a ham, isn't he?
Oh, no, I think he's pretty good. That bunch. They get on your nerves the way they do mine.
Oh, I don't know.
They could have asked us along. They knew we were going.
Well,
You can't get 4 couples in one car.
Oh, it's not that at all. They're just too stuck up.
Well, it doesn't matter. Besides, I like to walk. I'm with the right company. But to get back to the play...
Hi, kid. What do you have?
Would you like a hamburger?
I think so.
You know, Mike is on the way to social maturity. He's no longer concerned about the gang. He's concentrating on individuals, having a good time. Mike will get into activities and projects where he'll be doing worthwhile things, where he'll feel he belongs. He'll spend some of his time with some friends and some time with other friends. And he'll take every opportunity to make new friends.
Oh, hi, Mike.
Hi, Eddie.
Say, can I see you for a second?
Well, sure. Come on over to the locker.
Say, a bunch of us are getting up a big weenie roast.
Yeah?
A week from this Saturday. How about you coming, bring a girl?
Well, sure. That'd be swell.
Yes,
Thanks
right.
a lot, Eddie. Thanks an awful lot. Say, come on over to
Why does Martha have to have a party? Hard times party at that. What makes you think I'd like to bring Carol? Oh, Carol's all right. I don't have any fun at parties. Kids just aren't friendly.
Oh, Bill, that might be your fault.
I doubt it.
Maybe it's just that you don't know how to use social courtesy.
Social what?
Social courtesy, Bill.
Oh, that's old-fashioned.
What's old-fashioned about having fun at parties?
What's having fun at parties got to do with social courtesy?
If you give me a chance, I'll show you.
Go ahead.
All right. First, let's get you to Carol's house to call for her.
What? Well, I'll be.
Now go ahead and ring the doorbell. I'll stick around and help you out.
Wow. Hey, look, what's so special about this? I don't have to be courteous just to call for my date, do I?
Hi, Bill. What a costume. I'm nearly ready. Do you want to come in for a minute?
Nearly, huh? I'll wait out here. Don't take all night.
Hold it. Let's take a picture of this situation. Now look at that, Bill. Here Carol was trying to be friendly. And you said people aren't friendly. No, Bill. You discourage others when they want to be friendly. You'd better back up and start all over again. I don't think Carol's going to want to go out with you again unless you...
Huh?
Did I touch a sore spot, Bill? Well, maybe you'd better try to be more friendly this time.
Hi, Bill. Oh, that's quite a costume. I'm nearly ready. Do you want to come in for a minute?
Oh, thanks, Carol. But I guess I'll wait out here, if you don't mind.
Well, all right. I won't be long.
How am I doing?
Better. But you might have gone inside as she asked.
Well, I wanted to check with you. Hey, say, wait a minute. Is this social courtesy what I've been doing?
It's part of social courtesy. Just simple friendliness.
Here I am.
Let me help.
Thank you. Should we go? This will be a lot of fun tonight. We'll go playing. And you go on and enjoy the party. Come with me, Carol.
All right, Bill, you're at the party. Now let's see you try some more social courtesy. I'll be right here to help you.
Thanks.
I don't know, Knock. Cut it out. It's like the way you throw.
Hey, look, I finally got some food.
But hello, Bill. How are you?
Okay, I guess.
Bill, aren't you going to learn? You're being very rude to Martha's mother. She thinks you're very impolite. Look at you sprawled out in that chair. You're supposed to rise when an adult speaks to you. Everybody knows that. Now, let's back up and try it again and see if you can be polite. Oh, come on, Bill, sit up. That's a chair, not a bed. That's better. Watch it now. Here she comes.
Well, hello, Bill. How are you?
Fine, thanks. I didn't expect to see you in costume. That's pretty clever.
Well, thank you. You did pretty well yourself.
Oh, thanks. You like it?
I certainly do. There's Ellen. I want to see her. Have fun.
Well, now, wasn't that better? Look at the effect of a little politeness. You've had a very pleasant talk with Martha's mother.
Oh, she seemed friendlier than usual.
That's because you were friendly and courteous. Now, look over to your left. Martha's introducing a stranger to the group. She'll be here soon. Suppose you had to make the introductions. How would you do it?
Me? Oh, well, I'm not going to. That's Martha's job.
Well, we can fix that up pretty easily. All it takes is a little switch. And now you have to do the introducing.
Martha, Hank.
Hold it, Bill. Not so good. Let's go back to the beginning and let Martha show you how.
Bill, I'd like to meet Hank Vatner. This is Bill Brent.
Hi. I'm glad to know you.
Hank is the fellow who won the city math contest last week. Except for that, he's normal.
Say, you could help me with my algebra, couldn't you?
Well, I could try.
Well, not now. This is a party, remember? Besides, I want you to meet my mother.
All right.
Goodbye, Bill.
See you later, Bill.
Yeah, sure thing, Hank.
You see, a good introduction makes meeting people simpler and more pleasant.
Sure, you're right. But there's so much to learn how to do.
Sure, there's a lot to learn, but it's worth it. And learning is easy. One way is by watching others.
Oh. Oh, here, Carol. It's about time, too. How long does it take to take your coat off?
Easy, Bill. Is it going to help any if you complain?
No.
All right. Be friendly, thoughtful. Join in the fun. You'll get along. I'll see you at refreshment time.
Huh? Hi, Bill.
Oh, hi, Carol. Oh, come on, let's join the gang.
Swell. How about a Virginia Rio?
Yeah. Let's clean up.
Bill, how are you getting along?
All right.
How about some refreshments? Aren't you hungry?
It's a good idea.
You could get some for Carol, too.
That is a good idea.
Are you talking to yourself?
Oh, no, I was just thinking. I'll get you some food.
Why, thank you, Bill. Oh, dear.
I'm sorry, Joan.
Oh, it was all my fault. I didn't watch where I was going.
You didn't watch where you were going. Here, I'll get you some more.
Oh, you don't have to, Bill.
It's all right. Here. You want some?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's all right.
Now you're getting the idea, Bill. Be friendly. Be thoughtful. What do you think of social courtesy now?
I guess it makes being with people a lot more enjoyable for me.
And more enjoyable for them, too. You've made a good impression on people here. Listen.
Isn't that the boy who used to be so rude?
Why, yes.
You hear that? She says you're not as rude as you used to be.
What do you know?
And look at Carol.
Bill has changed so. Why, he's actually nice now. I'm glad I came with him, really.
Those few changes made a big difference, didn't they?
Yes, social courtesy does make a difference. And it's easy to learn. You can learn by watching others. And you can even get a book on courtesy from the library.
I might at that. Sorry I took so long. I had an accident.
Thank you. Phil, I'm having some of the kids over to my house next Saturday night. I'd like to have you come, too.
Oh, I don't... Sure. Sure, I'd like to come.
Good.
Thanks for asking me. Social courtesy does pay, doesn't it? Thanks.
Today, but it's not surprising. He doesn't seem to care about anything. He didn't even thank his parents when they gave me to him. I guess I'll have to help him really see all that his parents do. Abracadabra. They won't see you. You'll be invisible through and through.
Hi, Mom. Hey, are we having eggs? Hey, Mom, what's wrong?
You're invisible, Jimmy.
What? Who said that?
I did, Jimmy. Me, down here.
Invisible? Wow! But I don't want to be invisible. Hey, Mom!
She can't see you or hear you. I made you invisible so you can discover something.
What?
That's for you to find out. When you've learned it, you'll be visible again.
Learned what?
I'll give you a hint. You can find out by watching your mom and dad.
Hey! Wait! I want to talk to you. Just watch your Mom and Dad.
First, he watched his mother and began to see all the things she does for the family. He never really noticed that before. Jimmy could see that his dad also did a lot of things around the house, for Jimmy and for the family. Then Jimmy remembered that besides all the things Dad does at home for the family, he also has a job. At work, he earns money so the family can buy food and clothes and all the other things the family needs. Then Jimmy remembered that many of his friends have mothers who also work at a job during the day.
Here's your shirt. I sewed a button on it.
Thank you, hon.
Thank you for putting up the shelves. Lunch will be ready pretty soon.
Okay, I'll be down in a minute.
For the first time, Jimmy was really seeing how many things his mom and dad do to help the family. But how could he show his parents how he appreciated them? What could he do?
Hi, Jimmy. Lunch is ready. Will you call your dad, please?
Sure, Mom, just a second. Hey, I'm visible again. Mom can hear me. I must have learned something.
What'd you learn, Jimmy?
Well, I just watched Mom and Dad, and I saw that they do a lot of things. They make my meals, and take care of me, and fix things for me, and help me. They're nice.
But that's not why I made you visible again.
But?
You learned something better, Jimmy.
I did?
Remember when you didn't bother your dad when he was busy? Or when you swept up the sawdust? That's when you showed that you really appreciated your mom and dad. That's when you really learned.
Thanks.
Your parents like to know you appreciate them. You can probably think of some other ways to let your parents know you do.
Jimmy? Okay, Mom, coming. Dad, lunch is ready.
Okay, Jim. I'll be up in a minute.
Thanks for the puppet.
You're welcome, son.
It began the night of our January school play. Not my self-consciousness, but my story of overcoming it. We had a party on stage after the play. Oh, I wasn't in the cast. Not me. I was on the stage crew. But I'll tell you about that later. The point is, somebody grabbed a spotlight and started a sort of game. When the light stopped on you, you'd have to get up and make a speech. Jack sure did all right, but why not? He was the star of the play. That sort of thing was easy for him. Of course, I wanted to do well, too. I wanted to shine. I started planning what I was going to say. I'd wow 'em. And then it happened. There I was, in the spotlight, and I felt uncomfortable, and awkward, and different, and they were all watching me, and laughing. At what? At me? What was I doing wrong? Did I look funny? Unaccustomed as I am to public speaking, I guess I'll just shut up and sit down. It was terrible. I knew it.
Hey, that was neat, Marty, but don't be so self-conscious about it.
Self-conscious. That was my trouble. That was why I felt so queer. And I began to remember other times I'd had the same feeling. I remembered giving a book report in class. It was exactly the same. Yes, as if there were a spotlight on me, and everybody was watching me. Oh, I managed to get through my report all right, but I was miserable. And then I remembered the first time I asked June for a date. I knew just what I wanted to say, but when it came right down to it, yeah, I felt spotlighted again. And the words didn't want to come out. And she was staring at, was my face broken out again? And I remembered coming to try out for this play. Boy, I really wanted a part. I felt sure I could get one, too, until... I'm not going to try out. I'd like to work on a stage crew. The stage crew. Well, it was fun, but it wasn't what I wanted. Yeah, the night of the party, Jack said it, and I knew he was right. Self-conscious. I felt I could never get up in front of the class, or ask a girl for a date, or do anything in public again. Yeah, I was a self-conscious guy. I couldn't even stay out the party.
Yeah. Coach is showing us this little block. Come here, look this one up. Oh, hi, Marty. Oh, hi, Jack. Okay. Say, what happened to you last night? I didn't feel so good. Oh, too bad. Boy, wasn't that something when they had that spotlight on us? Gee, I was so scared my knees were knocking. I could hardly talk. You were self-conscious? Sure, I guess everybody is sometimes. Everybody? I guess that's right. Say, listen, I've got to get to class. Sure hope you're feeling better. All right, so long, so long.
Everybody's self-conscious. After that, I began to notice other people. Bill, for example. He always seems relaxed and comfortable. But a couple of years back, I can remember what a self-conscious guy he was. He really has overcome it. Then there's Anne. She likes to play for people. Watching her, I remembered 2 or 3 years ago, and how terribly self-conscious she was if anyone watched her play. She certainly has changed. Well, you can get over being self-conscious. The question is, how? It wasn't long after when I made a big discovery about how to overcome self-consciousness. I was helping Jack with his ping pong game. He hadn't been playing very long, but he was learning and doing right well. Then Hank and Bill came in and hung around watching. And suddenly it seemed as though Jack was feeling on the spot. He started fumbling, and then he quit. Now, what made Jack suddenly feel self-conscious? Was it because he didn't play well? I wasn't self-conscious about ping pong. Why the difference? And then, well, I had to talk to Jack.
I had an idea about self-consciousness. Everybody wants to show up really well. You want people to think you're pretty good. But then you start thinking about yourself, how everybody's watching you, what you must look like to them.
And then you make a mess of it.
Sometimes, but usually you don't. You just think you do. But look, if you can do something really well, then you're more confident. Self-consciousness doesn't bother you quite so much. If I could do more things well. You gonna try out for the class play in April?
I guess so.
Me too. Only this time I'm really going to try out.
Swell.
All right, Sue. Thank you, Mr. Marty Hanson. Hello, Marty. Are you going to help us out on the stage crew again this time?
Well, thanks. But this time I really want a part in the play.
Why, that's fine. Why don't you go ahead and read some lines for me?
When I am in trouble, eating is the only thing that consoles me. Indeed, when I am in really great trouble, as anyone who knows me, and...
Boy, I really had to fight self-consciousness then. But I knew that was the only way I'd ever be good enough. You know, I got a part. I practiced a lot. I figured it was like the ping pong deal. If I could become skillful, I wouldn't be so scared of it. It was easy alone. And finally, I got so it wasn't too hard with my family. I'd forget about myself and just think about doing it well. At rehearsal with the other kids, I could try another idea. Turning the spotlight onto someone else. Thinking about other people and telling myself I wasn't so important. And it worked part of the time. But when it came my turn to speak, then where could I turn the spotlight?
While we're stopped, let me remind you all of something.
You know, as we go through these themes, you should try to keep the whole situation in mind. Because, you know, after all, what other people are thinking and doing is just as important as what you're doing. Will you take those lines again?
Keep the whole situation in mind. There was an idea. Would it work?
At the present moment, I'm eating muffins because I'm unhappy. Besides, I am particularly fond of muffins.
Well, I eat them. They were laughing, but now I knew they were laughing at the situation, not at me. Yes, it really helps to develop skills, so I can concentrate on what I'm doing instead of how I'm doing it. It helps to think of other people and remember that I'm not so important. And it helps to turn that spotlight on the whole situation. Then I can almost forget to be self-conscious. Almost is right. I'm getting closer now, because I'm getting more and more practice in turning the spotlight onto the situation as a whole. It helps in class, too. When I feel self-conscious, I remember that the class isn't interested in me, but in what I have to say. Well, there it is. I still feel a little self-conscious at times. But by concentrating on others, by doing my best to make the whole situation easier, I overcome my own self-consciousness. It helps me enjoy being with people. And I think it helps people enjoy being with me. It could help you, too, couldn't it?
Did you ever feel as if you've been left out? Well, that's when it really hurts. When no one understands that you'd do a good job if you had a chance, and that you'd make good. You feel pretty low when you've been left out. And that's the way it was with Eddie Johnson. And this is his story. A story about the importance of trustworthiness.
Well, hi, Eddie.
Hello, Dad. What are you doing?
Well, you're kind of late, and Mother was counting on you fixing this lamp, so I thought I'd better do it and have it ready. Is anything wrong, son?
No.
Come on, you can trust me with your troubles, can't you, Eddie?
Why does everybody keep talking about trusting people? They elected Bob the treasurer of our club because he was trustworthy. And me? They put me on the cleanup committee. I wouldn't have stolen their money. What's all this about being trustworthy?
Wait a minute. It can't be that bad. Let's start from the beginning. Tell me what happened.
Well, I've been in our hobby club for about 3 years now, and I wanted to be treasurer. I should have been, too. But at our meeting today...
And this is Eddie Johnson's story. The story of a boy who had his heart set on being treasurer of his club. Of course, there wasn't any real reason for Eddie to be elected, but like most of us, he just hoped. He hoped someone would nominate him. But whose name do you think they thought of first? Bob West, one of Eddie's best friends. Jim Small was nominated too. And Mary Burns. But Eddie? Well, no one even thought to mention Eddie. And you can't nominate yourself, even when you want the job. So before Eddie knew it, the nominations were closed. And when the voting was over, Bob had won. They said he was elected because he was so trustworthy. Why should they think of Bob as trustworthy and not Eddie?
Well, I'm not going to do any work in the cleanup committee. Why should they say he's trustworthy, Dad? What's being trustworthy got to do with being a treasurer?
Well, Eddie, a treasurer certainly must be trustworthy. But being trustworthy is pretty important to all of us and almost everything we do. If you think of the things you do every day, I'm sure you'll see the important part that trustworthiness plays in helping us to get along with others. Take school, for example. We all depend on teachers to fulfill their trust to the parents and all the boys and girls to do a good job of teaching, just as all the boys and girls must keep trust with their teachers to prepare their lessons every day. That's how trustworthiness is important at school. And what about trustworthiness with your friends? You're willing to lend something when you can trust a friend to return it. And your friends trust you to take good care of the things you borrow. Being trustworthy with your friends is mighty important. And how about trustworthiness with the different groups of people you meet all around you? You trust the man in the store to sell you fresh things of good quality and to deal with everyone honestly and fairly. That helps us all to live together well, doesn't it? So, trustworthiness with groups is important too. Even in the home, trustworthiness makes it easier to get along.
But I've never taken anything that I shouldn't have, or robbed anyone. I'm trustworthy.
Well, let's see. I've always noticed that people have to show they can be trusted with little things before they can be trusted with big things. Just like, well, doing what you say you will.
Like fixing the lamp, for instance?
Yes, fixing a lamp, for instance.
You know, Dad, come to think of it, Bob is a good choice for treasurer. I can see where he has proved his trustworthiness. I was just remembering.
Just remembering. Remembering that Bob shows he can be trusted to do little things. You can always be sure, for example, that when he says he'll prepare a class report, he'll stick to it and do a good job, even when it might be more fun to do something else. Well, that's not a very big thing, but it has helped make Bob known for being trustworthy. At the charge-out desk, Bob helps out at regular times, and he always remembers to be on the job when he's supposed to. Well, being on time may seem a little thing, too, but it's another important way to show that you're trustworthy. And everybody knows that Bob has had experience handling money and keeping accounts. People are willing to trust someone who has proved he can do the job. Yes, all these little things have given Bob a reputation for always keeping whatever trust he accepts.
People do trust Bob. He deserved to be treasurer, all right. But how can I learn to be trustworthy, too?
Well, by showing that he could be trusted in little things, Bob was trusted in big things, too. Perhaps that's the way.
That's what I'm going to do. I guess being trustworthy is pretty important. And I'm taking that job on the cleanup committee.
Good, it works.
Yeah. You know, I have a lot of trusts already. Most of them little, but I never thought of them as trusts before. Trusts at school, at home, and I'm going to make sure I keep them.
Being trustworthy includes a lot. From now on, Eddie is going to keep trust by getting to school on time. And he's going to prepare his lessons every day. Those are good ways to be trustworthy at school, aren't they? And think of the trust you have at home. Eddie is going to do a good job when he says he'll help with the work around the house. And he'll make sure to take good care of all the things he's responsible for. That's the way to be trustworthy at home, isn't it? How about being trustworthy with friends? Well, after this, when Eddie wants to borrow something from friends, he's going to be certain they know he'll return it. And he'll take good care of it. That's one way to be trustworthy with your friends. And what about groups? Well, Eddie has a trust with the hobby club to do his job. But sometimes cleaning up is much fun. Why not play darts instead? No one around, no one would know the difference. The cleaning could be done later. But what was that Dad said? People have to show they can be trusted with little things if they want to be trusted with big ones. That's right. From now on, Eddie can be counted on to keep his trust with groups. That's the way a good group keeps going. Each member must keep trust.
Hi, Dad.
Hi, Eddie. What do you got there?
A chart on trustworthiness with all the things we talked about on it. I've been finding out how important trustworthiness really is. And you know, Dad, you can find it everywhere.
The things you do and...
And look, Dad, here's what trustworthiness means. Here's what you have to do. To be trustworthy, keep your word, play fair, do a good job, and be on time.
That sounds very good, Eddie.
And you know, Dad, it really works. I've been offered the job at the library desk in our clubroom. That's a job Bob had before he became treasurer.
Well, that's how Eddie Johnson learned something about trustworthiness. And what about you? Do you always keep your trusts? Remember, when you show you're trustworthy in little things, you'll be trusted with big things. And that's the way to gain a reputation for being trustworthy.
Here come Alice and Jerry and Eddie on their way to school. Uh-oh, what does Alice see? Disputing over who should ride the tricycle certainly spoils their play. It isn't any fun, and besides, it's dangerous. Someone's likely to be hurt. And just think, all this time they could be having fun on the tricycle. Yes, it's better to settle our disagreements quickly and fairly. And so Eddie offers to help settle this one. But each wants the tricycle all to himself. Eddie, that they share the tricycle. That's certainly more fun than disputing over it, isn't it? We call this way of settling a dispute a compromise. That's when neither has his own way entirely. They both give in a little and share the bike. And here's another way to compromise. Take turns driving the bike. Often, as we play or work together, we have to compromise to settle some of our disputes. But did you know that there are different kinds of disputes and different ways to settle them? Let's watch for them as we go on to school. On the school grounds, Eddie and Jerry rush off to play ball. And Alice goes to play jump rope with the others. She doesn't try to break up the game. She shares and waits her turn. Compromises are one way to settle some disputes quickly and fairly and prevent other disputes starting, such as, who shall drink first at the fountain? Meanwhile, Jerry and Eddie are playing work-up baseball. Oh, Bill really hit that one. Good catch, Jerry. And the rule is, Jerry gets to bat next. and Bill changes places with Jerry in the field. So Bill wants to use Jerry's new glove. But Jerry won't let him. How would you settle this dispute? Well, the glove belongs to Jerry, so he can share it or not as he likes. Since Jerry's glove is just new, we can't blame Jerry now. Later, when the glove is not so new, he'll probably agree to share the glove. The bat and ball, though, belong to the school, so we all do share them. That's the rule. So here's another way to settle some kinds of disputes. Obey the rules. There are rules about common property we share, such as the ball and bat, and rules about personal property, such as Jerry's glove. There are rules for playing games, and many other kinds of rules. If we know and obey the rules, many disputes can be settled quickly and fairly. It's the rule that this part of the playground is for the little folks only. So if we all obey the rules, we won't have many disputes. There's a rule that all bicycles should be put away in these racks, and obeying this rule will help prevent disputes. And when it's time to go into school, there are rules about which doors to use and which way to go inside. Rules are planned to help us prevent problems and disputes. There's another kind of dispute that can be settled in another way, like this.
That's my notebook. You stole it. I did not. Give it back. Wait a minute, Alice. Are you sure you didn't leave your notebook in your desk?
I'm sorry, Harold. I made a mistake. That's all right. I got mine yesterday.
What caused this dispute? It happened because Alice didn't have all the facts. We need to find the facts. Alice's notebook was in her desk, and Harold has a new notebook just like hers. These facts are all that are needed to settle the dispute. So let's remember to find the facts. Sometimes we have to hunt for the facts. This way.
Miss Williams, what's a bandersnatch? A what? A bandersnatch.
There isn't any such thing. There isn't even any such word.
There is too. It's in a poem I read. Miss Williams, isn't there such a word?
Where do you think you could find out?
We could look it up in the dictionary.
Yes, let's.
Jerry and Betty don't need to argue. They can easily find out who is right. Find the facts, and you can settle the dispute.
Bandersnatch. A fabulous animal in Through the Looking Glass by Lewis Carroll. See? That's where I read about it.
Oh, fabulous. Does that mean it isn't a real animal, just a made-up one?
In this case, yes.
There is such a word.
It does help to find the facts.
Morning. I want you to start thinking about choosing a representative for the playground committee. The committee will help decide what kinds of equipment to buy and what safety rules to make for the playground. Now, we must choose someone to represent our class on that committee.
I think Jerry, because he can play baseball like anything. And besides, he's got a new baseball glove.
Yes, Jerry's a good choice. We want someone who knows a lot about games.
Oh, that doesn't matter so much. We want someone who gets along with people. So I think it should be Eddie.
Eddie knows how to settle arguments. He can play baseball pretty well, too. Let's put Eddie on the committee.
Jerry!
Eddie!
Jerry!
Wait a minute. How shall we choose our representative? How shall we settle this?
How can this dispute be settled? Well, we know some different ways of settling disputes. Will one of them help here? A compromise helps settle some disputes. Each person gives in a little bit, and then both can have part of what they wanted. But how would a compromise help choose between Eddie and Jerry? They can't both be on the committee, and they can't take turns. No, that won't help. Obey the rules? Well, some disputes can be settled this way. But the only rule to follow in choosing a representative is to choose the best person for the job. Who is best? How can we decide? What about finding the facts? That's often a good way to settle disputes. But we need more than the facts here. Jerry knows more about games, and Eddie knows more about getting along with people. But which one should we choose? We need a different way to settle this problem.
I have an idea, Miss Williams. We want either Jerry or Eddie to be on the committee. You tell us which one you think it should be, and he'll be the one.
Well, I could do that. Sometimes we do use a judge or arbiter or an umpire to give us his opinion and settle questions that way. But don't you think everyone should help choose our representative?
Oh, you mean an election. Let's vote for the one.
There we are. That's a good idea. Alice and Betty will count the votes in the election to find the opinion of the class. Often we need to find opinions to settle our disputes. Sometimes you'll want the opinion of some expert or judge. Sometimes you'll want to take a vote to get the opinion of the whole group. Finding opinions is the way we settle many important questions. That's the way we'll settle this question. Now let's see. Jerry gets 12 votes, and Eddie? $15 votes. Eddie wins. So he's elected to be on the playground committee. And look, this dispute was settled fairly, and so Jerry and Eddie are still good friends, just as they always were. It's worthwhile to know many ways to settle disputes.
His things, his clothes and his toys, and one very he is using things that belong to his school. Don't you think it's fun making things like this? Andy does. Miss Ballard is pleased. But now it's time for the children to return to their desks. They're going to practice writing. Andy likes that. He likes to write. He'll hurry back to his desk. But Andy forgot things. It's bad your teacher is disappointed in you when you don't seem to... After school, Andy doesn't feel like playing with his friends, but he wants to do something. Now what does he see? This is Fred. He isn't one of Andy's regular friends. He's older. But Andy's thinking Fred might be a friend, and Fred's thinking that Andy may be almost big enough. If Andy can have an older boy as a friend, then nobody can call him baby anymore. So he asks Fred to come and see his tadpoles. He has 2 live ones. Fred might like to see the tadpoles sometime. Then Andy tells Fred about something else he has, something he received as a present. Fred would like to see that. Go to Andy's house. This is Andy's room. Here's Andy with Fred. And here are Andy's tadpoles. See? Oh, they're dead. Now Andy remembers he hasn't thought to feed them for many days. And that was one of his responsibilities. But he can still show Fred his special present. That's what Fred came to see. If Andy can only find it. His very best thing of all. He just has to find it. Because Fred might not believe him, and Fred says he should have known better than to come home with a little kid. Now Andy's really alone.
And look at this. His jet airplane. Poor Andy. Won't he ever learn to take care of things? Here's June, Andy's sister. She wants to play. But Andy says no. It seems Andy just can't get along with anybody today. Anybody but Mother. Maybe Mother knows where Andy's special present is. No, she doesn't. But she does know that something is troubling Andy. What is it? So Andy tells her about what happened at school, and about Fred and the tadpoles and losing his present and, well, why do things like that happen? Mother says, well, Andy, why do you think? Because Mother knows, and Andy knows, and we know that those things happen because Andy hasn't learned to take care of things. Now June is having trouble with her things. Gretchen's head has come off, and June wants Mother to fix it. Suddenly, Andy says, let me fix it. Right now, he's going to start showing that he can take care of things. Don't you suppose Andy is glad to do something to make up for being so mean to June? Besides, it's fun fixing things. When you're through, it's more fun to know you've done a good job. And it's fun to see how much people appreciate it. Now Andy knows he has friends. He thinks he can fix that jet airplane, too. But some things can't be fixed. And no fixing will find things you've lost, such as Andy's favorite present. No, Andy will have to take care of his things all the time. He'll begin right now by putting his jacket and cap away where they belong. Then he'll know just where to find them tomorrow morning. That's another one of his responsibilities. But uh-oh, there's a button missing. Well, Mother will be glad to sew on a new button, especially now that Andy is helping her by looking after his clothes. Andy's going to look after his other things, too. He's going to have a certain place for each thing and keep each thing in its place. Andy knows one way to show Fred and the kids at school that he's no little kid. And he's really quite grown up. Ever since then, Andy's been thinking about how grown up it is to take care of things. When he cleans up his wagon, he thinks about how often he sees the firemen working over their fire engines and equipment to make sure everything is always ready to use. Andy has some new fish in place of his tadpoles. When he feeds them, he thinks of Cousin Len, who helps his father take care of the cows on his dairy farm, where Andy likes to visit. When Andy picks up things that might cause someone to fall and hurt himself, he thinks of his friend the policeman, who helps the children go to and from school safely. Andy has learned, too, that some things break very easily. So he must be especially careful of them and use them just as they're supposed to be used. That's being grown up, too. Many men work with things made of glass and with other things that have to be handled very carefully. Some things that are fun to do are also messy. But Andy has learned to clean up the mess as soon as he's through. After all, doesn't Mother spend a great deal of time washing dishes and cleaning up after the family has eaten? And when Father does his jobs about the house, doesn't he clean up and put away the tools? Yes, cleaning up after yourself is a grown-up way to behave. And what's more, you'll know you've done something that's a real help to your family. Taking care of things is a real help at school, too. You just know Miss Ballard appreciates Andy's help. And nobody thinks of Andy as a baby anymore. Everybody likes Andy. Today, Andy and June are having fun helping Father take care of the yard. But what is Andy so excited about? Do you know what? He's found his special present. What do you suppose it is? It's a camera. Andy's own camera that he got on his birthday. Of course, it's a little dirty. Andy should never have left it outdoors. Can they fix it? Father thinks they can fix it this very afternoon. In a little while, the camera is fixed. What's more, now that Andy has shown that he can be responsible for taking care of things and using them properly, Father thinks he's big enough to use the camera and take real pictures. Andy wants to take a picture of Fred, the boy who came to see the camera the day Andy couldn't find it. Remember? Now Fred is glad to play with Andy. He knows that Andy is not too little to be a friend. If you want people to know that you're growing up, learn how to take care of things. You'll have more fun, too.
This is Marv Baker. Marv's an average fellow, lives in an average home, in an average town. But today, well, he looks like he's sore at the world. He's got something on his mind. Wonder what happened.
Give a look at the list the coach put up.
Hey,
Oh, yeah, better luck next time, bud.
First team's gonna make the trip to Middle.
And look at the second team. It's gonna stay home. They say the trip's too far.
Say, that first team looks good.
Yeah.
Oh, that coach. What a guy. Doesn't give a fella half a break. Just because I missed practice a couple times, he puts me on the second team. Wasn't my fault I didn't feel good. Playing favorites.
Hey, what's eating you, Marv?
Yeah, what an attitude.
Yeah.
Attitude? Who cares? When a fella's been sick, he just can't be expected to do well, especially if he isn't given a decent chance. What can you do? How can you tell Mom so she'll understand?
Marvin, quiet, please. Oh. Shh. Come in here, please. I'm in the dining room.
What's up?
Alice is sick again. Dr. Thomas is here now.
What's the matter with her?
Oh, I don't know. She got sick at the office and had to come home in a taxi.
Well, can't I do something, Mom? Can't I?
I don't know. I just don't know. It seems like there's always something. Oh, there you are, Doctor. How is she?
What's the matter with her?
Well, we'll have to find out. A badly upset stomach, no fever. Keep her quiet and make her rest. Then bring her to the office in a week for a full checkup.
Oh, she won't want to do that, Doctor. She's not doing well in her work. Lost a chance at a promotion last week. Oh, she wouldn't want to stay home to rest.
She lost a promotion?
Yes, it went to another girl.
Oh. How did she take it? What was her attitude?
Well, she was disappointed, of course. She hadn't been feeling very well and couldn't do her best work. Her attitude was dejected.
Attitude? Does attitude have anything to do with Alice being sick?
Well, it could have everything to do with it. A great many of us have attitudes that often result in illness.
You mean a healthy guy like me could get sick from an attitude like, say, like a fella's not making the team?
Yes, that's what I mean, Marv. There are attitudes about many things that could cause illnesses. Why, if you could see some of the patients that come into my office. A couple of weeks ago, I remember, well, let's call him John. John has headaches, very bad headaches, and there's no primary physical cause for them that I can find. He just worries a lot and has headaches. Or there's, well, call her Mary. Although Mary is seldom very ill, she has indigestion. No food allergies, no fevers. But Mary is afraid. I'm not sure yet of what. Or let's take the case of, call him Joe. He has what we call a tic. Joe's case is complicated, one for a specialist. But like probably half of my patients, he suffers from worry or attitude problems.
Well, how can an attitude make you sick? How does a fella... how did Alice get sick?
Let's think, Marv. I can see Alice working in her office, thinking about that promotion she knows is due one of the girls. But who will get the promotion? Well, Alice will, of course. She has counted on it. She's determined to get it. But what if she fails? How can she explain her failure? What will people think? Alice was worried about failing. And being worried, she was tense and made mistakes. But each mistake made her still more tense until she made herself sick. You see now how it works, Marv?
Wow. You mean worrying about failing can actually make you fail and make you sick?
That's right, Marvin.
Then Alice isn't really sick.
Oh, yes, she is. And don't you forget that. Alice is going to need care and time and lots of help to get well.
But she'd have got the promotion if she hadn't...
Not necessarily. But she could do her best toward getting it. You see, if Alice realized earlier what was happening, she could take a much healthier attitude. She could see this particular opening as, well, as Marv says, one chance to play on the team for a while. Then she could find out just what her chances were. And for that matter, whether this was a promotion she really wanted. Whether she wanted to make this team. She could start by getting the facts. With the facts of her situation, she could make her plans in relation to those facts. If she knew that she was doing her particular job well, she could plan for a chance to do even better things. Then she could carry out her plan with a broader perspective.
Perspective?
Sure. You know, see the problem in relation to your life. After all, that promotion wasn't the only thing she wanted in this world, and very likely not the most important thing for her. So why worry about it in advance, or feel a complete failure afterward? If people would just remember the 3 steps to a healthy attitude. 1, get the facts about what's worrying you. 2, make your plan in relation to those facts. And 3, carry out your plan. That way you gain a perspective that will make your attitude better, make you feel better. Well, I've lectured long enough. I must get along.
I'll see you to the door, Dr. Thomas.
All right. So long, Marvin.
Goodbye, Doctor.
I wouldn't worry too much about Alice if I were you. Just make sure she's down at the office in a week for full check.
Your father will be here any minute now. Could you set the table for dinner?
Well, sure, Mom.
I'll go see if Alice needs anything. I want to think about what Dr. Thomas said.
So do I. Get the facts, make your plan, and carry out the plan. What are the facts? Maybe I've been worried and trying too hard. What I'll have to do is go talk with the coach. It won't be easy. Find out just what I can do to make the first team and go on those trips. With the facts, I can make my plans, figure out what practice I need most, work on improving what's wrong instead of worrying about it. Then, carry out my plan, practice ball handling and shooting. Keep on trying. You know, there's a sense of achievement that comes from making one. Making it right. That's probably just as important as making the first team. And I'll have more fun, too. That's probably what Doc Thomas meant about perspective.
I think Dr. Thomas is right. About Alice, I mean.
Yeah. About me, too.
About you, son?
Yes. I didn't have a chance to tell you. Coach didn't put me on the first team. I'm not going to Middleton for the game next week.
Oh, I'm sorry. I know you wanted to very much.
Oh, that's all right, Mom. Maybe with a little more practice, I'll make the team. But I can see now what's more important in the game. I have a better perspective.
It's a fine Saturday for a good game of touchball. And these boys really enjoy it, too. Look at them run. The game is fun. And it's fun to watch the game. Mr. Baxter has come to the playground to watch his boys play for a few minutes before calling them home for lunch. Hank Baxter is practically the star of the team. Jimmy Baxter, well, he doesn't seem to be having much fun. What's the matter, Jimmy? Couldn't you have blocked your man? Mr. Baxter can see that Jimmy isn't having as much fun as the others, and he wonders what he can do about that. All right, there's the pass from center, a short lateral to Hank. Nice play. There goes Hank. He's in the clear. There he goes. Touchdown. Hank certainly can play, can't he? It's no wonder he likes to play. His dad's certainly proud of him. Now, will they make the extra point? Hank's going to throw a pass to Jimmy. Come on, Jimmy, you're in the open. Oh, well, you'll have another chance. Why, what are you going to do now, Jimmy? Quit playing? You're not having a good time? Well, the game can go on. The others are having fun. But what about you, Jimmy? It isn't much fun when you're so tired and don't know how to play very well. Now it's time for lunch anyway. Hank has to come, too. My, wouldn't you think Hank would be tired by now? Not Hank. There's quite a difference that way between the two Baxter boys, isn't there? At lunch, Mr. Baxter is worrying about Jimmy. He wants Jimmy to be strong and happy like Hank. And Dad thinks Jimmy seems so tired, and he can't be healthy if he eats like that. Well, it's plain to see that Jimmy needs to have more fun. Then he might feel better and eat better. Right after lunch, he goes to have some more fun. He gets to work on a model airplane he's making. You see, Hank has played outdoors all morning. Now he needs quiet, restful play like this to balance his active play. So it's good for him and good fun, too. There. Now, while the glue dries, Hank has another idea. Come on, Jimmy. Play a game of checkers? But Jimmy doesn't know how to play quiet games either. Hank knows other things to do. Here's a good book he's been reading. Reading is a good way to have fun. Hank knows just lots of different ways to have fun. What about you, Jimmy? Feeling tired and not interested in anything? Well, Dad has a plan. Maybe you can get interested in football and have more fun if you learn to handle the ball. Get used to holding it and throwing it. As you learn how to play better, you'll have more fun. Come on out and see. Well, Jimmy, you are discovering, aren't you, that as you learn how to play, it gets to be more fun. And on the next Saturday, wonder how Jimmy will do today. Signals. Hep. Here comes a pass, Jimmy. Ooh, good catch. Oops, tag. That's a good game, though. And you're having more fun now that you've learned to play better. What's this? Time to go home already? You're not so tired today, are you, Jimmy? Well, as a matter of fact, Jimmy is pretty tired, but he doesn't know it. Jimmy doesn't want to stop. Now that he knows how to play the game, he's overdoing on active play. So, at lunch, Dad notices something else about Jimmy. Oh, Jimmy's eating better, but he seems a little nervous and jumpy, wolfing his food. And after lunch, Jimmy just doesn't settle down. He wants to practice football all the time. He just seems to have to keep going. But is he having fun? You can tell by looking at him that he's overtired and nervous. Dad has an idea he thinks will help Jimmy. It's fine to play actively, to play games like touchball. That way you get lots of exercise. But you need some quiet play, too, to help you relax and rest. What kind of quiet play? What about building model planes the way Hank does? No, you don't think that would be any fun? But still, touchball wasn't much fun until you learned how. Maybe it would be fun building models, if you knew something about it.
Are you through already?
Sure, sis. I just finished the letter to Aunt Helen and Uncle Ross. Oh, and I want to write to cousins Jimmy and Alice and thank them, too.
I don't know how you do it, Wally. You make it seem so easy.
Here, I brought down some old letters to try to find some help there, but it just didn't do any good.
Why not? You read me some of those letters. I think they were pretty sharp.
But there's a difference between reading letters and writing them. Walter, how do you write such good social letters?
Well, Nora, it's a talent. Some people have it and some don't.
That's not true, Walter Barlow. And you're going to sit down right now and tell me the secret.
Well, all right. Let's look at this stack.
What are you doing?
There. You see, Nora, different letters have different purposes. They do all kinds of things. There are letters of invitations, and some of them are formal ones. Now, let's see. You don't seem to have one here, but I got one in the mail just today. See? You'll notice it's written in the third person. And down here they note formal. Well, I'll write a formal answer that starts out like this. Mr. Walter Barlow accepts with pleasure. And so on, you know. And of course I'll dress formally for the occasion when I go. You know, it's only when the part is formal that the invitation is written in the third person. Now take an informal invitation like this one. You don't have to write an answer to this kind of invitation. Chances are you're phoned to accept this one. Well, that's one general purpose of some social letters. Giving invitations, accepting invitations, sending regrets that you can't be present. Now, here's a group of letters with another purpose. These are letters of thanks. Now, tell me, Nora, which of these did you really enjoy the most?
Here, this one from Alice made me feel good. I could tell just by reading it that she really liked the present I sent her. Here, listen to this. Thanks a million for sending me the delightful book for my birthday. How did you know I've been trying to borrow that very book for weeks? This is a thank you letter for a gift. The one I want to write is a thank you letter for a visit.
Right, but these are both thank you letters. Now, these letters have still another purpose. They're friendly letters. Letters that give news or keep up a friendship. Now, let's see. I was shopping yesterday, and I picked out the smartest blouse. But then, gee, you know, as you read that, you could just hear Margaret's voice, just as if she were telling you. Let's see. Oh, I was shopping yesterday.
And I picked out the smartest blouse. But then something terrible happened. I couldn't find my change purse. I was so embarrassed and frightened, too. Well, I had left it at home. Oh, what an experience. No blouse.
Now, that's a pretty good example of the sort of thing that makes a letter a lot of fun. And then there's another type of social letter. It's the letter of sympathy. We don't have one here, but I got a lot of them when I had pneumonia. They were all informal and very friendly, and they certainly made me feel better. There, you see?
Well, I see that there are different letters for different purposes, and I think I know the purpose of mine. It's a thank you letter for a visit.
Mm-hmm.
But, well, that's what I tried to write, but it's not very good.
On notebook paper. And torn out. Written in pencil. Hey, you'll want it neater than that. And you better check that spelling, too.
Read it, please.
Okay. Dear Uncle Ross and Aunt Helen, I hope you are all well. I want to thank you for having Walter and me for the gorgeous visit. We had a good time. Can you imagine what they think if they read such a letter?
Ross, I do hope Nora really enjoyed her visit here.
Well, I hope so. Pretty hard to tell from her letter.
I told you it was an awful letter.
Well, what do you want Aunt Helen and Uncle Ross to think? I mean, how do you want them to feel after they read your letter?
Well, I want them to feel pleased. After all, that's the whole purpose in writing the letter, to make them glad that they invited me.
Why don't you try again now?
All right. May I borrow some of your white paper?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to use pen and ink.
Now try to imagine what you want your letter to look like. Look at the page. See what should go on it. First, you'll want your address and the date, of course. Then the salutation. And the main part of the letter. And finally, the complimentary close and your signature. You'll want even margins. And you'll want the page well aligned. Now, you got the idea?
Yes, I think so. First, my address and the date. And then the salutation, Dear Aunt Helen and Uncle Ross. How's that going to be?
Seems like a good start. Now, what are you going to say?
Well, I want to say thank you. And I want to say it in a way that will please Aunt Helen and Uncle Ross.
What would you say if you were there, in person?
Now, let's see. I guess I'd say, it was simply grand of you, Aunt Helen, to have me for a visit. I always have the most marvelous time at your house. Well, that doesn't sound much like a letter.
Maybe it's not supposed to. Maybe it should sound like you.
Well, shall I write that much?
Why not?
I'll use scratch paper until I'm sure just what I'm going to say.
Hey, how about mentioning something that happened to us while we were there?
The time they let us ride the horses. Wasn't it fun? But well, how will I say it? You did so many nice things for us. Oh, my. I'll never forget riding the horses. My, it was exciting and so much fun. Why, this is going to be easy. I'll have a letter done in no time.
And I'll start on the letter to Jimmy and Alice.
There. I think that's a good thank you note. Do you want to hear it?
All right. Just a minute. The page certainly looks neat. Hey, that's good. And while you read it, why don't you try to imagine how Aunt Helen and Uncle Ross will react to the letter?
All right. Dear Aunt Helen and Uncle Ross, thank you so much for letting me visit you. I always have a wonderful time at your house, and so does Walter. You did so many lovely things for us. I'll never forget riding the horses. My, it was exciting and so much fun. But most of all, I think I enjoyed just being at your house and being your guest. So I do mean it when I say thank you. Affectionately, Nora.
You know, Nora, that's not bad at all. With a little practice, you'll be a whiz at writing letters.
Thanks, Walter. You know, writing letters is just a talent. Some people are born with it, some aren't.
I'm glad you appreciated my help.
Seriously, though, you're writing a letter to Jimmy and Alice. Can't it be from both of us?
Gee,
Well, there are lots of things I'd like to say to them. I'd like to tell them about our visit, and I'd like to give them some news, too.
Well, all right. We might as well write it together. Here, you can write some now.
Oh, good. You know, I think writing letters is going to be a lot of fun.
I love you, Nora. Do you love me?
Oh, I don't know, Jack.
You're the only girl I've dated in 2 months. We get along fine. You do love me, don't you?
I think so, but I'll have to think about it.
Hello, dear.
Hello, Mom.
Have a nice time?
I'll say. Jack's awfully handsome and such a smooth dancer. Mom, how can I tell if... I mean, how did you know when you were in love with Dad?
Oh, I've been in love several times before. I got so I could recognize the symptoms.
Several times?
Mm-hmm. And each time I thought I'd found my Prince Charming. Most people fall in love quite a few times in their lives.
Well, then, how can you tell when you're really in love?
Well, I'll have to think about that. Let's save it tomorrow, shall we?
All right. Good night.
Good night, dear.
Most people fall in love quite a few times. I wonder if Jack knows that.
I tell you, Bob, I haven't dated any girl but Nora in 2 months. We're really in love.
Uh-huh. And you were really in love with Betty and Mary and Dallas and I don't know who else. And there'll be others, I suppose.
Oh, no. That's over with. You know, Bob, Nora's the prettiest girl I've ever known. She's just as beautiful as...
Beautiful? And you think that's all that matters? Oh, hurry up and get in bed, will you?
Bob, did you feel this way when you fell in love with Jean?
Oh, look. I've felt that way lots of times. The trouble with you is, you don't seem to understand what love is really about. You young punks go to the movies a couple of times, do a little necking, and you think you're in love. I've never seen anything like it.
All I wanted to do was ask. You don't have to get sore about it, do you?
Oh, I'm sorry, Jack, but look at it this way. You just haven't been around enough to know what love really is. Believe me, it's nothing like the slush they give you in the movies.
Well, I don't know, Bob.
That's right. You don't know. Maybe you would understand better if... Say, I've got an idea. How'd you like to double date with Jean and me tomorrow night?
Why, sure, Bob. That would be swell. Sure you wouldn't mind?
Not if you let me get some sleep now. Good night.
Good night.
Oh, Jack, that sounds like loads of fun. See you tonight. Goodbye. Guess what, Mother? Jack and I are going on a double date with Jack's brother Bob and his girlfriend. They're engaged and so much in love. Jean has the most beautiful diamond.
Oh, that's fine, dear. I've met Bob. I think he's awfully nice.
Oh, I do, too.
And speaking of love, weren't you and I going to talk about that today?
Yes, we were.
I've been thinking about your question, and, well, suppose we look at these snapshots together,
Snapshots?
Mm-hmm.
Well, what do they have to do with love?
Oh, I was just thinking that they might help you to understand how your capacity for love grows and develops just as you grow and develop. Here, look at this one.
Oh, Mother, did you have to keep that?
You know, in a way, you were in love even then. Every baby loves its parents for their care and protection. Of course, some people expect that care and protection all their lives. They never grow up. But it is a kind of love. Now, compare that with this picture.
Oh, that's the boy who used to live next door. My, how he did love his teddy bear. Love?
That's right. That's a kind of love, too. Possessiveness. A love for the things you own.
Some of us never get over being possessive when we're in love, do we?
You're beginning to understand. Now, here's a snap that shows how we learn to return love by doing things for others.
Well, what about love of our friends? Isn't that a stage of love?
Yes, I think it is. Here, look at this.
Why, that's Betty and Ellen and Ann. I took that picture with my first camera. Oh, I know. There was a time when I wouldn't look at anyone but my special friend. I guess that was a stage of love.
Yes, and boys go through a similar stage when they stick together in gangs and won't have anything to do with girls.
We soon changed that.
Now, let's see. Oh, do you remember this picture?
The captain of the football team. That was 2 or 3 years ago. He never knew how much I loved him. I guess he never knew I existed at all.
Well, we all go through crushes like that on teachers or sports stars or movie stars. Then after a while, there's a stage that some people call puppy love.
Why, that's Morris. I'd almost completely forgotten that.
Remember how important it seemed at the time?
I'll say.
And it really was important as a part of learning how to love and be loved.
I think I can tell puppy love. Oh, look, there's the couple who met at camp last summer. I certainly caught them.
Yes. And that's another stage where the physical side of love dominates. Sometimes this is mistaken for mature love, but there's a difference.
Mature love. That's a new way of thinking about it. How can you tell when love is mature?
Well, mature love is more settled. Mature love has something of the other kind of love in it and something more. It's tender, unselfish, cooperative.
When I get serious about somebody, Mom, I want to have that kind of love.
That's a good idea, dear. And if you aren't sure, you can always ask yourself some questions. Are we really interested in the same things? Do we feel at ease together? Are we proud of each other? Do we agree on the basic things such as religion, marriage, children, money, and so on?
Thanks, Mother. I know that'll help.
I hope so, dear.
Are we really interested in the same things? Feel at ease together? Are we proud of each other? Are we agreed on basic things? I wonder. I'm going to watch Bob and Jean, see if they have a mature love.
I've never seen a Chinese doorman before in my life. We've been here for quite some time.
Oh, I'm having a wonderful time. I've never been here before.
Oh, we're so glad you could come. This is one of our favorite spots.
Yes, we sort of found it together, you might say, and we come here quite often. Oh, the real Chinese dishes are over here.
Thanks, Bob. Oh, Bob, look what came today.
What? Oh, the season tickets for our concert series.
And guess what? You're going to have to sit through another concert by that young French pianist you didn't like.
You mean the same one we saw last season?
That's right. Maybe this year you'll agree with me that he has real talent.
Well, maybe, but only if he's improved.
Oh, Bob. Well, at least we'll have fun debating it.
Do Bob and Jean have a mature love? Are they interested in the same things? I'll say they are. They seem to have so many things to talk about and do together.
Say, Nora, talking about music, have you heard the new recording of the Brahms Violin Concerto?
Well, no. I guess I never really learned to appreciate classical music. Are Jack and I interested in the same things? I wonder. Another question Mom asked. Do we feel at ease with each other?
You know, there's no telling what we'll get, but I'm willing to take a chance if you are.
Oh, that's the fun of it, Bob. What about some of this watercress salad?
That's a fine idea.
Bob and Jean certainly are at ease with each other. But what about us?
Well, I've made up my mind. I'm going to have the leg of lamb.
Oh, well, I thought it would be fun to try a Chinese dish.
That's all right if you like that stuff. Me, I'll stick to the lamb.
Well, oh, come on, Nora. Take a chance with us on the lobster Cantonese.
Oh, I'd like that. No, I don't always feel at ease with Jack. He's so unpredictable. I guess I am, too. We don't really know each other. And Mom talks about being proud of each other. I wonder if I could ever be as proud of Jack as Jean is of Bob. Not right here and now, maybe. But he does have his point. When he gets out on that ball diamond, anybody would be proud of him. But I wonder if we'd ever agree on basic things.
Jack, do you know who I saw today? I saw Bill Johnson and his wife. You know, they've got a fine pair of little kids. They dress them up like cowboys.
Oh, kids are such fun. Don't you think so, Nora?
Well, oh, here's the waiter with our soup. Children. Oh, we've never talked about things like that. Or religion, or marriage, or money. Bob and Jean really understand each other. They do have a mature love.
Nora,
Jack, about our talk at the dance last night. In the garden, you know. Well, I guess after seeing Bob and Jean, I think that love, a real mature love, is more than I'd imagined.
I guess so. On Bob and Jean, it looks all right, but...
We're not ready for that kind of attachment, are we? But we can still have a lot of fun, can't we?
Sure we can. Would you like... How about going roller skating next Friday night?
Oh, Jack, that's a wonderful idea. That's the kind of fun I like. What time?
About 8:15.
Oh, swell. I'll see you then, and thanks for this evening. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, darling. Larry, isn't it exciting about our getting married?
Walking on a pink cloud. So I asked her last night at her graduation prom, and she said yes. We're going to be married in August.
Wow, married? But she's just finishing high school, and you still have 2 years at the university. That's a tough road, Larry. What are you going to use for money?
Well, Sue's folks were going to pay something to put her in junior college here in town for 2 years. So we'll have that. But instead of going to college, she'll get a full-time job in campus town. Say she doesn't care anymore about education. So with that, and my part-time job, we'll get by.
Uh-oh. Here's Sue now. You two probably want to be alone.
Sue, honey.
Oh, Larry.
Well, what's the matter?
It's the folks. We had a terrible scene. I couldn't sleep a wink. They don't approve. They say I'm too young. They want me to finish 2 more years of schooling before I even get engaged. Oh, Larry.
Oh, buck up, sweetheart. They can't stop me. Relax. And act normal till after your graduation next week. Then I can borrow Phil's car. Down to Greenville. There's a justice of the peace down there. We'll elope, honey.
But Larry, I wanted a church wedding. And all the parties and showers for me, too, and my folks. That would break Mom's heart.
Well, we're the ones that are getting married, not your folks.
I don't know, Larry. I read somewhere that a marriage without parents' approval has 2 strikes on it from the start. But if eloping's the only way...
No, maybe it isn't. Maybe you could convince your folks that you should get married.
But how, Larry? How?
Say, I'll bet we could get some advice from the marriage counselor over at the church. His name is Hall. Phil told me about him. He teaches a course in marriage and family living at the college.
Do you think he could help me with my folks?
Well, it's worth a try, isn't it?
My folks don't understand the way I feel. So that's the story, Mr. Hall. Do you think you can help us get married?
Why, I'm in favor of marriage. In fact, I spend a good deal of my time helping people to get ready for marriage. Now, let's see. You've known each other for...
3 months, 1 week, 2 days, and 17 hours.
And you're 18, Sue? And 19, Larry? Have either of you ever been in love before?
Well, but not like this. This is the real thing.
Yes.
I had a chum in college who had the real thing with 8 successive girls.
Oh.
Oh, it's all right if you have it, fine. It's a very important factor in building a happy marriage. But tell me, how do you know it's real love, the kind you can get married on?
Why, ever since I first met Larry, I haven't wanted to date anyone else. The whole 3 months now. And besides, I haven't even had 1 quarrel with him.
No quarrels? Why not? No differences of opinion? Or no opinions? What do you talk about on your dates?
Oh, movies and popular songs.
Orchestras, dancing.
And
Larry's chosen profession, engineering?
no, I don't understand any of it. I don't like to hear about it.
Why, Sue, honey, I didn't know you felt that way.
Well, it seems you two may have some things to talk over and settle. Might well ask yourself some questions before you get too serious about marriage.
Well, what do you mean?
What sort of questions?
Well, questions for Cupid. You might say he should ask them before he fires those arrows. We call this Cupid's checklist. First, do you have similar backgrounds, similar bases for your ideals and standards? Second, are you real friends, comrades, pals through thick and thin? And third, do you both understand marriage? Oh, not the kind in most movies or in most popular songs, but the real everyday kind of marriage, between real people. Do you understand it?
Oh, golly, Mr. Hall, I don't know the answers to all those questions. I just know that I'm in love with Sue. Is that bad?
No, that's good.
Sure. And it's good when you recognize that you don't know the answers. It's a good sign.
I don't know. I think we're friends. And maybe we can understand marriage, but backgrounds, how do they affect getting married?
Well, come over here a minute. Perhaps I can show you what I mean.
What's that?
I call it a marriage development board. It represents the psychological distance between a husband and a wife from the time they are born until they die.
But what does it all mean?
Well, let's set it up for you and Sue. When you are born, you inherit a great many differences from your parents. That's part of your background.
That makes sense, all right.
Now, as you grow up, you each develop separate and unique personalities. Your mental growth, your emotional outlook, your standards and ideals. Larry, your distinctly masculine outlook on life, and Sue, your feminine way of looking at things, your capacities to love and be loved.
In these and many other ways, you each acquire a background, so that when you first met, you were probably farther apart, probably more distinct individuals than when you were born.
But I don't want to marry a girl like me. I want to marry a man like him.
So even though we're close together here, we don't know how far apart we are there.
That's right. When you two met, there was probably an early physical reaction, a romantic attraction that pulled you together, a love appeal that hit you sort of boing.
How did you know?
Well, it happened to me. It happens in some degree to most couples who become happily married. But it takes more than this boing. For you see, if you're too far apart psychologically, if your backgrounds are not similar enough, it can cause a great deal of argument and unhappiness until
it's gone.
Where'd it go?
That's what you'll be saying about your romantic love if these other things cause a breakup.
No, sir. This is forever with Larry and me.
Fine, I hope so. But don't you think it's wise to take time to find out how much strain these differences might put on your romantic love?
But there isn't any time. Larry's going away in a couple of months.
Yes. Did you two ever see these figures on length of engagement and how it relates to chances for happiness in marriage?
No.
Two separate studies showed the chance for happiness improves with a longer engagement period. It's fair for 6 months, better for a year or 2 years.
Is that because there's a better chance to find out some of these differences and become real friends?
Yes, a chance to find out if your relationship will wear well.
Yes, but can't we settle these differences after we're married?
And if you aren't successful, before you become too deeply involved, find out if the distance might turn out to be too great. Here's another angle that should interest you both. How age when married affects the chance for happiness. You can see that the chances are better after the man reaches 21 or so. And the same study showed that the woman must be 19 or 20 before the chances for happiness begin to be good.
But why? What's the difference between 19 and 21 or so?
The difference is in you the next few years. You, Larry, and you, Sue. Young people seem to change and mature in these years from 18 to 21 or even later. So that a person you might marry at 18 or so will seem like quite a different person to you a few years later.
Gee, hon, doesn't take an engineer to see that we're on the bad part of the curve of these graphs. All of them.
Yeah. I see our chances aren't so good now. What are we going to do? I thought you were going to help us get married.
I believe I can. I think you two have a lot of what it takes to build a successful marriage. And yet, you wouldn't try to plan and build a house in 3 months, would you? Shouldn't a marriage have better planning? If you two are going to build a successful family team that will last for 40 or 50 years, how long do you think it should take to get ready for it?
All right. How do we know when we've done it?
When the two of you are ready for marriage, you'll sense a new feeling between you. The two of you united as a pair, thinking as one unit, acting as one unit in the building of a marriage and a new family. Your sense of pairedness shows up in the way in which you consider what's best for the pair of you over what you want individually for yourself. Think how often you speak of things from my point of view instead of ours. How often you say, I want, instead of we want.
I guess it wasn't my folks that needed convincing, it's me. I mean, it's us, isn't it, Larry?
Yeah, we'll say.
And so, in terms of the checklist for Cupid, Larry and Sue began to examine their readiness for marriage.
Do we have similar backgrounds? Do we agree on our religious beliefs? And have the same feelings about religion in general? Do we have the same ideals and standards and tastes?
Do we enjoy the same friends? Do we share the same interests?
And what about Sue and me? Are we real friends? Do we have a real happiness in being together? Talking? Or just doing nothing together? Does each of us really want to make the other one happy? Do we have a real interest in each other? And a sense of pride in each other? Do we know each other's peculiarities? Do we both have a spirit of give and take? Can we quarrel and come out of it with something better than before?
Do we really understand marriage? Do we understand the social aspects of marriage? Have we an understanding about money matters and how important it is to have enough money to do more than just get by? Do we understand the physical aspects and the family side of marriage? Do we know how much work there is to a marriage?
And overall, do we have a feeling of paired unity? Those questions were helping us to find out just how strong our relationship was and helping us to strengthen it. So the next time we called on Mr. Hall, we realized how much he had been helping us. He had been talking for some time with our parents, and there seemed to be general agreement that Sue and I now had a much better idea of just how much psychological distance still separated us.
If you want to, Sue, your mother and I, we can make arrangements for you to begin school at State U this fall with Larry instead of at the junior college.
If we want to.
Then, if you two get along, in school, that is, if you continue to reduce the psychological distance, then perhaps at Christmas vacation or at Easter vacation, we'll be glad to announce the engagement.
Oh, Larry! And then we can be married when Larry graduates in 2 years. I mean, 1 year and 10 months and 3 days.
Yes, if the engagement period gives you two the opportunity to work things out together. If you both still want it.
I guess you might say we're engaged to be engaged. And Mr. Hall, we both want to thank you. And say, now do you think we have anything more than boing?
Why, yes. I think you've made a good start towards getting ready for marriage.
Jean here. Oh, Jean, this is Ed Reardon, the Ed I was telling you about. Hello.
How do you do?
And this is Jack Connors. Jean Bassett from over at Morrisville.
How do you do, Jean?
Hello.
Here, you can sit here.
Thank you.
Would you like something? A malt or a soda?
A malt, I think.
A well-mannered group, aren't they? You notice their good manners right away. Good manners make good first impressions. And because your manners are showing all the time, they have a lot to do with how well people like you. We've noticed Jack's manners because, well, they seem easy and natural. Of course, he does have a special reason for good manners right now. But good manners are comfortable and natural and easy for him now because they're with him all day. All day? Well, let's see.
Morning, everybody.
Morning, Jack.
Morning.
Morning, Jack.
Hi.
Morning, dear.
See, a cheerful good morning is a good way to start the day. Good manners will help toward a pleasant, happy day. And home is a good place to practice them.
Some eggs, Dad?
Thanks.
May I have some toast, please?
Yes, dear.
Thank you.
May I? Please? Thank you. These are words of respect. Words that make day-to-day living go smoothly.
Oh, Jack, do you think I could borrow that portable radio of yours for the picnic tomorrow? Please?
Asking to borrow things politely, not demanding them.
All right.
And sharing things when you can are more signs of good manners.
It's about time to get out the storm windows and check them over. How about tonight, Jack?
Gee, I'm sorry, Dad. I have a date tonight. Would tomorrow be all right?
Sure. Just make sure you
Yes,
don't forget.
even when you have to go against another's wishes, you can do it agreeably. Being agreeable, saying and doing things in a pleasant way, that's easy enough. And it does make a difference all day long.
Ready?
Yeah, just a second. I'll put my jacket on here. Oh, excuse me. I'll get it.
Excuse me, Jack's good manners are showing again.
Jack Connor speaking.
It's helpful to give your name when you answer.
Well, Mr. Moore, I'm sorry. My father just left for the plant a few minutes ago. May I take a message?
Ask him to call me when he comes in tonight.
Yes, I will.
Thank you very much.
I'll tell him. All right, sir. Goodbye.
You can be direct and brief on the phone, say what you have to say, and then stop. For on the phone, too, your manners are showing.
Ready to go?
Waiting for you.
We're going, Mom. Goodbye.
Bye. Oh, bye, Jack. Bye, sis.
See you after school.
Right.
When Jack leaves the house with a lady, it's ladies first. Yes, even with his sister. For on the street, as much as at home, your manners are showing. It's a simple enough matter to give people you meet plenty of room to pass. Good manners again, and they put you in a good light.
Hi. How are you? Well, hi, Mary.
Hi. Morning.
How are you? We've missed you.
I'm fine now. No more tonsils, please.
Oh, that's right. You had them out, didn't you?
A cheerful greeting for friends you meet, an inquiry about their welfare, and everyone feels more at ease. That's what good manners do. They make everyone feel at ease. What about manners when the bus comes? That's right, of course. Ladies first, and no shoving or pushing. Inside the bus, you can enjoy the ride and let others enjoy it. Or you can, well, look around. Perhaps the less said about this kind of manners, the better. And this kind. Your manners are showing. And it's good manners that make a good impression. Now, about getting off the bus. Should Jack get off first? Yes, he can give the ladies a hand. And girls, let the men help. They enjoy it. And no loafing around. Being on time is good manners, too. Are your manners showing when you're in class? Let's see. There's Jack giving the teacher his best attention. Good manners again.
Now, in order to understand Anglo-Saxon England, we must go back many, many years.
Betty, did I tell you the lady that Jan told me?
This kind of manners shows, too. It's one way to impress the teacher.
All right, we'll continue our discussion now. We were talking about Queen Elizabeth and the coronation. All right, class dismissed.
Say, I noticed you're new in class. I'm Jack Connors.
Hi, Jack. My name's Fred Johnson. Glad to know you.
All right, Fred. See, I thought we might walk around the school here and
Introducing yourself to a new classmate is good manners and easy.
Jack? Say, have you seen the new school paper?
No.
Well, here, you can borrow mine. My sis has one I can use.
An offer of help, willingness to share, and your good manners help make friends for you. Walking slowly, keeping to the right. More good manners.
Got some nice pictures in there.
Oh, I'll get them.
Can I give you a hand?
No, that's all right.
She'll remember good manners, and that makes Jack rate high with her.
We never had anything like this at our old school.
After school, when it's time for fun, when it's so easy to forget about manners, what about then? Yes, your manners are showing then, too. What are good manners when you're driving? Obeying all the traffic laws, yes, but more than that. You can wait for someone to get across the street, even if you do have the right-of-way. You can drive as quietly as possible. No hanging on the horn or loose mufflers. There are good manners for driving, aren't there? Your manners show in the things you do, in the clothes you wear.
Sis, you're not going yet, are you?
Pretty soon, Jack. Larry's due any minute now.
Well, here's the portable you... Pardon me, sis, but you aren't... Do you think you should go to a picnic dressed like that?
Picnic? Oh, the picnic's tomorrow.
Oh, I guess I misunderstood you this morning. I'll put the radio in your room.
Thanks. Oh, Jack, I am going to a concert tonight. Do you think I look all right?
For a concert? Wait a second.
Yes, your manners are showing all day long. You may not know it, but all along the way, your manners leave their mark. At home,
Jack is so kind and thoughtful. It's nice to have him come to breakfast dressed and cheerful.
on the telephone.
That message will be delivered. Fine boy, that Jack Connors. Helpful.
On the street.
There's a pleasant, well-mannered group of young people, not like some.
Everywhere you go, your manners are with you, and they leave their mark. They help you feel sure of yourself, too, and they make an impression on people, on everyone you meet. We could listen in on Jean's thoughts, for example, but, well, you take it from here.
Did you ever watch a baby being fed? You can see how completely we depend on others when we're very small. A baby just can't do much of anything for himself. Of course, as we grow older, most of us begin to strike out for ourselves. We begin to develop something called self-reliance. Often, though, we're restrained. We aren't given enough freedom to develop self-reliance. It's much easier to put Junior's snowsuit on him than wait for him to do it himself. And before long, Junior sees, too, that it's much easier to let others wait on him. He begins to like being dependent. Why take care of your own pet if someone else will do it for you? Why struggle with your lessons if you can get Dad to help? This is an easy way to get by. The trouble is, if you're not self-reliant, you'll never do any more than just get by.
Come in.
I've been working on this problem. I wonder if you can help me.
Let's see. Look, why do you bother me with something simple like this? Something I'm paying you to decide. You'll never get ahead around here or anywhere else unless you can make some decisions of your own.
Yes, sir.
And that's what can happen when you don't learn self-reliance.
Mr. Carson, are you trying to tell me that I'm not self-reliant?
Why, Alan, I didn't say anything about you. But I find it often helps to paint that picture for students like you who come to me complaining that they don't feel they're accomplishing much. A little dose of self-reliance can do wonders. Any one of us could use a bit more than we have.
All right, Mr. Carson, I think I understand. Just how do you become self-reliant?
Oh, you want a quick, easy formula, huh? I'm afraid there isn't any. Learning to be self-reliant takes time and hard work.
It takes self-reliance, Mr. Carson.
It almost does. Here, this card may interest you. These are the steps to self-reliance as I see them.
Assume responsibility, be informed, know where you're going, make your own decisions. I'm not sure I understand.
Well, let's figure them out together. Sit down. First, assume responsibility. What do you suppose that means?
Well, assume responsibility, that means to take the blame for things that are my fault.
Uh-huh. Looking after your own schoolwork, planning your own time, depending upon yourself to be on time.
On time? Boy, I'd better assume responsibility for getting to my next class on time.
And Alan, why don't you assume the responsibility for figuring out what those other steps mean?
Yeah, I will. That's a good idea. Thanks, Mr. Carson.
Assume responsibility. Do things for yourself. Not a bad idea at that. What's the next thing on this card? Be informed. Well, it's easy to see why you should be informed in class. You have to get facts and information in order to keep up. You have to know where to get information, too. But why be informed about other things besides schoolwork? Well, better get after the schoolwork now. Mom, do you think I look all right this way, or should I wear a tie?
Why, that depends on where you're going. Will you be expected to wear a tie?
Be informed.
What, dear?
Oh, nothing. Thanks, Mom. I'll figure it out myself. Let's see. We'll go to the movies and then to Ann's house for snacks. I might meet Ann's parents. Better wear a tie. Be informed. That can answer a lot of problems. Yeah, that's better.
Are you leaving right away, Alan?
No, Jack's coming by for me.
Say, there's something that I've been wanting to ask you. Have you decided on what courses you're going to take next year?
Oh, no. I don't know what to take, Dad. Jack's going to take American literature, and Eddie signed up for speech class. But I don't know what I want to take.
Well, I hope you don't let your friends lead you around this way. What will you get out of these courses? What do you want to get out of them? If you know what you want in life...
Know where you're going. Make your own decisions.
What in the world are you talking about?
Oh, well, I sort of want to develop a little self-reliance. Mr. Carson gave me this.
Self-reliance, huh? Well, that's a good thing. Are these from Emerson?
Emerson?
Sure. Haven't you read Emerson's essay on self-reliance? I think we have a copy of it here somewhere.
Well, I think you'll find it on the third shelf.
Thanks, dear. The foundation of our way of life, someone once called it. Oh, yes, here it is. Self-Reliance by Ralph Waldo Emerson. I learned a lot from this essay when I was your age.
Thanks, Dad. I'll read it.
You may have to if you take American literature.
I think I'll read it no matter what course I take. What about those courses, Dad? Will you give me a little time to think? I have a lot of work to do before I make any decisions.
Sure.
Oh, there's Jack. Bye, Mom. Dad.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Now, you may think that's the end of Alan's story. Actually, it's only the beginning. Alan learned very quickly the meaning of the steps to self-reliance, but it takes quite a long while to make self-reliance a habit. I watched Alan for several months. I saw how he assumed responsibility. For example, he took a job on the student forum and worked at it seriously. I saw how he kept himself informed. He studied hard. He read more than just the assignments. He talked to people and listened to them. He wanted to be informed, and he never missed a chance to learn something. I saw how Alan found where he was going. He came to me sometimes for advice, but he never asked me to decide for him. He thought seriously about his goals, his purposes. I saw how he learned to make decisions for himself, always on the basis of the best information he could get. And then just the other day, at another student forum meeting, I saw Alan show how really self-reliant he has become. The students were quite upset about our parking situation around the school, but no one was able to offer much of a solution. That is, until Alan spoke up.
Just what is the problem? Those who drive to school can't keep on parking in the street. I understand it's too narrow. That's why we've been getting tickets there. We'll just have to find another place for our cars and motorbikes. I've been looking into this. You know, since we got the new tennis courts, maybe the old ones just north of the school building could easily be made into a parking space. We could do what little work there is, and we could ask the principal for his approval.
Yeah, but who?
Will you ask him?
Well, sure, if you want me to. I'll take on that responsibility.
Okay, you can get in contact with him after the meeting. Okay.
Yes, sir. That was self-reliance, the kind we can all use. It's hard work to become self-reliant, but these are the steps. Assume responsibility, be informed, know where you are going, make your own decisions. Alan learned to do it, and he's certainly a happier and a better person for it. Will you develop the habit of self-reliance?
easy.
Hello?
Gee.
Yes, he's here. It's for you, Barney.
Told you so.
Hello? Marie,
Oh, yes, Alice.
Marie, you're upset about something. I do wish you'd try going out with some of the other boys as well as Jeff.
Why? Mother, I like Jeff a lot.
Well, I know, dear. I like him, too. But after all, there are other boys in the world.
If there are, I wish one of them had called.
Now, would you date with one if he did call?
Oh, I don't know. I'd rather go out with Jeff, but I wish the others wouldn't ignore me so. Oh, Mother, that's the whole trouble. Jeff doesn't ask me, he just shows up. He knows I'll be waiting for him, so he doesn't call. And neither does anyone else.
There are disadvantages to going steady.
Going steady? Yes, I guess I have been going steady with Jeff. We never talked about it. But then, we've dated regularly for quite a while. But it's not serious. Really, it isn't.
Well, I hope Jeff doesn't feel that he has the right to take liberties.
Oh, Mother. That was Alice. She wanted to come over and make some fudge with her. Girls, but I guess I'll go anyway.
Don't worry, Marie. I'm sure that if Jeff likes you as much as you seem to like him, he'll be over. Or phone.
Hello? Oh, hello, Jeff.
Diane, you know the senior class play is coming up a week from next Friday. Well, I'd wonder if you'd like to go with me.
Well, thanks, Jeff, but you know I'm going steady, don't you? Hal and I. Besides, what's happened between you and Marie?
Between me and Marie? What?
Jeff, Marie is my friend. Besides, everybody knows you two are going steady. Don't try to pretend.
Going steady? Me? Well, thanks anyway, Diane. Going steady? Everybody knows. Everybody but me. Am I going steady? What does that mean? How did I get into this anyway? Well, I have had quite a few dates with Marie. We've had fun, too. Lots of fun. We've liked each other all along. We've done all sorts of things together, like the time I taught Marie how to skate. We sort of, well, we seem to get along. I like it that way. Yes, it's fun to date Marie, but going steady, that makes it sound so exclusive. Everybody knows, eh?
It's great to have you spend an evening at home for a change, Jeff. Quite a while since we played. Your move. Your move. This Marie Miller you've been dating seems like a fine girl.
Yes, she is. My move again.
Are you sure you want to move there?
I guess I better not play anymore tonight. I'm not so hot.
All right. Something else on your mind?
Well, the kids have all got the idea that Marie and I are going steady.
Uh-huh. You, haven't dated anyone else for quite a while.
But we haven't agreed on anything. I mean, we haven't even talked about going steady. We just...
You just sort of go steady. Perhaps that's the best way to go about it. You've dated Marie a few times. You've enjoyed the dates together. You're in the habit of dating together. As long as you don't make any commitments, as long as you don't expect too much of each other.
That's funny, Dad. I half expected you to be mad when I told you. couple of years ago, you used to worry if I dated the same girl twice in a row.
Yes, Mother and I used to worry about you going steady. Still do some. But you're older now. Mother and I think that you're better able to cope with the problems that go with going steady.
Yes. You've played the field for 2 or 3 years, Jeff. Now you begin to settle on one girl, to date her rather steadily for a while. Of course, the first time you go steady, you don't expect it to be permanent.
Permanent? Mother and I went steady for quite a while. But it wasn't the first time for either of us.
What your father means is you'll likely go steady with several different girls before you begin to think seriously about marriage.
Oh, well, who's thinking about getting married?
A lot of young people do actually drift into marriage without first finding out how they get along with more than just one person.
Yes. I think I understand better now. Come on, Dad. Let's play some more checkers.
Oh, I guess I can skin you again.
Not this time.
There. You know, I think this is going to turn out all right.
Oh, I guess so.
Marie, I don't know whether I ought to tell you, but...
What?
Well, Jeff asked me for a date. Naturally, I refused. You know, I think you ought to make a bargain with him. Make him promise not to date anyone else.
Well, how do I know I won't want to date someone else myself?
Well, if you do, you can break up with Jeff. Go steady with the next fellow.
Then why go steady at all? Why not circulate a little? Besides, do you think we're old enough to go steady?
Well, how old should you be? Oh, you don't know how wonderful it is. Hal and I can depend on each other. I never have to worry whether I'll have a date. And it's so good to know that you belong to somebody. You don't have to make an effort to be at your best all the time.
Well, what about petting? I mean, I've heard you can get too deeply involved if you're going steady.
I know what you mean. Some boys think they can take advantage of you if you date them more than a couple of times. It's natural when a couple goes steady that they're closer together, but you have to know when to stop.
Somehow that doesn't sound the way I want it to be. Seems crude.
What?
Know when to stop.
Well, you live your own life, but if you take my advice, you'll get your man and you'll go steady. There. All done. I'll get these things.
I wonder, do I have to decide? Can't I just wait and see what happens? Besides, I don't know how Jeff feels about all this.
Go steady for a while with several different girls. Enjoy it. Learn about yourself and about different kinds of girls. But don't expect too much. Don't make any commitments. That makes sense.
Hi, Jeff. Come on in.
I hope you're not busy tonight. I don't have anything planned, but I did want to say hello. Well, hello.
Hello. Wouldn't you want to play some records?
Sure. But first, I did have one thing planned. Would you like to go to the senior play with me next Friday?
I'd love to. Thanks for asking. It sort of helps if I can plan ahead.
Yes, I see. I'll try to ask you ahead of time, sometimes.
And I'll try to say yes. Sometimes. How about the records?
Sure. This is going to be fun.
On our way now. Can't turn back. Took a lot of courage to get on this train. I wonder what will happen from now on. I wonder. A lot has happened in the last year. Our first year of marriage. Gee, we got a good start. I remember coming home from a wonderful honeymoon. We were so fortunate. Our housing problem was taken care of. Pete's mother owned a two-family house. She was a widow and lived upstairs, and we were going to live downstairs. Pete had a good job, worked in the same plant as my dad. But Dad didn't introduce us, though. We met at the church. I still haven't forgiven Daddy for not telling me about Pete. In our 2 years of courting and engagement, we had come to know a lot about each other. And we had learned to love each other in a way that stood the test of, well, 2 years' time anyway. And there we were, in our own place that was to be our home, at least for a while. Well, we had to unpack, and we were both so tired.
Dottie. Duchess, madam, here is thy royal throne. Seat thyself in royal splendor while I shall get thee thy royal cup of coffee.
'Tis creamed and sugared exactly to my taste. Thou shalt be my royal brewmaster for evening coffee from this day forward.
From this day forward.
To have and to hold. Oh, Pete, we're going to be so happy together. I feel so comfortable with you. I feel like I can take my shoes off.
I'll always love you, Dottie. Always.
Wouldn't it be wonderful if time would stand still? If we could always keep what we have tonight. From the beginning, we were learning to live together and to love together, learning to adjust different sexual responses. But time doesn't stand still, and marriage is far more than loving together and enjoying companionship. It's making decisions together, and we had to learn to plan as partners. That first Monday morning, I was so proud of my man going out to earn a living for us. And Pete was so proud of me, cooking our first married meal. Then, suddenly, it was time for Pete to go to work. He said he didn't want to go, but he was a responsible married man now. Well, when you marry, you have to adjust to many changes. And well, we had decided I should quit my job when we married. Maybe I should say quit my paycheck. I still had a job. As the weeks went by, sometimes I regretted that decision to quit my job. For one thing, I missed those paychecks. And staying home was hard. It was an adjustment I had to work out. But there were satisfactions in being a married pair. One thing was our partnership in handling the money. Conflicts over money can be a real problem in marriage. But we decided together how Pete's salary would be spent. Maybe we didn't always agree, but we decided together. So our joint decisions on this and other problems of home management helped in my adjustments from a working girl to a non-employed wife. Aided by little bits of fun and thoughtfulness, the partnership flourished. Another thing, Pete's contributions to my sense of accomplishment. I had a lot to learn about cooking and keeping house, and sometimes those things can seem unimportant and dull. Believe me, a wife does appreciate her husband's appreciation. And, of course, that works both ways. I tried to learn about Pete's job. Sometimes I shared his enthusiasms, and there were times when I had to help absorb his frustrations. It was all part of the partnership. Of course, our marriage had its ups and downs. They all do. But I guess we had worked out pretty good adjustments on affections and our sex life, and decisions in our money matters. Adjusting to each other, adjusting to our marriage, sort of showed us how to face these problems. But on another potential source of trouble, in-laws. When we first planned to move into that two-family house, I thought of all those mother-in-law jokes. Still, they couldn't apply to nice people like us. But there were things like, I was planning my first bridge luncheon. Honey, Jane can't come on Thursday. Wonder who I should get for a fourth.
Mother plays a good game of bridge.
Yes, but maybe she wouldn't enjoy playing with a bunch of giddy girls.
Oh, honey, she'd love it. She likes young people.
Of course, I asked her. She insisted on bringing a fancy cake. It was delicious, everyone said. Helped make a good party. But it wasn't my party. Afterwards, Pete said he was glad I had asked her. Said she could have seen from upstairs that something was going on. Might have felt, left out. How did I feel? As if we were living in a huge goldfish bowl. But I couldn't explain it to Pete. Oh, it wasn't all bad. Pete's mother and I had good times together. Shopping, for instance. I could learn a lot from her. Her experience in getting bargains. Her little tips on Pete's special likes and dislikes. But, well, one afternoon, Pete stopped in upstairs to deliver a package his mother had asked him to pick up. And it turned into a habit to drop into his mother's on his way from work 2 or 3 times a week. I didn't mind so much supper being late. I kept telling myself. But somehow, it seemed on those nights, we always got into an argument, sooner or later. I tried to tell Pete how I felt, but it was no use. He'd just get sore and make some crack about my family. I thought my family was pretty wonderful. Why, Dad and I were real pals. We talked things over. About Pete's mother, I mean. Dad could understand. So could Mom. We had some good chats together on Saturday afternoons when Pete would play golf. It was a joy to see the way Mom and Dad understood each other, anticipated each other's needs, sometimes without a word being spoken. They had really grown together in their marriage. Why couldn't we? Well, in more ways than one, it was a long fall and a cold, hard winter. Meanwhile, we were still working out other adjustments together. Little things. My serving liver and learning to enjoy it because Pete liked it so much. Big things. Pete's realizing that a wife still likes to go out once in a while, and remembering the anniversary of our engagement with tickets to a special show he knew I'd been wanting to see. Married life isn't all Hollywood moonbeams and honeysuckle. but it can be mighty satisfying at times. Came spring, and my first spring house cleaning. And, well, it was Pete's mother. It wasn't that she criticized me, or even told me how to do things. But somehow, whatever I did, she did too, but in a different way. And it seemed to me she always thought her way was better. There were so many little situations that probably wouldn't have mattered if we hadn't lived in the same house. But I felt so awkward and inferior and mad. That evening, after supper, I thought the time seemed ripe to talk to Pete about us. But suddenly...
Dottie, I got a surprise in today's mail. An offer of another job. Wonderful job. But way over in Central City. Let's talk it over. It's time we get away and do something really decisive about the influence of your parents on our marriage.
My parents?
Listen to me all the way, honey, before you get mad. It's time we've got to talk this thing out. You don't know what it's like working in the same plant as your wife's father.
Dad likes you, Pete. He's done so much for you.
Oh, sure he has, dear. I know. Your dad's been swell. Try to understand me. It means so much to have you understand.
Golly, if you feel that way, Pete, just do. There must be reasons.
Well, they may not seem very important to you.
Tell me, Pete.
Things like, well, when I got that promotion in December, you said how grand it was of your dad to help. I mean, praising me to the boss and all. Oh, I felt as though I earned that raise myself. And stories of influence like that didn't help me with the other fellas. And then you appreciated your dad's efforts. I wanted you to appreciate mine.
Oh, Pete. Darling. How could I have been so stupid?
And it hurt when you carried our family troubles to your folks and spoke of their house as home and compared us with your folks.
I understand. Come to think of it, Pete, I suppose part of me never really did get married. How could I really build our marriage with part of me wanting them to approve everything I did? Oh, Pete. Gosh, what a difference when you see the other fellow's point of view. When you recognize that you aren't the only one with problems. But we did have to face the other issue. It was hard telling Pete about his mother so he wouldn't think of it as a counterattack. He tried to understand, and I tried to be fair about it. I could see that I'd been on the defensive. I hadn't understood that a widow might sort of need a man around the house. And Pete said that he needed, that both of us needed to grow up more, needed to grow away from our parents a bit more.
We've grown up a lot just tonight, haven't we, hon?
We can talk our troubles out this way. We're really growing up and growing together. Sure helps a lot when you can bring things out in the open, talk them out together.
How do you feel about Central City, hon? I would like to get away to a new job, be out my own. And it is a big change, and maybe we don't need to run away from our parents now.
Wouldn't be running away. You really want that new job, Pete? And that's what we want. Yes, it's a big change. New friends, new home, church, new adjustments in living. There'll be other problems ahead, bigger problems. But it'll be the two of us, working together,
Hi, honey.
Hi, where have you been?
Talking to the conductor, trying to get Pullman accommodations. And I got them.
Ooh. Gee, Pete, you're thoughtful.
Hey, Duchess, what am I doing on this seat?
Pete and I will both miss our folks. All of them. The grandmothers would have made good babysitters. But wherever Pete's job takes us, even back to our hometown, I know we'll work things out together as partners.
Rules in action. Rules that keep things going smoothly and fairly. Rules that help us get where we're going, help us work together and play together and live together. Of course, in small groups, we sometimes get along without rules. When many of us play together, rules make the game. Rules help us play fair with each other, so all can enjoy the game. Rules that apply equally to all. It's up to each one of us to know the rules and follow them. And we can each take part in making the rules more fair and more useful. Inside our school, we also have rules for fair play and for getting along together. In our library, for example, here many of us use the same books and reference materials. So we have set up rules to help make the library a good place to study and read, and to help all of us use the books more fairly. Of course, at times, some of us have trouble with the rules.
You have a book out overdue, and it's already been renewed once. I can't let you take out another until you bring that book back.
Oh, sure you can. Look, I need that book, and this one's for an assignment. Now just let me take it out, and I'll bring it back next week.
No, I can't. It's the rule.
Yes, it's the rule. But John needed the book, and he wanted Betty to make an exception to the rule. Of course, she could not make an exception, but she suggested that John take his problem to the principal.
All right, I will.
So John came to see me, to ask me to make an exception in his case. What should we tell people who want exceptions to the rules? How can we show them that exceptions are unfair, that they spoil the game? That's it. They spoil the game. When you strike out in baseball, would it be fair to ask for an exception for another strike? When you're in a hurry to get somewhere, you still wait at red lights. You know that exceptions would not be fair. Just imagine having an exceptioner in the library to decide that one person doesn't have to bring books back, but another one does. Would this be fair? Would it be fair to make exceptions and excuse some people from paying fines while making other people pay? Well, John finally agreed that rules must apply to everyone, that exceptions are unfair. The rules are pretty important after all. The rules are so important that we go to a lot of trouble to remind everyone of the rules. We post bulletins that remind us of the rules about fire drills, where to go and what to do, about school activities, what they do and how they operate. about safety on the streets near our school, rules for living together. We have hall guards to remind us of our traffic rules in the halls. Our teachers are always glad to answer questions about the rules. Yes, most of the time we remember and respect the rules. But sometimes, some of us have problems because of not knowing the rules or forgetting them. Come in, Alvin.
Mr. Blackwell sent me from gym class. Well, I didn't know we were supposed to bring gym shoes to class today. We've been having the class outdoors until today.
Didn't Mr. Blackwell tell you about wearing gym shoes?
Well, I must have been absent that day.
Absent or not listening very carefully? Alvin, whose job is it to see that you know the rules? Sit down. What could I say? How could I show Alvin his responsibility? How do you convince people that they must learn the rules? Suppose you are watching a game of work-up baseball. Say you've never played it, but you'd like to try. How would you go about learning the rules these fellows use? You'd watch for a while, wouldn't you? If someone caught a fly and placed it with the batter, well, then you'd have some idea of one of the rules. And you could look to see where the bases were. They might be just like regular baseball, or perhaps not. Then if you were given a chance to play, you'd ask some questions. Questions about the rules. And then you'd play. And you'd have fun by playing by the rules. Now suppose you're in school on your way to a new class. Whenever you come into a new situation, you watch for rules. So, as you enter shop class for the first time, you look around. You see workbenches, quite a few of them. You'll probably be assigned to one, and it'll be up to you to keep it neat and take care of the tools there. One bandsaw and a rule. Whenever many people use the same thing, rules are necessary. Well, how do you get permission? You ask and find out. That's another way to learn the rules. Look around you. Read. Watch. Ask questions. You can learn the rules if you try. Well, Alvin seemed to understand that it was his responsibility to learn the rules, and he promised to bring his gym shoes the next day. You know, it's worth remembering. When we don't know the rules, or if we forget them, it's just as unfair to others as if we broke the rules on purpose. Now, Ernie, he's one of our hall guards. He'd been waiting to see me because he had another question about rules.
Well, we're having trouble on the west stairway. You see, that's supposed to be up only. But at certain times of the day, there's hardly anyone around the halls, and it's handy for some to come down the west stairs. I feel silly telling them not to, but I'm supposed to enforce the rules. Well, Mr. Taylor, the hall guards just don't know what to do.
Well, perhaps that stairway isn't as congested as it was when our traffic rules were set up. Maybe they need changing.
Would you change the rule, Mr. Taylor? That might help.
Well, that's not my rule to change, Ernie. Don't you remember, the student committee planned the hall traffic program? But you might like to study the problem, talk it over with the other hall guards, and then make suggestions to the student committee.
That's a good idea. We'll do that. Thank you.
Not at all. That's another important thing to remember about rules. They're set up to meet a need. And we can each take part in changing them if changes are needed. How are rules made? Our school board here in town makes some rules. After all, the parents hold them responsible for making this a good school. Our state government makes some overall rules for schools to give each one of us a fair chance to learn. And we, through our own student representatives, make some of the rules too. They help us find ways of making our life in school smoother and more pleasant and fair for all. Our rules apply equally to all, with no exceptions. That is part of making them fair. Each one of us has the responsibility of learning the rules and remembering to follow them. And we can work together to make better rules when we need them, and to use our rules to help make living at school more happy and worthwhile for all.
Did you ever walk through the hall at school when the other children were in their rooms? Did you ever listen to the sounds that come from the rooms? Some rooms sound like this. What's happening inside? It looks as if everyone is busy at work. But it's so noisy. What makes the room so noisy? Well, children don't stay in their own work groups.
Daddy, I'll see you after school.
Sometimes children drop things on the floor. They call across the room and talk out loud.
Daddy, can I use the gold crayon? Sure. And you still want to? Yes.
It's hard to think about your own work in such a noisy room. You couldn't learn very much here.
That's right, Daddy. Well, where did you leave off then? I left off for,
And you couldn't be proud to be part of such a noisy room, could you? Do all the rooms in school sound like this? Let's visit another room. Listen. It's so quiet. Aren't there any children in this room?
Would you tell us what we read?
Oh, there are children here. And they're all busy, too. But there aren't any loud noises, just the sounds of working. We call these work sounds.
Well, that's fun.
Listen.
Now, children, let's read just one more paragraph. All right, you may close your books and go back to your seats. You children may go back to your places, too.
Why do you suppose this room is so quiet? Perhaps we can learn from the teacher, Miss Bradley.
Well, I think it's because each of us helps to keep the room quiet when we're working. But we're not quiet all of the time.
You're not?
No, we know there are times and places to be quiet, and other times and places when we can make noise if we want to. For example, when we play, we make all the noise we want. Sometimes making a lot of noise is a part of the fun of the game. But when we go to the library, we are very quiet because we know it's a room where we read to ourselves. When we watch movies, we are careful not to make too much noise. That way we can hear and learn more. And you know, we have found that knowing when to be quiet is a part of growing up. Offices where people work are busy but quiet. And that is the way we keep our room. Because a quiet room helps all of us learn.
How do you do it?
Well, Each of us knows how to work quietly. That's very important.
Will you show us?
Of course. Boys and girls, how would you like to show some of the ways we know of being quiet?
Yes.
Well, while we pretend to be working, who would like to show how we work quietly at our desks? Bobby?
Now, why is Bobby clearing his desk? Oh, now there won't be anything to fall off and make noise. You keep on your desk only things you need. That's part of keeping the room quiet. Uh-oh, the point broke. He'll have to sharpen the pencil. Can he move quietly so he doesn't disturb anyone? Do you think you could walk this quietly? Listen to this work sound. When he turns it slowly, it doesn't bother anyone. Work sounds tell that you're busy. They don't disturb others. But June seems to have lost something. Look, an eraser. Whose do you think it is? Bobby won't talk to June, will he?
June, is this your eraser? Yes, thank you. You're welcome.
Oh, whispering is the quiet way to talk when you have to talk. Well, Bobby has moved about quite a bit without disturbing the class. Could you do all that as quietly as Bobby did?
Now let's suppose Bobby wanted to get something from the cabinet. How would you do it quietly, Bobby?
Bobby certainly knows the quiet way of working by himself, doesn't he?
Well, of course, all of us have to, if our room is to be a good place to work. Now, Bobby has shown us some of the ways of working quietly by ourselves. Who would like to show how we work quietly in a reading group? All right, bring your chairs up.
Oh, moving chairs will certainly be noisy. Well, there is a quiet way to move chairs, isn't there? There wasn't much noise at all. No one was disturbed.
Well, it's good to see you all so bright and cheery this morning.
And look, they all have their books with them. Now they can get started without having to wait for any children to get ready.
Now, we'll read A Day at the Fair on page 24. Let's read the first paragraph to find out who's going to the fair.
All the children are quiet while they read, aren't they?
Who can tell us who is going to the fair?
Mary, Mother, and Father.
That's right.
See how no one else talks when someone is speaking? It's fun to work together that way. Do you think you could work together that well?
Thank you. Now we're going to show you how we work quietly together in another way. Who wants to show how we're quiet when we work on our model farm? All right, go ahead. Now you return to your desk, and we'll all pretend again that...
How will the children work quietly here?
Where should I put the tractor? Over in the prairie.
They speak very quietly. When one speaks, the others listen. That's polite. They stay near the table.
they are not bothering children working nearby. And see how well they work together and do things together?
Now, let's see. Have we shown you everything? We saw that there are times for noise and fun, such as play periods, and times for quiet and work, such as the library or our classroom. And we saw some ways of working quietly. You remember how Bobby showed us ways to work quietly by yourself, and how we talk together quietly when we read or tell stories, and how we work together quietly when we work in groups. Those are some of the important ways we help keep our room quiet. Thank you, children. Now, let's get back to work. You can see how quiet helps us, can't you?
Thank you, Miss Bradley. This is a good room, isn't it? A good room to work in, to learn in. Do you know some things you can do to help make your room a quiet place for work?
There go the Millers again. Off for another day at Crystal Lake.
They're always having good times together.
Wish my family were like that. We never do anything. Never have the time.
Neither do we.
You know, so many people are asking how the Millers manage to have so much fun as a family.
What's the answer? Is it money?
Or is it magic?
Neither. It's something they worked out together when they woke up to the fact that they wanted their family life to be fun.
Who doesn't?
But how did they work it out?
To understand, let's go back several months. Eavesdrop on the Millers one Friday evening before they got wise to themselves.
Mother, you promised to have dinner ready at 6 o'clock.
I'm sorry, Catherine. I just didn't finish my other work in time.
Oh, well. Dad's not home yet anyway. Nobody seems to care that I have a date at 7 o'clock.
You can still make it, dear. I'll do the dishes alone.
But you and Dad are going to the movies.
I'm too tired. I did all the washing today, and I cleaned your room, too. It really needs...
I meant to come home and clean it, Mother. But after school, there was a meeting...
Mother! I can't wear these slacks tonight. You said you'd press them.
I know, Harold, but I just didn't...
Why don't you press them yourself?
Say, where's my racket?
In my closet. I broke it. I meant to tell you.
You broke it? And me with an important match tomorrow. Why didn't you get it fixed?
Where would I get the money?
Money? Mother, I need a couple of dollars to take Mary out tonight.
I haven't any money, Harold. But you might have when he comes home.
Fine thing. Dinner late, tennis racket broken, no money for date, and no pants to wear. If this really were a business, we'd go bankrupt, but fast.
That night, Mrs. Miller was thinking about what Harold said.
If this family were a business, in a way, we are a business. We have money to handle, just as a business has. Yet we never make it last from one payday to the next. But that's not all we can't seem to manage. Isn't there a better way to manage ourselves? Wouldn't we all be happier if we worked out a little system for living together in harmony? It's worth a try. I called this first meeting of the Miller family to propose that we try to establish a definite program for managing our home so that we'll all get more out of it. More fun, more leisure, and more harmony.
I'm certainly in favor of those things. Harmony, leisure, fun.
Who isn't?
But how can we manage them?
We'll have to work out the full answer together. But for a start, I've made a list of points that will guide us. 1, schedule. 2, responsibilities. 3, privileges. And 4, finances.
Sounds impressive.
What do they mean?
How do they work?
Well, remember last Friday evening? It was nothing special. We've had plenty of differences just like it. I caused a good part of the trouble by not having dinner on time. We need to make a definite schedule and stick to it so we can all make plans accordingly.
I can be more careful about coming home in time for dinner or phoning when I'm going to be late.
Yes, but then I didn't have dinner ready, so
Because you took time to clean my room. That's something I should have done.
Well, that's my second
point. Privileges.
Well, responsibilities and privileges always go together. If we accept responsibilities, then we acquire certain privileges.
Such as?
Well, such as... I can think of one. Privilege of having your private rights respected. Such as having someone ask your permission when she wants to borrow your tennis racket.
That's a general idea. Now, my 4th point is finances.
Yes, where are we going to get more money?
We don't.
You mean a budget?
Well, if we were a business, wouldn't we have a plan for spending our money?
That does it.
Well, I'd like to suggest that we adjourn for now and all give this some serious thought, and then get together for another meeting next Monday after dinner to discuss a plan for spending and all these other matters.
Good idea. I'd like to have these family meetings every week.
After we've worked this out, later on we can check up on how we're doing.
Well, it looks as though I really started something.
Say, Mom, you're swell.
That's how the Millers came to manage their home, so it would be more fun.
Does it really work?
These guides to home management, can my family use them?
Well, let me give you a few clues. Take the matter of schedule. Here's a breakfast scene at the Millers. Quiet, easy. By following a practical morning schedule, they're all ready in time for school and work. And in the evening, Mother has plenty of pep left to entertain friends, because by scheduling the work she does each day, she saves herself from doing too much. And when seasonal jobs are scheduled, Harold is glad to help his father. It doesn't happen that he has other important plans for the day. Of course, this is also a matter of responsibilities, which are divided up according to individual abilities and interests. Besides doing assigned jobs and caring for his own clothes and belongings, each is responsible for being considerate of the others. For instance, putting things back where others expect to find them. With responsibilities go privileges. Although the strength of the family lies in unity, each member has individual rights. The right to open his own mail, the right of privacy, to work alone, undisturbed by loud noises in the house or by unwanted visitors, and the right to have opinions respected. This privilege the Millers protect in their family council meetings. Let's listen now for a few pointers on the 4th guide to home management, finances.
As you know, our financial position has greatly improved during the 6 months we've been planning our spending instead of letting our money slip away from us. However, during the past 2 months, what with Mother's operation and Catherine's dental work, our medical expenses have been very heavy, more than our budget could provide for. So the question is, where is the money going to come from?
Well, we could take our vacation money.
Oh, no. That's a big thing we've been saving for.
Well,
Can't we find the money in some other account?
No, not that much money.
Maybe a little bit here and a little bit there.
Well, I don't know.
Look, that new electric mixer we'd figured on buying. I can do without that.
No, Mother. You've been wanting that for so long.
Wait a minute. If Mother can do without a mixer, I'll skip my new dress. That is, if Mother will help me make over the one Aunt Grace gave me.
Of course I will, dear.
Well, if that's the way, I guess we can patch up the old seat covers in the car, put off getting new ones until next spring.
Sure thing. And if I can get a little help with my jobs around here, I'll be able to clear time to pick up some extra money working after...
The trick lies not in having the most have. That's how the Millers are using good home management to achieve a happier family life. Now, do you think they're successful?
Looks good to me.
To help make your home a well-managed home. On this bright summer day, an express truck is stopping in front. Inside the truck, there's a big box which the express man is delivering to Jimmy's family. As we watch what happens to the box, we're going to find out many things about sharing with others. Do you know what we mean by sharing? Do you know what kinds of things we share? Do you know why we share and how we share? Let's find out. Here's Jimmy to answer the doorbell. Isn't he surprised to see such a big box? It's from his grandfather who lives in a city hundreds of miles away. Now, what do you suppose is in it? Here's Jimmy's mother. Jimmy will get a hammer to open the box while Mother signs the receipt for it. Just think, this express man is but one of many people who have shared in the work of bringing the box here from the faraway city where Grandfather lives. That's one kind of sharing, isn't it? Mother certainly is happy to receive the box. Jimmy's happy, too. Now he shares in the work of opening the box. Let's see what's in it. Oh, new books. Jimmy and his mother and father will share these books. They'll read and enjoy them together. So it's only fair that Jimmy should share in the work of unpacking them. It's like this with everything in Jimmy's family. He shares in its pleasures, and he shares in the work. Before long, the box is empty. Doesn't work go quickly when you share it? And it's fun working together. Jimmy thinks the box would make a fine lemonade stand. Mother thinks so, too. Jimmy could set it up in front of the house. Mother helps Jimmy take it out. This is another way to share work, isn't it? The lemonade stand will be fun, but there's another thing Jimmy must think about. He promised his father he'd weed the flower garden today. Jimmy decides there'll be plenty of time to pull the weeds after he has set up the lemonade stand. Mother offers to make some lemonade while Jimmy fixes up the stand. Lemonade, 3 cents. Well, it didn't take long for Jimmy to set himself up in business with his mother's help. Now, all he needs is some customers. Here come some of Jimmy's friends. Betty wants to be the first to try out Jimmy's lemonade. And there seem to be 2 more customers. Oh, Jimmy will sell lots of lemonade. But, uh-oh, there's only 1 more glass. Jimmy has 2 glasses and 3 customers. Should he ask them to share the glasses? No, that wouldn't be healthy. You see, there are some things we do not share. Betty has an idea. Wouldn't it be fun if they all shared in the business? Betty could bring some more glasses from her house. Tom could bring a dishpan for washing the glasses, and maybe Ann could get more lemons from her house. If they made this a partnership, then they could all share in the work and the fun of a business. They could make the stand bigger and better, too. But Jimmy doesn't like that idea. He wants to run the lemonade stand alone and have all the fun. Well, if Tom can't have any lemonade, Betty doesn't want any either. Neither does Ann. Of course, it's Jimmy's business. He has a right to decide not to share it. But now there's nothing for him to do but pour the lemonade out and wait for another customer. That isn't much fun, is it? Here's the postman. He and Jimmy are good friends. He'd like to buy some lemonade, but which was the glass Betty used? Jimmy will have to wash the glasses. Will the postman wait? No, he thinks Jimmy needs a partner, someone to share the work. Then his customers wouldn't have to wait. Well, Jimmy did have an offer of help, but Jimmy doesn't want to share his fun and his business. It wouldn't be his anymore. The postman knows that when we share things, there is often more for everybody. Just think of the things we share. We share the sidewalks with others. Automobile drivers share the streets with others. We share schools and churches, parks and playgrounds. Now, how do we share the slide? By taking turns, of course. Here's a top. How could 4 children share it? Why, they could take turns. Then each one would have a chance to spin the top, and they'd all have fun. There are many things we share by taking turns. Some things we share in other ways. How would you share this pie among 4 people? Why, you'd cut it into 4 pieces, 1 for each person. You divide a pie among 4 people. Many things we share by dividing. And there are other ways to share. Every day as we talk to each other, we share knowledge. We share experiences. We share ideas. We share these things by telling others about them. And certainly the postman is sharing by helping people send messages to each other. Yes, there are many, many ways in which sharing with others makes more for everybody. So it's important for Jimmy to think about when to share and how to share. He's also thinking about his lemonade stand and how he hasn't made 1 sale. Here's another thing for Jimmy to think about. He promised to weed the garden. Well, might as well do it now, since he can't seem to sell any lemonade, and he isn't even having any fun. Perhaps Jimmy should have shared the lemonade stand after all. Then he wouldn't be alone while his friends are having fun. Now Jimmy has an idea about how he can still share with his friends so they'll all have more fun. Jimmy wants to know if Betty and Ann and Tom would like to run the lemonade stand while he finishes weeding the garden. That's a good idea. But Betty thinks they should all share in the fun and share in the work. They can divide up 2 and 2, and then take turns running the stand and pulling weeds. Of course, Jimmy agrees to that. Now that others have shared in fixing up the lemonade stand, it's bigger and better than before. More lemonade, more glasses, and a pan for washing the glasses. What's more, there are customers. Anyone can see that this stand is well run, so it must be a good place to buy lemonade. While Betty and Tom have their turn running the stand,
Jimmy and Ann weed the garden. Now the work goes faster, and it's more fun than working alone. Jimmy and Ann pull just about half the weeds. Then, because Betty and Tom want to share alike in the work, as well as the fun, they all change places. Now Jimmy and Ann have their turn running the lemonade stand, and everyone is having fun. Sharing with others certainly is a good idea, isn't it? Now the lemonade is nearly gone, and Betty is counting the money the group has earned. What do you suppose they'll do with the money? Don't you think they'll divide it among them? That's the fair thing to do, and that will be sharing again, won't it? Here's Mother, pleased that all the weeds have been pulled, pleased that the lemonade stand has been such a big success. Yes, when Jimmy shared the stand with his friends, and they all shared in the work, then there was more fun for every member of the group. So you learn to share with others. You'll like it. Your friends will like you, too.
Do it and get it over with. Get your window. Let's go. Get your window out. Hey, what do you think you're doing?
That boy's face, Charlie Green's boy, with a gang of toughs, be a shock to Charlie. Hard on the boy, too, if he's picked up. Maybe I didn't really see who it was. No, not right to hide him. If he gets away this time, he'll get in worse trouble later. Besides, it's my job to turn him in.
Right or wrong, the watchman has made his decision. A moral decision. Like other moral decisions, it will have an effect on other people, make them also choose right from wrong. Every decision we make, every action we take, affects the lives of others around us. So, as you watch a chain of decisions in this film, try to see how various people decide what is right. Try to judge their decisions. The film will not judge. That's up to you.
We'll pick him up. Okay.
What is it? Oh,
Harry Green lives here.
Harry in trouble?
Is he in?
What's he done? He hasn't done anything wrong. Not really wrong. He couldn't. Say he isn't here. Cover up. But if the police want him, if he's done something...
Well, lady?
Can't help him by hiding him.
He's here. Come in.
Look, Mr. Gassner. The boy your wife saw at your warehouse has no record. He's scared silly. Suppose we arrange for the boy to replace the windows.
Officer, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. I didn't get out of bed and come down here because of the few dollars the windows would cost. That isn't important. What is important is the vandalism in this neighborhood. Warehouses, homes, cars, stores.
And through this boy, we have a chance to get at a whole gang and break it up. But the boy won't talk. He won't tell us who the others were. And besides, he says that he didn't throw anything.
But he's our only chance to get at this gang of vandals. Hold him anyway. I'll sign a complaint if necessary. Might help just to bring him to trial.
All right. I'll talk to him some more. And then I'll get in touch with you. Good night, Mr. Gassner.
Good night, Sergeant.
Get him to talk. Get tough with him. Scare him. You can make him talk. No. Then he'd hate the cops. Turn against them. Make a regular gangster out of him. Come on in, Harry. Come on in. Close the door. You're in a spot, boy. I guess you know that. Don't you want to sit down? Serious charge against you.
What charge?
Vandalism. Willful and malicious destruction of property.
You mean...
Sit down, boy. Look, Harry. This fellow's going to sign a complaint against you. He won't be satisfied with simply letting you pay for the window you broke.
I didn't break his window.
Who did? It'll be much easier for you if you'll help us. Tell us who was with you. Just exactly what happened. You'll get off much easier.
Get off easier. Tell what happened. Squeal on the others.
Well, boy, you want to talk? Okay, I won't ask you again. There's a fella coming over from your church. Your mother sent him. Name's Barker. You can wait over there till he gets here. Harry, Mr. Barker. Sorry it took me so long to get here. You can come home with me now. Thanks, Sergeant. I'll bring him back in the morning. Come on.
Well, Harry?
I didn't break any windows.
But someone did. Sit down, Harry. Want something to eat? You sure? Oh, I left a note for your father. When he gets home from work this morning, he'll probably stop by. Harry, I think I know you pretty well. I think you really didn't break any windows. But we'll have a hard time proving that in court, unless some of the others who were there speak up for you.
Can't you see? I can't tell you who was there. It isn't right to squeal on your friends. You haven't got any right to ask me.
You can sleep here tonight, Harry. I'll get a pillow and blanket.
Aren't you going to ask me any more questions?
Just one. Is it right to hide a lawbreaker from justice?
Harry's problem is far from solved. It's not the purpose of this film to solve his problem. That's up to you. Discover and apply your moral standards. Think of the decisions yet to be made, of the decisions already made. Judge them in the light of your standards. What is right and wrong? Did you agree with Harry's decisions? Would you have done the same? What about the night watchman? How did he decide what was right? Would you have done what he did? What did Harry's mother do that revealed her sense of right and wrong? Did you agree with her? Would you have taken Mr. Kastner's stand? Would you, in Sergeant Kelly's place, have forced Harry to talk for his own good? Suppose you were in Mr. Barker's shoes. How would you have helped Harry? How would you have decided what was right? What if you had Harry's problem? How would you work it out? It's your story now. You decide what is right. Games can be a lot of fun, can't they? We all like to play games and to win. We all like to watch games. There's good sportsmanship. You know what that means? Watch Joe. See whether he's a good sport. Watch him get away from his guard. There he goes. Whoops, out of bounds. That's how the referee calls it, out of bounds. Joe doesn't think he stepped out of bounds. He's sure he didn't. But the referee called it. Now, wait a minute. What would a good sport do now? What would you do? Argue and refuse to give up the ball? Finally give up the ball, but make a big fuss about it? Let's hope you'd think of the first rule of good sportsmanship. Play fair. Joe does play fair. He accepts the referee's ruling. Then everyone can have more fun. Now the other team takes over. And Bill has the ball. Shall he try to shoot from so far away? Uh-oh, Bill sees a teammate, unguarded. He could make a basket easily. But if Bill could make it himself, what would a good sport do? What would you do? Play just for yourself? Try to be the star? Let's hope you'd remember good sportsmanship. Then you'd play your best for the team. Bill does play his best for the team. It wouldn't be much of a game if everyone played for himself. And look, 2 points for the team. Now, what's the score? Oh, that last basket puts Bill's team ahead. Good sportsmanship paid. And the crowd likes it. Now, Bill's team will want to play extra hard to protect that lead. And the time's growing short, so Joe's team must hurry to... Oh, that's the way, Joe! Well, try again. Too bad.
And now Bill's team gets the ball. There goes another chance to score. Oh, time's up. End of the game. Bill's team won. It's been fun watching the game, even for those who wanted Joe's team to win. As you might expect, Bill and his team are glad they won. And of course, Joe and his team are sad about losing. It'd be easy for them to be angry, but wait a minute. What would a good sport do? What would you do? Be angry and act up just because you've lost the game? Let's hope you'd remember good sportsmanship. Take the results well, no matter whether you win or lose. Joe does take the results well. After all, he enjoyed playing and he played his best. There's always a winner and a loser. Both should enjoy the game. Joe congratulates Bill for winning. And Bill mentions how close Joe came to tying the score again. And he thinks Joe is a good sport. Next time, Bill would like to be on the same team as Joe. So the winner and the loser are both good sports and good friends. Let's remember how to be a good sport. Play fair, play your best for the team, and take the results well. Where else is good sportsmanship important? Well, Bill wants to read a special reference book Mr. Howard brought for the class. There's a list right here of those who want to read it. Wow, Bill will have to wait quite a while for that book. Joe must have the book now. And what's more, it looks as if he's finished with it. Well, maybe Joe would let his friend Bill have the book right now ahead of the others. But wait a minute. What would a good sport do? What would you do? Give the book to your special friend and make everyone else wait? No, a good sport would play fair by obeying the rules. The others who signed up should have their turns. And Bill's a good enough sport to agree. But Joe can do something for his friend. He'll let Bill study his notes on the special reading. And Bill surely appreciates that. So, by playing fair, and by doing something extra for his friend, Joe shows how good a sport he is. And everyone likes him for that. Everybody likes a good sport. Good sportsmanship is important on the street, too. Joe and Marianne are close friends, and Bill is a friend of both of them. So the three of them like to go home from school together. But it isn't easy to ride a bike as slowly as people walk. And while Bill wants to stay with his friends, he'd also like to keep on riding. But wait a minute. What would a good sport do? What would you do? Ride in circles, showing off, try to ride alongside them and crowd them? Bill is a good sport on the street. He tries to be considerate and think of what's best for the group. And that's rather like doing your best for the team. Everyone can have more fun when we practice good sportsmanship. When Bill arrived home, he found still another place where good sportsmanship counts. He found that it's important to be a good sport at home when... But let's see what happened. Well, at least Bill's not hurt. But what about the doll he stepped on? Oh, Ruthie's new doll. And just look at Bill's watch. But what about the doll? Bill thinks Ruth shouldn't have left the doll lying there.
He thinks it's all her fault. In fact, Bill has a good mind to... But wait a minute. What would a good sport do? What would you do? Be nasty, even though you'd be ashamed of yourself for it later? Bill wants to be a good sport. This is something like losing a game. It's too late to change it. So take the results well. You'll feel better if you do. Ruth has to be a good sport, too. She could blame Bill for not looking where he stepped, but it's more pleasant just to take what happens. Be a good sport. You can be proud of yourself, too. So remember, whether you're at home, or on the street, or in school, or playing a game, be a good sport. Play fair. Play your best for the team or the group. Take the results well. These are the fundamentals of good sportsmanship. But good sportsmanship is more than just that. Good sportsmanship is found in your attitudes, in the way you do things, in the smile you wear. And remember, if you're a good sport, everyone can enjoy the game better. Everyone will like you better. And what's most important, you'll feel better about yourself. Are you a good sport?
Going up the high jump this year? Yep, gonna beat Bud Madison's record. Think so? Hey, we can double together. That's Bob Jones again out the track. Yeah. That's like golf.
You're not going out for track this year, Bill?
Not this year.
Well, the team won't seem the same without one of the Madison boys. We've grown used to you and your brother.
Excuse me, Miss Evans. I have to run.
That'll be all for today. Oh, I'm going to Madison to stay for a few minutes after class.
Give it all. Keep it wet out. It rained all day.
That's all right. Yeah, about time. Hey, where are you going? You're going to the show. Oh, no, we're not. Oh, I'm glad you could stay, Bill. Come around and sit down. I want to talk with you. I missed your name on the list for the track team, Bill, but... Well, your brother used to talk about your practice sessions together. You tried out for high jump last year, didn't you?
Yes.
Well?
Oh, what's the use, Miss Evans? I don't like track anyway. Excuse me, but...
I've got to run. I know, Bill. Sit down, Bill. Now tell me about it.
Well, like you said, Bud and I used to practice together at home. We used to practice all the time. Only the practice was for me, not Bud. He was trying to teach me to jump the way he could. Huh. Fine chance I had of doing that. But Bud was patient. He'd show me how and then let me try again. I tried. I really did. But it wasn't any use. I wasn't any good at the track meets. Just took up space on the bench. So why should I go out for the team this year? There wouldn't be a Madison on the team anyway. Only one of us was good.
And you're not that one. You feel that you... Well, what shall I say?
I'm the failure as far as track is concerned.
Are you on your way home now, Bill?
Why, yes.
Well, will you walk away with me? I might be able to show you something.
Why, sure. Sure. What is it?
I was just thinking what a poor player that boy is.
Who?
That one, the one with the ball.
He's all right. He recovered it.
Oh, but he's just not in the same class as the others. Why, he could never get to play on a real team.
Just give him a couple of years. After all, he's only a kid.
Oh? You mean we shouldn't judge him by the same standards that we use for the others?
Of course not. The other boy's bigger than he is.
Maybe you have something to learn from him, Bill. I'll say goodbye, Bill. You think it over.
Something to learn from him. Why, he's trying the same play again. And he's as sure of himself as if he hadn't just fumbled. He expects to win. Something to learn from him. Well, try again. No, that's no good. Remember how Bud always made that jump? Easy. You'll never be able to jump like that. You're a failure.
You mean we shouldn't judge him by the same standards that we use for the others?
Wait a minute. "5 feet 6 inches. Bud could do that easily. But he had 2 years of practice on me. Why don't I set my standards lower for now? Just start where I am and work up. There. Sure, I can jump that. And in 2 years of practice, who knows? Here we go. Why, that's easy. It's fun now, and I'm doing better. But why? I don't understand at all.
Well, do you still feel like a failure?
No. No, not at all.
Well, do you feel as though you were succeeding?
I sure do.
I think you have your answer right there, Bill. When you think you're failing, you go right on failing. Or you stop trying, and you begin to worry.
And how?
Oh, it's common enough, Bill. Lots of people actually make themselves ill by planning for failure. But you're not doing that now.
No, I'm not. I'm thinking about all the practicing I want to do, and how about in 2 more years? Why, you might say I'm planning for success.
Positive thinking, Bill. When we think that way, we put more effort behind our practicing. Of course, it's about the same, whether it's high jumping or anything else. Whatever we plan, we expect things. If we're wise, we expect possible things. Now, suppose we picture your expectations in some situation like this. You're hoping for a lot, but perhaps the situation is such that you can fulfill only this much. There's such a difference between expectation and fulfillment that you're doomed to failure. And each time you fail, you become more discouraged.
But, Miss Evans, I've always been told that I should set my goals high.
Yes, Bill. Set your final goals high, but set your present goals within your ability to fulfill. Now, look at it this way. Perhaps this is a reasonable final goal for you, but you can't expect this much today. You may expect to accomplish this much today. Your fulfillment equals your expectation. In 6 months, with hard work, you may be able to expect more and fulfill more. In a year, still more. Now, sometime, you can reasonably set this as your goal and succeed. I gather you've learned that already about your high jumping. Once you within reason, you began to succeed. And now that you're in the habit of succeeding, you can carefully raise your goals little by little.
That's right, but you said that was true of other things besides high jumping.
I certainly did.
For example?
Oh, for example, the student who doesn't really try to do his schoolwork because he can't be perfect. The boy who has a little quarrel with his best girl and then worries and feels he's a social failure. The girl who turns down several date offers and then cries her heart out because the one she wanted to call her didn't. Just think how much happier they could be and how much more successful if they would plan for success.
Find out what is possible. Make plans which can be successful. I think I'll go out for track after all. I may not win anything this year, but I'll be learning. And next year?
Next year you can plan for higher success, Bill.
Yes. Thanks, Miss Evans. Plan for higher success. You just watch me succeed.
That's what I plan to do, Bill.
Every day in our room, we learn something more about being fair. Would you like to see how? Well, right now, Tommy thinks this game is not fair. Of course, each child who is chosen chooses another from the ring. But Tommy thinks they choose only their friends, and that doesn't seem fair. That's what Tommy's thinking. They choose only their friends. But look, Marilyn chooses Tommy, and she isn't a friend of his. Now Tommy will choose someone who isn't a special friend. This way, everyone gets a chance to play. That's being fair, isn't it? Yes, every day in our room, we learn something more about fairness. Another day in class, Tommy is making a cutout horse and wagon. Now all he needs is some paste to keep them in place. Let's see. The bottle of paste is in the cabinet. Yes. But Arnold needs the paste too, and he was first. Is this fair? Shouldn't Tommy wait his turn? Let's think with Tommy about other times when we wait our turn. When we want to go on the slide on the playground. It isn't fair, is it, when someone tries to go on the slide before you? This boy should go to the end of the line and take his turn as everyone does. This way, everyone can have a fair chance to use the slide. And we all have fun when we play fair and take turns. There are other places, too, where we take turns. At the drinking fountain, no one pushes, no one shoves. No one pushes when we're waiting for a bus, either. Everyone stands in line and waits his turn. Can you think of other places where we play fair by waiting our turn? Tommy thinks it would be better to wait his turn. He can use the paste after Arnold uses it. That's the fair thing to do, isn't it? But what is Arnold doing? Why, he's taking some paste for himself, and he's going to give the whole bottle of paste to Tommy. Arnold knows that there is only one bottle of paste in the cabinet, and that others want to use it. So he took a little paste for himself and shared the rest of it with Tommy. Arnold showed Tommy that another way to be fair is to share things. Do you think when we share, we are being fair? Tommy remembers one day when he had some work to do, raking leaves. Jim was there too, and they had Tommy's bike to play with. Jim said he would help rake the leaves if he could ride Tommy's bike part of the time. They would share the work and the fun by taking turns. First, Jim was to ride the bike while Tommy raked leaves. Then Jim was to come back and take a turn raking leaves while Tommy rode the bike. That sounded fair enough. But Jim refused to give up the bike when it was Tommy's turn to ride. Is this fair? Jim was supposed to share the work and the bike with Tommy. Sharing things with your friends is a good way of being fair, isn't it? And Tommy knows that sharing things in the classroom is a good way to be fair. Others need to use the paste. Tommy is glad to share it. Sharing helps us in both our work and our play. What else do we learn about being fair? Robert knows that Sally likes to model with clay. Her little clay animal looks almost real, doesn't it? But Robert isn't doing too well. Can you guess what Robert is thinking? He thinks it would be a good idea to mess up Sally's work, make it look as bad as his. Oh, would that be fair? No. Robert wouldn't want anyone to spoil his work. Why, he remembers one day in the garage at home when he carefully painted a design on the stool he had built. Some bullies came in and began to tease him about the stool. They said they were going to mess up his work. Was that fair? No. The fair thing to do is to respect the rights of others. Robert certainly wished they had respected his rights and his work. Yes, Robert knows that he shouldn't even think about messing up Sally's work. He will respect her work and her rights. Maybe he can learn something from her. Maybe she'll even give him some help. See? Sally wants Robert's work to be good, too. Can you think of anything more fair than that? Do you see how in our class we learn something new about fairness every day? That's what makes our room such a good place for work and play. Our class showed it one day when I was called out of the room for a few minutes. Listening to the teacher and obeying the rules are good ways of being fair. I asked the class to work quietly while I was gone. Do you think they did? See if you think they knew how to be fair and obey the rules when they were by themselves. When Susie had something to tell Betty, she whispered it, so as not to disturb the others. Susie was being fair to the class, for the class wanted quiet so they could work. Everyone had work to do. Uh-oh, Dorothy had trouble, but Roger was glad to help her. Do you think that Helping others is another way of being. Betty found something funny she thought Jack would enjoy. Isn't this another way of sharing? Of course, I was pleased when I came back into the room. Everyone was quietly doing his own work. Isn't this a good way of being fair? Do you always try to be gets a chance to play? Don't you think our class knows a good bit about fairness? Is it any wonder that our room is such a good place for work and play? Today we're going to see a story about one family and how they lived together. About Tony and his dog Fluffy. About his sister Nancy. About Mother who takes good care of the whole family. And about Father who works hard for his family. Our story begins one afternoon after school. Tony has been outside playing with Fluffy. Now he can hardly wait to get off his boots to tell his mother something. Mother, Mother, he cries, look what the mailman brought, movies of us. Oh, yes, Tony, the pictures Father took. Mother, could we see them tonight? Oh, I'm afraid not, Tony. Dinner will be late tonight, Mother said, because Nancy can't help me. She's taking her music lesson. And after dinner and the dishes, it'll be time for bed. Well, it's too bad not to see the pictures tonight. These are Tony's hooks. Father made this place for wraps so the children can help keep the house neat. It's Tony's job to keep Fluffy's things put away, too. It's time for him to prepare Fluffy's supper. That's another one of his regular jobs. Well, Tony works preparing the dog food just as he does every evening. But he's thinking, oh, late dinner tonight. No chance for fun together before bedtime. But maybe if things go right. Here, Fluffy, Tony calls. Good old Fluffy, want your supper? Stand up for it. But suddenly Tony stops playing. Look at the dirt from Fluffy's muddy paws. And Tony's mother, she too is unhappy about those muddy paws because see what Fluffy has done to the clean kitchen floor. My, such a dirty floor. By the time Mother cleans that up, dinner will be even later. Now there'll be no time to see the movies together. Mother is sorry. Oh, that's too bad. What could Tony do? What would you do? Mother, Tony says, if I wipe the floor and help you get dinner the way Nancy does, do you think dinner'd be early enough to see the movies together? Oh, maybe. Tony gets busy right away. Maybe if he does some extra work helping his mother, maybe dinner will not be so late after all. And if Father gets home on time... Then Tony looks at Fluffy's paws and he thinks, wish you wore boots, Fluffy. But I'll wipe your paws anyway so you won't track up the kitchen anymore and make dinner late. Then, as Tony washes his hands, he says, Mother, could I help with dinner? I could shell the rest of the peas. Mother thanks Tony for helping with the floor and brings over the bag of peas. So Tony and his mother are busy getting dinner. Working together is fun, and you get more done. Have you ever done this? Well, the time seems to go fast as Tony and his mother work together. Now, let's look in the dining room to see... Well, here's Nancy, home from her music lesson, and she's setting the table. This is one of her regular jobs. She likes arranging a pretty table for the whole family to enjoy during dinner. Then, before long, the table's all set, ready for dinner. And out in the kitchen, the dinner's all ready to set on the table. And Mother says, we'll be ready to eat as soon as Father comes home. My, I hope he's not late, don't you? And here's Father now, coming home from his daily work. Hello, Nancy, how are you tonight, Father says. Then he calls out, hello, everybody in the kitchen. And oh, is Tony happy. Father's home, dinner's ready. There's time, isn't there, Mother? There's time. Yes, Tony, says Mother. There's time. Hi, look what came, the movies we took, Tony shouts. And Father says, that's fine. Pictures of shoveling snow and what else? Shall we see them after dinner? How soon do we eat? Right now, says Mother, as soon as you're ready. And so they all work together to get dinner on the table. But even though they're thinking about their fun together after dinner, they're not going to hurry through the meal itself. They make sure that everything is on the table in just the right place. They take time to pray together, giving thanks for their meal. Dinner time is happy time for this family. They talk about the good things that happen each day, sharing their fun with each other. Nancy tells of something pleasant that her music teacher said today. Mother says how helpful Tony was this afternoon. Tony tells of a new trick that Fluffy learned. Father tells of helping a man whose hat blew off and went sailing down the windy street. Well, now dinner is finished and Mother and Nancy are working together washing and drying the dishes. Here comes Father with the last things from the table. Tony works with his father, helping him splice in the titles and put the movies in the right order. Well, it's about time to set up the screen. I'll do it, says Tony. Hope Mother and Nancy will be finished soon. Tony hurries with excitement. They are going to see the movies together. The dishes are finished. The dishes are finished. Is everybody set? Ready? Lights. Action. Oh, that's a picture of the first snow of the year about a month ago. Look at Mother sweeping the snow. Cleaning the sidewalk is one of Father's regular jobs, but this time he's taking the pictures. There's Tony shoveling, too. And Nancy helped by chipping the ice off. Yes, work goes fast when the whole family works together. And tonight, It's exciting seeing the pictures. Tony's family does have fun together. Oh, pictures of ice skating. Nancy looks cute in that outfit. And Tony, that's his first pair of real skates. But he does well when Nancy helps him. Don't they skate smoothly together? There's Mother. Isn't it fun to see her on ice skates? She's enjoying it, isn't she? Their neighbor took this movie of the whole family skating down the pond together. My, that was fun, wasn't it? Doing things together is fun. It can be in your family, too, whether it's seeing movies as this family does, or working and playing together in other ways, as other families do. Tony is glad he offered to clean the floor and help with dinner. When everyone does his regular job and helps out by doing extra work, then things go better for the whole family, don't they?
We're visiting room 10 to see an exhibit on courtesy. May I present Mrs. Anderson and her son Bill, who is in the class. They too have come to watch to see if the people actually display courtesy. Watch how Pete and Marion act as host and hostess. They know that courtesy means showing respect, thinking of the other person, real friendliness. When Pete mentions the neat job Bill did on the exhibit, Bill is pleased. That's courtesy at work. You can see, too, that everyone in the class must have done a great deal of thinking about courtesy and much work to prepare these posters and the rest of the exhibit. Bill is especially proud of his part in the exhibit. The artwork on this large poster, ways to show that we are thinking of other people. We help to make our meetings with other people courteous by using such words as please. Whenever we ask for anything, it shows our friendliness and courtesy if we ask with please. On the other hand, thank you is a simple way to repay those who do things for you. Another expression we need all the time is excuse me. It lets other people know that you are thinking of them when you say excuse me. Still, another way to smooth your meetings with other people is may I. If you must interrupt, 2 words will show that you mean well. Simply, may I? Notice how pleasant and thoughtful Mrs. Anderson is as she expresses interest in Bill's ideas on the poster. Bill graciously shares the credit with his classmates. It was a joint project, he explains, during their study of courtesy. While Pete and Marion posed, Bill sketched the action.
Please.
With that sketch finished, ready for final artwork, Pete got ready to play the guest for the next pose. Marion was the hostess, offering him a cookie.
Thank you.
Pete showed that he appreciated her kindness. For the next demonstration, they needed another chair to make a sofa, and they needed a telephone. Joan played the other girl in conversation with Marion. Marion had to interrupt to answer the phone.
Please excuse me.
She was pleasant and courteous as she excused herself. In the next pose, Marion had something important to say, or else she wouldn't have interrupted.
May I?
Marion is considerate of her friends. Besides these examples of courtesy, there are others. For instance, Mrs. Anderson's way of constructive suggestion. And notice how Bill begins his reply.
It's really quite good, Bill.
But don't you think these courteous ways can be used in more than just these 4 situations?
Oh, yes, you're right, Mother. That's why we put the captions on the poster. We need them all the time.
Yes, we do need these simple expressions all the time to show that we are thinking of the other person. On the table is a scrapbook, especially prepared for the exhibit. It also showed consideration of the other person. The exact form of an invitation letter may vary, but this is an example.
Dear parents, an exhibit of our schoolwork and courtesy will be held in room 10 of the Sunnyside School on May 29th from 7:30 to 9 p.m. We hope you can come. Your friends, the class of room 10.
Notice the details about place, date, and time, as well as a few words of cordial invitation. This type of invitation needs no acceptance, but the class prepared an example of one for their scrapbook.
Dear friends, we thank you very much for the invitation to your exhibit in room 10 of the Sunnyside School on May 29 from 7:30 to 9 p.m. We shall be pleased to see your work on courtesy. Sincerely yours, your parents.
A letter of acceptance shows all the same details